Chapter 2775. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw how anxious she was. Why was she so gullible? It took him several years to woo her, and he even had to teach the bachelors in the team a few moves. Ha ha ha, he had done her a lot of harm. He was just trying to tease her. Who knew that she would really think he would do that? His girl had experienced so much darkness in her life. When she was young, her most trusted family member turned out to be the most violent perpetrator. However, deep in her heart, there was still a pure place where flowers were fragrant and birds were chirping. That was why she had such a pure gaze and a sincere heart. Xia Jinyuan, who felt pity for Yi Jian, stretched out his hand and rubbed Yi Jian's head. "Look at you. How can a guy like me, who has spent years chasing a girl, pass on his skills to his comrades?" "No, don't worry. It won't ruin anyone's life." Seeing that he was teasing her again, Yi Jian unceremoniously threw a punch at him. Perhaps it was because he could forget a lot of things when he was with her. The laughing Xia Jinyuan even forgot that he still had some injuries from Li Jinyan's beating. He didn't dodge Yi Jian's punch. Instead, he laughed and opened his arms, wanting to pull her into his embrace. He opened his arms defenselessly, and Yi Jian's punch followed. The dull pain in his chest reminded Xia Jinyuan that he was still injured. The pain made him frown. His muscles, which were hidden under his camouflage uniform, suddenly tightened. Yi Jian didn't notice the expression on his face, but when he threw another punch, he could feel the changes in his body. "You're really injured. Where are you hurt?" The laughter stopped abruptly. Yi Jian pursed her lips and stared at the man who was frowning. "When did you get hurt? Why didn't you mention it? Did you let K7 take a look?" Xia Jinyuan, who had a lump in his throat, only smiled without saying a word. He grabbed her hand and placed it on the third rib on his right chest. "It's not a serious injury. It's just a minor one. When eldest brother-in-law saw that I had secretly kissed you, he was so angry that he wanted to vent his anger. Today, he called me up and threw a punch at me, without saying anything. Brother-in-law is powerful. How would I dare to offend you?" He didn't even fight back the entire time, allowing his brother-in-law's fists to rain down on him like rain. See, he was gloriously injured. He could still grit his teeth and blink as he spoke, squeezing his noble and handsome face out of shape. Yi Jian, who had been worried about her, looked at her and burst out laughing. "You deserve to be beaten up by my brother for sneaking a kiss on me. I warned you not to touch me, but you didn't believe me. You even got caught by my big brother. He beat you up. Serves you right." While saying, "You deserve it," her hands did not stop moving. She pulled his clothes out of his hands, intending to undress him to see how badly he had been beaten. "I've seen my big brother's unarmed combat skills. When he fought with the water demon in the team, he easily won against 3 people. Since he wanted to beat you up, I'm afraid he used a lot of strength." Xia Jinyuan did not let her check his wounds. He grabbed her hand and kissed it gently. "It's fine." He knew that we would be going abroad in a few days, so he went easy on you. He only used 60% to 70% of his strength. They're all superficial wounds. I'll be fine after 2 to 3 days of rest. Really? She felt that eldest brother-in-law would not let him off so easily. If eldest brother-in-law found out that he had secretly kissed him, he would be beaten to death. Really? If he really injured me, we would be reported to the military, and both of us would be criticized. Chapter 2776. Yi Jian did not pull his shirt away again. She rubbed the wound on his second rib, her heart aching for him. She lowered her eyes, her long and thick eyelashes hiding the heartache in her eyes. She asked softly, "Does it hurt a lot? Where else is there?" Yi Jian's exquisite features were perfect from any angle. Her demure demeanor made Xia Jinyuan's eyes even more tender. Her thick eyelashes even cast a small half-arc shadow, gently trembling, revealing a fragile beauty. However, the corners of her mouth were slightly pursed, and that kind of unyielding stubbornness suppressed her fragility. It made people feel that even though she was a girl, she was a tough person who would not easily bow her head. As Xia Jinyuan looked at her, his sexy Adam's apple involuntarily moved a few times. His low voice was like an opened bottle of aged red wine, intoxicating. I was hit in several places. The most painful places are my chest and stomach. I couldn't even straighten my back when I walked just now. It was a very deep voice, and there was even a hint of pity in it. If Li Jinyan was present, he would probably beat this guy who was pretending to be pitiful to gain his sister's sympathy again. He would definitely not show any mercy. Yi Qian knew that her brother really did not like it when he touched her. How should she put it? Her brother was a little rigid, and he always kept a distance between men and women. When it was her first time training with his team, even if he needed to drag her out for a private conversation, he would walk to a place where the sentinels could see and then keep a distance of 3 meters away from her. She had no choice but to hold her breath, afraid that his voice would be drowned out by her own breathing. Her rigid brother had seen Captain Xia kiss her with his own eyes. Yi Qian could not help but chuckle softly. Her laughter was very light, as clear as the wind in the morning breeze. Xia Jinyuan knew what she was laughing at. His eyes, as deep as the ocean, darkened slightly. As his gaze moved, there was a dark glint that flashed past. "Help me rub down there. It really hurts down there." It was already filled with a perverted aura. Yi Qian did not react in time. She did not even put her guard up. She immediately rubbed his abdomen. Here, the position of the diaphragm. A little further down. "We're still going down? Why did you hit this spot?" Caught off guard, Yi Qian moved down again. At this time, her hand was only 3 or 4 centimeters away from his lower abdomen. Colonel Xia's breathing was a little hot. The darkness in his eyes deepened, as if a gust of wind had stirred up the waves. He lowered his eyes to look at the slender body that was leaning against his tall and big body. His Adam's apple moved with the movement of swallowing. Under normal circumstances, his little fox would never do such a thing. She was so shy that she would be embarrassed to touch him through his pants, not to mention reaching her hand into his pants. At this moment, her heart ached for him, so she didn't notice the little thoughts in his heart. She listened to whatever he said, afraid that he would be in pain. In truth, the Demon King's position in the little fox's heart wasn't as high as his. After all, they hadn't known each other for long. Even if they were tied by blood, it would take a while for them to become close. Currently, it was already very, very good. The little fox's willingness to return to the Fu family was the best start. After Yi Qian rubbed his abdomen a few times, his drooping eyes suddenly widened. His hand paused for a few seconds. Then he retracted it as if he had been electrocuted. He said in a low voice, embarrassed and annoyed, "Xia Jinyuan, what are you thinking in that head of yours?" Chapter 2777. "I miss you," Lieutenant Colonel Xia answered honestly without any hesitation. He missed her. Even if she was right in front of him, he still missed her. "I think my brother didn't hit you hard enough. He should have hit you until you couldn't get up. It was like a tent." Did she really think that his lower abdomen was hurt by Big Brother? Xia Jinyuan chuckled. He pulled Yi Qian, whose back was facing him, into his arms. "Silly girl, I'm a normal man. You're afraid that I'll hurt, so help me rub my chest. If I don't have any reaction, you'll cry in the future." Recalling her previous situation, Xia Jinyuan felt like he was in a dream. At that time, her body wasn't well, and she was in a daze. He couldn't have taken advantage of her and lost his gentlemanly demeanor. He couldn't have ignored his girlfriend's health and done such despicable things. If everything had been perfect, thinking about it now, it was killing him. It hurt even more than when Demon King Lee hit him, and it was a burning pain. It's a normal reaction. Why are you so shy? You've only seen its shape through the trousers, but you haven't even seen its posture. Why is your face so red? Li Yunhong thought. Is it? Moving closer to her ear, Lieutenant Colonel Xiao's roguish tone was on full display. Are you thinking about the pictures in junior high science class? Then you put yourself in my shoes. In terms of shamelessness, and indecency, Yi Qian felt that she couldn't beat him even if there were 10 of her. She lifted her leg and stomped on the back of his foot. She even rolled it around to vent her anger. If you continue like this, you'll be beaten to death by my brother. Let go. I'm going to ask my brother if he's hurt. Just say that you're hurt. With your personality, I don't believe that you won't fight back when you're hit or scolded. My brother's body must be hurt by you two. Maybe it's even more painful. Let go. Let go of me. Yi Qian twisted her body uneasily. Suddenly, she exerted force on her waist and pushed forward. She used the flexibility of her waist to keep her lower body at a distance from his. This bastard, he was even talking back to him on purpose. Xia Jinyuan felt wronged. He had been standing in the same position the whole time, and Yi Qian had been twisting and turning. In the end, he ended up rubbing against his energetic partner. Don't move, don't move. Let me hold you for a while. Xia Jinyuan sucked in a few breaths of cold air. He tightly held Yi Jian, who could not wait to escape, and did not give her a chance to leave. His breath was scorching hot, and it carried the most primitive impulse of a man as it sprayed into Yi Qian's ears. I'm already 27 years old, baby. It's been 13 years since the first time. The girl I love is moving around on my body. If I don't have the slightest bit of impulse, that would be a big problem. It's a very normal reaction. You'll definitely meet him again in the future. Little fox, you have to try to accept it. You can't just call me a hooligan every time I have a normal reaction, right? How wronged would I be? How wronged would my brothers be? Yi Qian really wanted to cover her ears. She didn't want to listen. She didn't want to listen. She was going crazy. She didn't want to listen at all. What first time? What impulse? What brothers? She didn't understand. She didn't understand. She didn't understand at all. She was going crazy. If she really didn't understand, she wouldn't be so conflicted. It was because she understood that there was an introduction in the junior high school science book that she was so embarrassed. Chapter 2778. She didn't want to hear it, but she couldn't say it out loud. If she did, this guy would be even more shameless. Yi Qian, who already knew her enemy, began to try to appease him. Don't say it. Don't say it. I understand. I understand. Really, I can understand. I've read some books, and I know the structure of your male body. I also know that you guys are more impulsive than women. Isn't there a saying, men are animals who think with their lower bodies? I really can understand. I wasn't paying attention just now. I was only concerned about whether or not you were hurt by my brother. I forgot that you're a normal man, and your body will change after being touched by me. I'll be more careful next time. I won't let you feel uncomfortable. It's not good for your body if you hold it in for too long. You and I both need to be more careful. Yi Qian, who was embarrassed and flustered, said a lot of things in one go. She only had one goal: leave quickly. This person is so dangerous. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time while she was talking, and then looked at the sky. That's right, the heavenly Duke was very beautiful. The sun had already absorbed the last ray of sunlight into the clouds. The flowing and colorful light had no way of penetrating the clouds. It could only dye the edges of the clouds with golden and purple light. It was a very beautiful sunset scene, but the most beautiful thing was still the girl in his arms. You said so much because you're afraid that I'll do something to you. Little fox, no matter how indiscriminate I am, I can't take advantage of you in the wilderness. Just don't move. Let me hug you. The pain is real. Brother-in-law was really fierce. He even hit my face on purpose. If I didn't react fast enough, you might have seen a bruised and swollen face. It's just the two of us now. Let's just stand there. Don't move. Don't move. Be good. He lowered his head and kissed her ear. When he looked up, he took a few deep breaths in an attempt to suppress all his messy thoughts. He really couldn't let his thoughts run wild. The end result was him being miserable. Colonel Xia shook his head helplessly. He had to endure it. His voice was tense. Although he said nothing would happen, Yi Qian had the keenest intuition as a woman. Her intuition told her that the man hugging her hadn't gotten rid of his thoughts. If possible, he might take the next step. Fortunately, they were in the wilderness. Although he was sometimes naughty, he always maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and wouldn't force her to do anything embarrassing. Based on this alone, Yi Jian trusted him very much. You're too uncomfortable. Why do this? Let me go, Captain Xia. I feel bad for you. Yi Jian relaxed her body. She no longer wanted to run away like a frightened bird. She relaxed her body and leaned back into his arms. She could feel his pain completely. When it came to her, it hurt. His body still had a big reaction, but many distracting thoughts had been removed. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, I'll be fine after resting for a while. I don't think I've watched the sunset with you before. Look up, little fox. Look at the sky. Looking at his outstretched arm, Yi Qian's eyes curved into crescents. Beautiful. Nature's scenery was natural and unadorned. Looking at the beautiful scenery could wash away the dust in one's heart. She smiled. With such a beautiful scenery, accompanied by a man who loved her so much, everything in the world became dust. It couldn't compare to the love in his eyes. Chapter 2779. Captain Xia, let's wait until I'm a little older. When we're engaged, we can take our relationship to the next level, okay? Yi Qian spoke softly. There was a hint of melancholy in her voice. You've waited for me for so long, but I haven't given you the best. Do you blame me for that? In the tranquil scenery, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, some words came out naturally. Xia Jinyuan laughed. The best thing is for you to stay by my side. Don't think too much. Some things need to happen naturally. I'm very happy that you care about my feelings, but don't feel burdened. When it comes to matters between a man and a woman, I only feel impulsive when I'm with you. After a day of high-intensity training, I'm so tired that my limbs feel like they're separated from my body. How can I have extra energy to think about it? No, not at all. Of course, you can't be wrong when you wake up in the morning. That's a normal reaction. Occasionally, you'll feel a little impulsive. You can run to the bathroom to relieve yourself. You won't really hold it in. This was a private topic between lovers. Although Yi Qian blushed when she heard it, she didn't avoid it. Listen, you have to know. The wind in the mountains was a little chilly. It seemed to blow past the snowy mountains in Tibet, and the chill of ice and snow brushed against their faces. In the mountains of Tibet, there would indeed be heavy snow during this season. However, Yi Qian and the others hadn't completely entered the mountains yet, so they didn't see the snow in summer. They could only feel a trace of coldness. The colorful golden-purple light at the edge of the clouds had gradually faded, indicating that the sky was getting darker. Xia Jinyuan, who was enjoying the cool breeze, calmed down the restlessness in his heart. He quietly leaned against the person in his arms and watched the last ray of the sunset with her. Night came as expected. Yi Qian, who didn't feel any pain, knew that he had calmed down. The pink on her face gradually dispersed. She felt very happy, even if they didn't say a word to each other. My brother hurt you because he felt sorry for me. Don't take it to heart. When the last ray of light disappeared, Yi Qian said softly, Master told me that he didn't have a comfortable life in the Li family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the southernmost sea to join the army. With old man Li's and my brother's father's influence, it's completely possible for my brother to stay in the capital or join a better army. But he didn't. Like you, he didn't rely on his family. He relied on himself to get to where he is today. He wanted to protect me. He didn't want me to be bullied. You happen to be seen by him. Don't blame him for making a move. He hit you, so you must have hit him back. We're even. In the end, the two of us were just slicing and dicing. We didn't use any brute force. Xia Jinyuan gently pressed his chin against the side of Yi Qian's head. He chuckled softly and said, Later, you'll have to worry about the Devil King. I'm sure there are a few places on his body that are hurting from my beatings. He was tall. At 8 meters, he was almost 20 meters taller than Yi Qian, who was 6 meters tall. He had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. When he held Yi Qian in his arms, he arched his back slightly as he spoke. From the back, it looked like he was completely protecting her under his wings. In the past, although the Devil King and I admired each other, there was a strong sense of distance between us. It's probably because two tigers can't live on the same mountain. When we're together, there will always be a secret competition. Now that I have you, I feel that the Devil King is actually giving in to me. He directly gave me the authority to arrange several training sessions. Chapter 2780. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened as he gazed at the twinkling stars in the sky. They were as bright as the eyes of the person in his arms. When the time comes, you can mention it to the Demon King. There's no need for that. He's the leader of the Storm Triforce. I'm the leader of the Snow Region Special Forces. We both have our own sovereignty. There's no need for him to take a step back because of me. I realized that the Demon King is very sentimental. The Demon King also lost control the night he punished you. It's not a big problem, but it can't work. There has to be a difference. When I punished you, he was very upset. I told him that we were able to go together. Today, it was my cruelty, your persistence. He only reacted after I said it. If it wasn't you who was punished that day, but another comrade, the Demon King would not have lost his composure. You can talk to him. You're his sister. It'll be more effective than me. If I talk to him because he was angry because you were punished, it'll seem like I'm trying to shirk responsibility. The Demon King already has a small opinion of him because of Little Fox's punishment. It wouldn't be appropriate to talk to him about it. It would seem like he was looking for an excuse for himself. Yi Qian nodded. Okay, I'll talk to my brother. He's not a petty person. After I explain it to him, he won't have any opinions about you. As for you saying that he values family, that's because Yi Qian, who was leaning on him, paused for a moment. After a moment of silence, he said softly, because my brother's family isn't very peaceful. Why was her brother the closest relative to her grandfather in the future? Because although her brother had many relatives with the surname Li, they were all heartless. When her aunt married into the Li family, it was also because she liked her uncle. Like her brother didn't have any family ties. That was why he valued family ties so much. The Li family was one of the most influential families in Huangqing, and they were also warlords. Xia Jinyuan knew a little about the Li family's past. Hearing this, he nodded and said to Yi Qian earnestly, "Little fox, you have to communicate more with your family when you go back. Tell them more about yourself. Don't let them know nothing about your past." Originally, the Fu family did not know anything about your existence. Now that you are back, you did not mention a word about your past to them. You have good intentions. You don't want your family to be sad because of your past. Actually, you're wrong, little fox. What have you been through in the past? Good or bad? They all want to know. They want to understand you. They want to get close to your heart. They want to treat you well and make up for all the kinship you didn't have in the past. Then you won't say anything. Little fox, put yourself in their shoes. Don't you think that such self-righteous kindness is a little cold? The dark sky was very suitable for talking about topics that people deeply wanted to reject. The darkness of the night could hide everyone's expressions. It could make people feel a sense of security even if they were seen through. At the same time, it could make people let down their guard and open their hearts to others. The reason Yi Qian didn't want to talk about was pointed out by Xia Jinyuan. Her expression became a little serious. "How can I be cold? I'm just afraid that they will worry." She sighed softly and had to admit that Xia Jinyuan's words made sense. "I'm afraid that they will worry too much about me. I'm also afraid that they will find out about my past and feel depressed." Chapter 2781. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian could tell that he was worried that she would not be able to integrate into the Fu family and get along well with Big Brother. Therefore, he found an excuse for her to interact more with Big Brother. What did he mean by saying that it was inconvenient for him to talk to Big Brother? It was not inconvenient at all. He just wanted her to interact more with Big Brother. This man always used his subtle way to pave the way for her, guiding her on how to walk and how to avoid more detours. Yi Qian's heart was as soft as water as she stroked his slender hands around her waist. She said gently, "Captain Xia, don't worry too much about me. I know what to do. My brother treats me very well. My father and grandfather are even more so. They can't wait to give me their all to make it up to me. Although I'm slow to warm up, I can feel their love for me. Don't worry. It wasn't easy for me to find my family. I have relatives who love me. I won't be so heartless as to squander away their kindness. Family members also need you to be good to me, and I to be good to you. Otherwise, as time goes by, the family will be worn away. I understand. Don't worry. When I go back, I'll mention the past to my brother and father. Grandfather is old. I'm afraid that he won't be able to take it." Her cautious manner made Xia Jinyuan's heart ache. It was because it was too difficult to get him, so she was so careful. She was afraid that the family she had painstakingly found would be hurt. His girl was sometimes as fragile as a bubble that would disappear from his eyes with a gentle poke. Xia Jinyuan's heart ached. He kissed the top of her head and gave her the most reliable idea. "Okay, you can talk to old master about the bullying at school and let him know how close you are." Yi Qian said obediently, "Okay, I'll talk to my brother during the next few days." After the fight, you stood on the hill together. What did you talk about? I saw the two of you looking down a few times, as if you had a lot on your mind. We talked about some heavy topics, and our hearts felt heavy. We also talked about our marriage. I said that no matter what, we would come back alive to see each other. We would try our best not to sacrifice ourselves, and try our best to hold hands until our hair turned white. The two of them chatted for a while, and then sat down side by side. Yi Qian rested his head on his shoulder and listened to his low voice. He gazed at the stars that had appeared out of nowhere and whispered to each other, enjoying their quiet time together. At 7:30, 2 helicopters arrived on time. These helicopters were not sent by the Forest Armed Police, but 2 helicopters directly transferred from the Army. The elevator was lowered, and the group of 15 people boarded the plane at the fastest speed. When they boarded the plane, Yi Qian found out that the people who picked them up were all comrades she knew from the military. When she heard "Good evening" babies from her earpiece, she clearly felt the comrades sitting next to her tremble. "Shut up, J5. The pilot of the helicopter was the J5 from the military. He did not participate in the training and would not go abroad to participate in the competition. Instead, he flew the interceptor to the border of the Tibetan area to cooperate with the military patrol team." No one could stand him calling them babies. Even Yi Qian got goosebumps when he said that. "Ha! Sorry, I've been speaking in English every day. My tongue is still curled up. Please forgive me." Chapter 2782. J5 laughed heartily and cooperated with his comrade from the northwest, codenamed E6, who was piloting the helicopter to make a perfect U-turn and bring his comrades back to the military. The interceptor is coming to an end this year. The fighter planes that we flew over the desert last time are all in place. This time I'm piloting this big guy. It's probably the last time I'll be in close contact with it. From now on, we'll all be using fighter planes. The interceptor will be out of our country's military history. J5 in the co-pilot seat began to talk about his mission this time. It was not a secret, and everyone knew about it. Just thinking about it makes me a little sad. The first time I flew an interceptor, who knew it would be out of history so soon and become a thing of the past? Interceptors were military planes that were specifically used to intercept enemy bombers, reconnaissance planes, or cruise missiles. Its mission was mainly to protect important towns, strategic locations, and transportation hubs from air attacks. This time, there was a strange situation in the high zone. J5 and E6 were escorting the high zone's aviation regiment. When the airborne radar intercepted the guy in our country's air, the two of them immediately dived down and rushed directly to the side of the opponent's wing. The opponent was probably still complacent, thinking that he had not been discovered. However, our country's interceptor flew directly at him in a menacing manner. The pilot was so scared that he immediately lowered the plane and dived again. The tail of the plane was spewing black smoke as he hurried back to his country. We didn't chase after him. After we scared him away, we patrolled with our brothers from the aviation regiment and then flew back. After we got off the plane, we found out that thing had F*King flown to the border of our country. In the end, there was a crash. The plane was gone, and so were the people. It was time to settle the score. They didn't know their own technology, yet they still engaged in aerial reconnaissance. F*CK. When something happened, they blamed it on our country. They even sent a diplomat to make a statement. J5's voice was cold and gloomy. What the F*CK? How shameless! They did something wrong, yet they're still calling the thief to catch the thief. It's in line with the usual practice of their country. At this point, everyone's face turned cold. They only dared to do this because they thought our country was easy to bully. Every time they heard something like this, as soldiers, they would be the angriest. What happened after that? Xia Jinyuan asked. J6 snorted softly and laughed. Later on, we sent their radar tracks directly to them. Good Lord, they immediately shrunk back into their shells and stopped making a sound. They even came to their country to publish an article. It's probably just to compete with a group of rude barbarians. They couldn't find a place overseas and lost face. In order to keep the people in line, they were afraid that the people would know that they were incompetent. So they quickly found such an excuse. What a joke! Our country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is also amazing. They directly released a news report about this country's invasion of our aviation territory. They directly pointed out that if you want to regain your face, you must first have something to show for it. Relying on reports alone is just like the emperor's new clothes. It's just self-deception. The counterattack of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs made the gloomy J5 a bit cheerful. He suddenly said, "Qin Yao, the diplomat who just spoke. He's Qin Xiao. He's young, powerful, and quite talented." After saying that, J5 suddenly realized something. He raised his hand and patted the corner of his mouth lightly. Why did he mention Qin Xiao in front of Q King? Wasn't he just making things difficult for Q King? Chapter 2783. Yi Qian, who had no idea that Qin Xiao was interested in him, smiled and said, "That's indeed his style of speaking. He's sharp and can stand firm in every situation. He's indeed very impressive." She didn't hide her admiration for Qin Xiao, not even in front of Xia Jinyuan. Because it was purely her admiration, there was no need to hide it. After that, there was no reply from them. They're probably cursing us in their hearts again. J5 quickly changed the topic back to the plane crash in a certain country. We really didn't think of scaring them. They were so scared that they even changed their radar and crashed into a mountain. They came here alive, but they didn't come back alive. What a pity. It wasn't until now that Xia Jinyuan opened his mouth to say a second sentence. They're not good at learning, and they're delusional enough to provoke others. Even when they crashed in battle, they still respected them for being a man. Even when they tried to escape, they crashed. A pilot with such poor mental fortitude is also a warning to this country. As a commander, Xia Jinyuan was very far-sighted. For him, the plane crash was another reminder for other countries to be more vigilant. He had to secretly improve the mental fortitude of every pilot. In our country, pilots with poor mental fortitude can't become pilots at all. Out of the nearly 900 tests, they'll be eliminated if they can't pass 10 tests. Their country also sent a special force this time. Be careful when the time comes, J5 reminded. The parent of caution is the parent of caution. Don't be afraid of open attacks, but be afraid of underhanded ones. After such an incident, there might be more trouble during the competition. It was always better to be careful. Although the other party crashed and lost face in the end, the soldiers who heard it weren't very happy. Even if they won in a war of words, it would only be a temporary victory. And the real victory would be like the U.S., where military strength was used to speak. Who would dare to provoke them? They were courting death. They would directly send troops to open fire, round after round of artillery shells from land, sea, and air. But our country hasn't reached such a level of military strength yet. So far, we haven't really bared our fangs and directly bombarded the countries that provoked our country. The safest way is to use diplomats and the military to state our country's position. We'll say that our country is not afraid of anything and only works for world peace. This was currently a way to preserve and secretly develop the country. If a war really broke out, it would not be a good thing. When the time comes, if they really play dirty, we'll just return the favor. Xia Jinyuan, who had already closed his eyes to rest, said in a cold voice through the earpiece, "We will return the favor in the same way that they came. Courtesy demands reciprocity, the demeanor of a great country." Yi Qian turned her head sideways and glanced at the man sitting beside her under the dim light in the cabin. His eyes were handsome, sharp, and reserved. Even with his eyes closed, he was a lion that was not to be trifled with. He looked lazy, but in fact, even when he was sleeping, he was extremely lethal. With him and soldiers like him protecting the country, with Dad and other engineers like Dad working hard to improve the country's military strength, and not returning home all year round. Why should our country worry about not being strong? At least when she was reborn, she still knew that many foreign countries had borrowed a lot of money from our country. She also knew about new weapons, stealth fighter jets, and a series of main offensive weapons that were all equipped with the sea, land, and air forces. In another 15 years, our country's national strength would definitely not be what it is now. Chapter 2784. Yi Qian thought to himself with his eyes closed. At the same time, he was certain that this wasn't just a dream. He was truly reborn. Otherwise, how would she know that our country would still have an aircraft carrier 10 years later? The helicopter refueled on the way, so it was already 3 a.m. by the time it arrived at the military airport. Everyone rested in the dormitory at the military airport and departed at 7 a.m. the next day. They took the military jeep to the military headquarters. The military headquarters was the same as before. Before they even got close, the solemnity that greeted them made them nervous. Every soldier who was about to enter the military headquarters would slow down their steps and subconsciously tidy their clothes. They would gently turn their military cap that was already properly worn to the left, and right before putting it back on with a straight face. Solemn, breath-holding, back straight. This was the feeling Qin Xiu got every time he arrived at the military headquarters. Even though he wasn't a soldier, he couldn't help but keep up with the soldier's pace. Even his behavior became exceptionally proper. Little Qin, after you're done with the military headquarters, you still have to go to the General Administration office. I heard that you have a lot of things to attend to in the afternoon. How about this? I'll have my daughter send the documents from the General Administration office to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You should hurry up and finish your work so that you can get off work early and spend time with Mrs. Qin. The Deputy Chief of Staff, Du, who was waiting for the elevator with them, smiled gently and said to Qin Xiu, "Work is important, but so is family. Mrs. Qin chatted with my wife last time and said that she hasn't seen you in 2 months. It's good that you're working hard, but you should also spend time with your family. Family is important too, so you can't be biased." Beside him stood Du Jiai, whose delicate face was pink and fair, as if she had the most beautiful rouge on her face. When she heard her father's words, Du Jiai felt as if a deer had entered her heart and was happily bumping into her. She felt confused and sweet at the same time. In order to confirm her relationship with Qin Xiu, she specially transferred back to the General Administration office. From then on, she would stay in Beijing so that she could spend more time with Qin Xiu. As a girl, Du Jiai smiled and said, "Dad, how can you casually interfere with other people's work? You're not in the same department, and you're not Brother Qin Xiu's superior. What right do you have to arrange Brother Qin Xiu's work?" She then said to Qin Xiu, who was tall and slender even though he wasn't wearing a military uniform, "Brother Qin Xiu, don't mind my dad. His old habit of ordering people. Go do your work, don't pay attention to him." The elevator had already started counting down. Since they had reached the first floor, Qin Xiu smiled and said politely, "Thank you, Deputy Chief of Staff Du, for your concern. I just sent a text message to my colleague in the car. I'll have my colleague retrieve the documents from the General Administration office. There's no need to trouble you, Miss Du." His politeness made Du Jiai's eyes darken a bit. She didn't act like a spoiled little girl, so she glared at Deputy Chief of Staff Du and said reproachfully, "Dad, I told you not to make any arrangements. Brother Qin Xiu knows what he's doing." The natural and unrestrained Du Jiai not only won back some face for herself, but also her father's. Qin Xiu, on the other hand, was as indifferent and distant as usual. Even though there was a smile in his eyes and mouth, Du Jiai could faintly feel the aloofness from him. The man she had a crush on wasn't interested in her at all. Mrs. Qin even said that he admired generous and independent girls. looking at his expression. Did it look like admiration? It didn't look like it at all. A strong sense of defeat hit her in the face. Jai couldn't help but gently bite her lower lip. Chapter 2785. No, it couldn't be like this. It wasn't easy for them to get to know each other and be together with him. She must seize the opportunity. She could also observe what kind of girl he liked. All along, no man had caught her eye. Those seemingly gentle men had a different face in private. They had a hypocritical appearance, so they were elegant. Just looking at them made her feel disgusted. She had seen too many men like this since she was a child. For those who wanted to climb the social ladder, like Sun-Ing, it didn't matter what kind of face these men had in private. They were interested in the money in the man's hands and the family behind the man. As for his character, TSK, it was not within their scope of consideration. Jai lowered her eyes slightly with a cold gaze. The elevator had arrived. She suddenly raised her hand and pulled her father without a trace. As the elevator landed with a ding, the doors opened. Qin Xiu took a small step back and wanted to invite the father and daughter in first. Jai said with a smile, "Brother Qin Xiu, you have something urgent. You go first. This elevator is here. I'll take this elevator with my father." As she spoke, she winked playfully. "I have to keep an eye on my father. I can't let him cause you trouble. I don't want him to think that you're his soldier." Qin Xiu didn't refuse, nor was he interested in her behavior. Hearing this, his elegant and handsome face was still smiling slightly. "Deputy Chief of Staff, then I'll go first. Goodbye." Go ahead. Not bad. You're motivated. Our country needs people like you who are motivated and capable." The official-sounding Deputy Chief of Staff, didn't seem to mind at all. He happily praised the capable young diplomat in front of him. Two soldiers with folders in their hands walked out. The two of them were talking in low voices, discussing something seriously. Standing by the side, Deputy Chief of Staff watched Qin Xiu enter the elevator with an amiable gaze. When the elevator doors slowly closed, leaving only a small gap, Jai seriously criticized her father. "Dad, why do you always like to be like this? If you continue to be like this, I won't play with you anymore. Brother Qin Xiu can arrange his own affairs. What are you doing? You're overstepping your authority." So, you know that you've overstepped your authority? Then aren't you overstepping your authority by trying to control me? No, it should be called impudent. That's not it. We're just promoting a harmonious interaction between father and daughter. The elevator goes up. Qin Xiu can vaguely hear the conversation between the father and daughter outside. The red ascending arrow flashes, and he can only hear the joyful laughter of the female soldiers outside. Walking into the elevator, Qin Xiu's smile disappeared, and his expression was indifferent. Where was the gentle and reserved smile from just now? Even the aura around him has become exceptionally cold. Jai also stopped smiling. Her gaze focused on the rising number of the elevator, and the corners of her mouth were pressed tightly. "Jai, it's not easy to win over the young master of the Qin family. Look at him. He hasn't looked at you directly from beginning to end. Every time he looks at you, it's out of courtesy. Other than that, he doesn't look at you at all. Your mother is trying to build a bridge for you to fulfill your wish. Dad also admits that the young master of the Qin family is indeed talented. He can be said to be a dragon among men. He's a good choice for a son-in-law, but he doesn't have you in his eyes." Deputy Chief of Staff sighed softly. In his eyes, his daughter is the most outstanding. An outstanding daughter deserves a good son-in-law who can see the good in her, and not Qin Xiu, who doesn't have his daughter in his eyes. Chapter 2786. A man who didn't care about his daughter, no matter how outstanding, talented, or capable he was not the best choice. Du Jiayi had never let the things she liked slip through her fingers since she was a child, no matter how difficult it was to get them. She would always think of a way to get them. In the end, she would get what she wanted. She liked Qin Xiu. She liked him so much that she was crazy about him. The first time she saw this man, he was elegant and graceful. His every movement exuded a natural, noble temperament. He was neither strong nor weak. When he smiled, he was like a spring breeze. When he was deep in thought, he was as deep as the sea. At first glance, she knew that he was her, Du Jiayi's man. Just because he doesn't care about me now doesn't mean that he won't care about me in the future. Dad, your daughter is so cute and outstanding. How can anyone be so blind that they don't care about me? Du Jiayi, whose lips were slightly pressed, smiled again. Qin Xiu is different from other men. The Qin family is an aristocratic family with a big business. Everyone in the family is from a famous family. Qin Xiu was born in such a family. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? Fat and thin, arrogant, gentle, pretty daughter of a humble family, passionate like fire. He has seen them all. Because he has seen too many, his heart is cold and hard, and he won't be easily shaken. This is called having a firm mind. He won't be easily confused by wildflowers. Dad, are you not satisfied with Qin Xiu? Du Jiayi walked into the elevator with the deputy chief of staff. She pouted and shook her father's arm in dissatisfaction. How can you not be satisfied with Qin Xiu? He's so capable. Just some time ago, when a plane crashed in another country, Qin Xiu stood in front of the news release stage of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and fought back very well. Look, he wasn't afraid at all. He was very calm and very sharp when answering the tricky questions of the reporters. Dad, how can you not be satisfied with such an outstanding Qin Xiu? The deputy chief of staff, whose arm hurt from the shaking, had a helpless look on his face. Seeing his daughter's outward appearance, he could not help but laugh. Everyone says that daughters are always outward. Look at you, look at you. You let your father dote on you for more than 20 years for nothing. She hasn't even married yet, but her heart has already flown away. Aren't you worried that Dad will be upset? Don't worry, don't worry. Dad knows that his daughter married well, so he won't worry. He'll only be happy and gratified. At that time, he could proudly tell his old comrades, "Come, come, come. I'll show you the son-in-law my daughter found for me. How about that? Isn't it good? At that time, you will be so happy. Madam Li gave birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters. Why did the couple like their youngest daughter, Du Jiayi, the most? It was because she had a glib tongue that could make the couple happy." At this moment, the happy deputy chief of staff, burst into laughter. You're so smart. Qin Xiu. He deliberately paused, as if he was going to say something bad about Qin Xiu. When Du Jiayi saw this, she pretended to be anxious. Don't say anything bad about Qin Xiu. You have to say something good. Ha ha. Okay, Dad will say something good. I'll say something good that a smart girl like you likes to hear. Qin Xiu is indeed very capable, and he is also very clean. Looking around the city, there are not many men who are as outstanding as him in all aspects. You have good taste. I haven't seen you like this or that in all these years. Since you were a child, you always knew that you should have the best. Since you were a child, you would rather have nothing than have something substandard. This makes your mother, and I feel very relieved. Chapter 2787. The deputy chief of staff, had always been very satisfied with their youngest daughter. Ever since she was a child, the couple had never worried about her. When they were in junior high school, the wife accidentally saw a torn love letter in the trash can in her daughter's study. She was afraid that her daughter would fall in love behind her parents' back, so she found an opportunity to chat with her daughter. Who would have thought that her daughter, who was only 13 years old at the time, had a look of disdain and sneered, "Mom, you're looking down on me too much. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and they're just toads trying to eat swan meat. How could I possibly fall for them?" Little grandma said that a woman should have self-respect. Only by having self-respect can she find the best man in the world to be her husband. I won't fall in love at school and be taken advantage of by those little boys. I want to find the best, most outstanding boyfriend. I want him to be my husband just like Dad. When Mom finds Dad, she'll find the best man in the world to be her husband. At that time, the couple had been shocked, but they were also amused by her childish words and laughed heartily. Since then, no matter how late their daughter came home, which classmates she went out to play with, or what was in her bag, the couple had never asked. Their daughter knew what her goals were and what she wanted to do. Just like now, she only had eyes for Qin Xiu, and Qin Xiu was indeed a good man. The deputy chief of staff smiled and said, "Since you've taken a fancy to Qin Xiu, and Mrs. Qin also wants to match you with him, with the support of the adults, you and Qin Xiu can be considered half successful. Dad won't stop you, and I also hope that he can become your husband. My daughter is so outstanding, and only a man like Qin Xiu is worthy of my daughter. Go and get along well with him. Dad will wait for your good news." The deputy chief of staff, was naturally very satisfied with Qin Xiu. His family's ancestors had been poor farmers for 3 generations, and they weren't a rich family. If his daughter married into Qin Xiu's family, it would be because the family's ancestors had accumulated good karma for their daughter to marry into a real rich family. Jiayi raised her eyebrows confidently. "Don't worry, Dad. There's nothing your daughter can't handle. And with Aunt Qin's support, I will definitely be together with Brother Qin Xiu so that you can benefit from being a son-in-law one day. Tisk, TSK. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Taking advantage of your son-in-law? Why don't you say that your daughter and son-in-law are taking advantage of your father?" No, we want to earn our own living. We don't want to rely on the Lord. All right, Dad, we're here. Don't say anything else, lest he hears you. I'm now the one who's chasing after Qin Xiu. If others find out, I'll lose face. You're not allowed to mention anything about this outside. You hear me? In the face of his daughter's warning, the deputy chief of staff, didn't stop laughing. His daughter was very good. If Qin Xiu married his daughter, she would definitely be a good helper by his side. His career would definitely rise steadily, and everything would go smoothly. However, Qin Xiu's heart didn't waver at all. He hadn't seen all kinds of fat and thin women like Du Jiayi said. When he was a student, his studies were very important, and after he started working, he had a lot of work. He didn't have the time to look at fat and thin women. Even if he did, it was because Mrs. Qin forced him to. As soon as he walked out of the military headquarters, his phone's signal was automatically blocked. Qin Xiu opened it and glanced at it. 2 of the messages were from Mrs. Qin, and 1 was from a colleague. He first opened the message from his colleague, telling him that he had gone to the headquarters to retrieve the documents and put them in his office. Chapter 2788. As for Mrs. Qin's text, Qin Xiu's brows furrowed slightly. His finger hovered over the button for a few seconds before he opened it. 1 text asked when he would be back. The other instructed him to go to the Du residence early and pick up the daughter of the deputy chief of staff. She also told him that this was a gentleman's action and that he couldn't refuse. Going to someone else's house personally to pick up a woman and bring her home was considered a gentleman's action? Qin Xiu's eyes darkened. He deleted the text and didn't take it to heart. He called Mr. Chin and told him that he would pick up Grandpa and Grandma at Danguay Garden later. A few young soldiers in military uniforms walked out from the other side of the military headquarters. They were all tall and bulky, which made the soldier walking in the middle look even more slender and eye-catching. "That's good. I don't have time here. I'm worried about sending a driver to pick them up. I'll be more at ease if you pick them up." Mr. Chin's serious voice came from the phone. Chin Xiu looked at the slender figure and said, "Okay, I got it. You go ahead." The slender figure turned a corner and walked out of his sight in the blink of an eye. Chin Xiu didn't even hang up and immediately chased after her. Yi Qian. That slender figure was Yi Qian. He hadn't seen her for half a year. He originally wanted to go to school to look for her, but he didn't expect that she would be so busy that she didn't even have time to rest. Now he ran into her at the military headquarters. Did she have something to do there during the summer break? He was familiar with two of the soldiers beside her. They were Commander-in-Chief Xia's son, Xia Jinyuan. The other was Brigade Commander Han's son, Han Zheng. They both knew each other, but they were just acquaintances. Chin Xiu strode forward and saw Yi Qian talking to the young soldiers. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks and didn't walk over. "We're not going shopping. We're all grown men. I'm going back to sleep. You three go back early. Remember to come back at 9 tomorrow morning. Major General Yang will be back tomorrow morning. You can't be late." A few of his comrades stood beside the two jeeps, and they still had to say a few words before boarding the jeeps. Xia Jinyuan walked alone and said with a smile, "Then the 5 of you can go back and rest. The 2 of them will go together, while I will go alone. I'll be back before 9 tomorrow morning." Han Zheng, who was texting with his head lowered, stopped texting when he heard that he was included in the team. He immediately said, "Don't drag me in. I'm not going back. I'm not going back. I'm going back to the team tomorrow morning like the 3 of them. I just texted my mom. I want to go home. I want to eat the delicious food at home. Why don't the 4 of you come to my house? If you can stay, each of you will have a room. I won't let you sleep in the same bed. I won't stop you from going home, but you'd better behave yourself. Don't contact your old friends as soon as you come out. If I find out, I'll skin you alive." Xia Jinyuan glanced coldly at Han Zheng, who was also planning to go home. They had been friends for many years, so he knew best what kind of person his best friend was. F***CK. Do you think I'm a cow? How can I still have the strength after plowing for several months? I need to go back and nourish my body. After tonight, I'll return to the team tomorrow. Han Zheng answered very seriously. He was so serious that his comrades pretended not to hear him. Instead, they all laughed out loud. They were very suspicious of the credibility of his words. Han Zheng touched his nose and felt a little hurt. "Then let's go about our own business. I'll go back with Yi Qian first." Li Jinyan, who finally confirmed that he could bring his sister back to Danguay Garden, smiled coldly. "See you tomorrow." Chapter 2789. He reached out to shake Xia Jinyuan's hand and bid him farewell. Xia Jinyuan reached out his hand and said helplessly, "It's too obvious that you're chasing me away." "What else can I do? Take you with me?" Li Jinyan replied calmly. "You can't take me with you this time, but take me with you next time." "How about that?" "No, I don't really want to be in the same car as you." "It's okay. I can drive myself. I know the way, so you don't have to worry about me getting lost." Lieutenant Colonel Xia continued smoothly, and he was speaking to Yi Qian. "I still have a few words to say to you in private. We can't let them hear us." Li Jinyan's smile faded, and his expression turned cold again. He said to Yi Qian, "Let's go home first. It's getting late." If you have anything to say, you can say it tomorrow. The two of them went back and forth, and Yi Qian wanted to laugh. It was an embarrassing and childish conversation, but the two people involved had no self-awareness at all. I'll talk to him for a while. I'll be back soon. Yi Qian stood beside her boyfriend and looked at her pitifully for a long time. He really couldn't bear to reject her. Since his sister agreed, her brother naturally couldn't force her. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give him 3 minutes." 3 minutes. He still wanted 30 minutes. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was being restricted by his brother-in-law, felt wronged. He bent down slightly and said to Yi Qian, "Fortunately, you helped me. My heart is comforted." Just as Xia Jinyuan bent down slightly to talk to Yi Qian, Qin Xiu, who had been waiting with a smile, suddenly narrowed his eyes. His mind suddenly flashed back to that rainy morning when he returned from Lingguo. He wanted to give her an umbrella, but he saw her trotting all the way. She couldn't wait to throw herself into the arms of a man in military uniform like a swallow returning to the forest. At that time, the rain was so heavy that it formed a line. He was far away and couldn't see the man's face clearly. He only knew that it was a tall and slender man whose military aura wasn't hidden by the heavy rain. The tall and straight figure in the rain suddenly overlapped with Xia Jinyuan's figure, almost exactly. Qin Xiu's hands suddenly clenched. However, when he saw the two of them politely shaking hands, Qin Xiu wondered if he was overthinking it. At that moment, the person standing beside Yi Qian wasn't Xia Jinyuan. It was old Master Li's grandson, Li Jinyan. They were standing far apart. He remembered that Li Jinyan didn't like to interact with people. Back then, when the old master had returned to Dangui Garden, he and his grandparents had visited him. When the old master introduced his grandson, Li Jinyan, the two of them had politely shook hands. Li Jinyan had quickly retracted his hand. From this, he could tell that he was a man who always kept a distance from others. But now, he was standing very close to Yi Jian. Their shoulders had bumped into each other several times. Not only was he not angry, but his cold face, which was teased by the old man as having a sculpted face, actually had a faint smile on it. 3 minutes wasn't enough time to walk. Xia Jinyuan didn't step aside to talk to Yi Qian. Instead, he said, "Let's talk about it tomorrow. 3 minutes isn't enough. Call me when you get back." In the military, where there were surveillance cameras everywhere, he still kept a certain distance from Yi Qian. They looked close, but the distance was far enough that no one would notice anything. Qin Xiu saw this and thought that he was overthinking it. "Brother Qin Xiu?" A woman's playful voice came from behind. Qin Xiu's face darkened. The woman who was talking to him quickly walked up to him. She smiled. "It's really you. Why? Are you waiting for the bus? Do you want to go together?" "My dad said he needed to go to East Huan for some business. He needs to pass by your building." Chapter 2790. She was a woman full of aggression, but she thought she was very polite and could take care of other people's emotions. In Qin Xiu's mind, Du Jiai was full of hidden offensive power from head to toe. Her sweet smile with a hint of playfulness was just right to conceal the exuberant ambition in the depths of her eyes. No matter how well she hid it, it was useless. Although he didn't interact with women before, her gaze was enough to make him want to stay 1,000 miles away. Even talking was tiring. It was too tiring to hide too much. In order to be perfect, it was too boring to always hide your true feelings at all times. She was far inferior to the girl who walked into his heart. Even if she was ruthless, she had to be honest. Qin Xiu's eyes were a little cold. When he heard Du Jiai teasing herself and a little serious, she smiled and said, "Oh my God, Qin Xiu, don't tell me you don't know who I am now. We met an hour ago. We even had a meal together last month. Last month, you came to my house with Aunt Chin as a guest. Chin Xiu, if you say you don't know me, I'll be really sad. I know I look average, but at least I'm a little bit delicate and pretty. I don't have an ordinary face that you forget when you turn around. She was very good at teasing herself. There was an indescribable straightforwardness. With appropriate expressions and appropriate humor, it was easy for people to remember her face and her person. One liked to steal the limelight and control the whole situation by herself. Everyone's attention was focused on her, and then they would listen to her and do things according to her requests. The silent Qin Xiu had already analyzed the woman in front of him from head to toe. Gradually, the polite smile in Qin Xiu's eyes disappeared. Was this the best daughter-in-law his mother thought? When did Mrs. Qin, who was born in a prestigious family and received an orthodox aristocratic education, have such poor taste? She couldn't even see the ambition in a little girl, the daughter of the deputy chief of staff Du. That year, he had followed the art troupe into Tibet as a reporter and encountered an avalanche midway. This Miss Du was quite powerful throughout the entire journey. Her aggressive tone and cold attitude had greatly broadened his horizons. If he hadn't known her for a long time, he probably would have been like Mrs. Qin and really thought that the daughter of the deputy chief of staff, Du, was a good person. Qin Xiu's gaze was cold as he looked at Du Jiai, who had appeared before him. He nodded lightly. Miss Du, it turns out that Brother Qin Xiu knows me. I was feeling a little embarrassed just now. Du Jiai patted her chest, as if she had just survived a disaster. She let out a long sigh and said, I was really afraid that you would say that you don't know me. Since you know me, Brother Qin Xiu, you always call me Miss Du, but I always call you Brother Qin Xiu. I'm a little embarrassed. Du Jiai blinked lightly and asked tentatively in a negotiating tone, Brother Qin Xiu, how about you call me Du Jiai? Du Jiai is better than Miss Du. It won't cause a misunderstanding, and it won't make me feel too embarrassed. That year, Qin Xiu deliberately lowered his voice and wore a lot of clothes. Even now, Du Jiai didn't recognize that the Qin Xiu in front of her was the reporter Qin who had entered Tibet with her. She happened to be standing in front of Qin Xiu, blocking him from the best angle where he could see the front. Qin Xiu, who was worried that Yi Jian would get in the car and leave, looked up and glanced in the front. His heart sank slightly. She was indeed getting in the car and leaving. Chapter 2791. Seeing that Yi Qian was about to get into the car, Qin Xiu, who was not in the mood to socialize, looked at her coldly. Out of courtesy, he said calmly, Miss Du, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I need to say hello to my friend. I've been waiting for him all this time. But you suddenly rushed out and arranged to get into the car on your own accord. You even talked to yourself for a long time like a wronged host. With Qin Xiu's self-restraint, he naturally would not say these words out loud. But what he said just now already had a layer of meaning behind it. It just sounded elegant and did not make people feel embarrassed. Du Jiai was a smart person. How could she not understand the deeper meaning behind Qin Xiu's words? Her expression froze, and her smile was especially forced. But she did not let herself lose her composure for too long. After a few seconds, she adjusted her expression and apologized profusely. I'm sorry, Qin Xiu. I didn't pay attention just now. I thought you were waiting for the car. She saw that Qin Xiu's gaze was focused on the road ahead over her shoulder. She quickly turned around and looked in that direction as well. She apologized. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Yi Qian had already gotten into the car. Du Jiai, who turned around, only saw the straight military green trousers and the shiny black female soldier leather shoes. But she recognized the dark green figure, who escorted the female soldier into the car and carefully covered the female soldier's head to prevent her from hitting her head. Li Jinyan. It was actually Li Jinyan. Du Jiai's eyes darkened. She actually saw Li Jinyan get into the car with a female soldier in the military headquarters. Li Jinyan, who was not close to anyone and was a loner to the point of giving her grandfather a headache, was actually traveling with a female soldier? Did she discover a big secret? Then, this secret made Du Jiai's face darken again. Her eyebrows furrowed even more fiercely. A few years ago, after the New Year's Eve dinner, she opened the door to his car without asking for his permission and got in. Then, in front of the hotel staff, he said, "Get out of the car." She even said coldly to her grandmother, who stood up for her, "Those who are qualified to sit in my car are all engraved on the memorial tablets." Those words were like sharp arrows that pierced her heart and her grandmother's heart. The lights outside the hotel were so bright that her grandmother's face was ghastly pale. Grandpa didn't think much of it and said, "Take the same car you came in and go back. It's the new year. Don't make your cousin unhappy." Don't make things difficult for your cousin? Was she looking for trouble with him? He was clearly the one who was making things difficult for her. From then on, she knew that no matter how much her grandfather doted on her, in the old man's heart, the eldest son and grandson were the most important. Even her little grandmother could not compare. And now, she saw him escorting a female soldier into the car with her own eyes. Didn't he say that everyone who could sit in his car had their names engraved on their memorial tablets? Who was the person sitting in his car now? He was even sitting in the front passenger seat. That must be someone Li Jinyan valued very much. Du Jiai, whose eyes were dark, saw Li Jinyan close the car door and walk around the front of the car to leave. Memories of the past flashed through her mind, and she blinked her eyes lightly. The friend that Qin Xiu was waiting for, could it be Li Jinyan? Thinking of this possibility, Du Jiai suppressed the joy in her eyes and said in surprise, Isn't that my cousin? Brother Qin Xiu, are you friends with my brother?" The friend that he was waiting for was Li Jinyan. That was a good idea. Chapter 2792. "It's my cousin, Brother Qin Xiu. I'll go over and say hi to him. Brother Qin Xiu, are you waiting for my cousin?" Qin Xiu and Li Jinyan weren't close enough for him to go over and say hi, but when he remembered that Yi Qian was there, he didn't answer Du Jiai and strode over. His actions made Du Jiai even more certain that the friend he was waiting for was Li Jinyan, an annoying guy who had a very ordinary relationship with his family and little grandmother. Without thinking too much, Du Jiai jogged past Qin Xiu and ran forward. After running a few steps, Du Jiai suddenly saw a man who made her very afraid. "Xia Jinyuan, why is he here too? Should I still go over?" The fear in her heart made Du Jiai want to retreat for a moment, but when she saw that Qin Xiu had passed her again, Du Jiai bit her lower lip and braced herself to continue jogging. Li Jinyan didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Now that he was in the military, he couldn't be as nervous as he was outside. He crossed the front of the car and got into the car quickly, as if he was afraid that Xia Jinyuan would suddenly chase after him and ask to go with him. When Li Jinyan started the car, he received a call from his comrades in the team telling him that they had already gotten into the car and left the military. The members of the Storm Triamphibious Commando team left in 2 separate jeeps. They were temporarily staying at the same base as the Special Forces of the Snowfield Brigade. After the final selection of people going abroad tomorrow, the water demons who weren't selected would return to the naval base. Xia Jinyuan saw that he was still holding his phone and starting the car. He frowned and raised his hand to knock on Yi Qian's car window. "Don't open it. Otherwise, we'll have to listen to him talk for a while." Li Jinyan said calmly to Yi Qian, He waved his right hand out of the car window, gesturing for Xia Jinyuan to move away. At the same time, he rolled down the car window on his side, leaned forward, and said calmly, "Let's cut the crap. It's time for you to go back to the old mansion." In front, Du Jiai ran over and shouted, "Cousin, big cousin!" When Xia Jinyuan's teammates heard this, they all turned to look at him. "Cousin? Who?" When Xia Jinyuan recognized the female soldier who ran over, his eyes suddenly swept over her with a sharp gaze. That's right. He had forgotten a very important relationship. The deputy chief of staff, Du, was the son-in-law of the Li family. Madame Li was the daughter of Old Man Li and his second wife, and Demon King Li had to call Madame Li aunt. Family Xia didn't get along well with the Du family, but the Li family was related by marriage. "Your aunt's daughter, Du Jiai, is here," Xia Jinyuan reminded him. Behind Du Jiai was Qin Xiu. Why were the two of them walking over one after the other? Sitting in the car, Li Jinyan also thought about the relationship between the Du family and family Xia. Before this, he probably didn't think too deeply about the relationship between the Du family, family Xia, and the Li family. Therefore, when Li Jinyan heard Du Jiai's name, his handsome face was slightly stunned. When he heard the two words cousin just now, he didn't realize who it was. He also didn't know that he was big cousin. He immediately raised his hand and lowered the visor in front of Yi Qian's passenger seat. "Move to the side. Don't let the people outside see you." He didn't have any sibling relationship with Du Jiai. He even called her outsiders. Yi Qian also heard Du Jiai's voice. She also didn't know that the person who called out cousin was her elder brother. Li. Madame Li was her elder brother's aunt. After straightening out their relationship, Yi Qian's heart shook violently. Chapter 2793. Brother, I had a conflict with Du Jiai during the rescue in the snow mountain. Get out of the car first. Don't let her see me. The shocked Yi Qian immediately revealed the conflict between her and Du Jiai. She tried to cause trouble for me, but she didn't manage to find out where I was. Li Jinyan's face darkened. He started the car and turned on the air conditioner. "Okay, sit in the car. Don't be afraid of her. I'm here for you." With that, he jumped out of the car and closed the door behind him. "I'm here for you." Yi Qian's lips curled up when she heard that. It felt great to have a brother who could protect her and prevent her from being bullied. Yi Qian looked at the bright windshield with a smile. After thinking for a while, she reclined her seat and sat in the back. She couldn't announce that she had returned to the Fu family. If Du Jiai saw her sitting in the same car as her brother, she would definitely investigate. Maybe she would really find out about her relationship with the Fu family. The Jeep's windows were very good. The people inside could see outside, but the people outside couldn't. Du Jiai, who had already run to the front of Qin Xiu, stood in front of the car and looked inside. She smiled at Li Jinyan and said, "Cousin, when did you come back to the capital? Why didn't I know you were here?" Her enthusiasm was very sudden to Li Jinyan. This was something that had never happened before. So wasn't it very sudden? "What's the matter?" he asked with a cold gaze. "Nothing. I just saw you and came over to say hi." Du Jiai sneered as she glanced inside the car. He was sitting in the front seat just now, but when he saw her, he climbed into the back seat. There must be something wrong. Could it be that Li Jinyan had a girlfriend, but he didn't want to tell his family? Xia Jinyuan had already noticed that Qin Xiu was not looking at Du Jiai. As he walked over, he kept looking at the front passenger seat of the car. He saw Yi Qian just now and came over to greet Yi Qian. At that moment, Xia Jinyuan's brain reacted and made the corresponding movements. "Ambassador Qin, long time no see. He quickly walked over and blocked Qin Xiu's path. Regardless of his relationship with Du Jiai, he could not allow him to call out Yi Qian's name now. Qin Xiu didn't expect that Xia Jinyuan would stop him from greeting him. Why would he do that? Was there a reason? What was the reason? Hello, Major Xia. Qin Xiu stopped in his tracks and glanced at Xia Jinyuan's epaulets. He nodded and smiled. Indeed, long time no see. People who weren't familiar with each other wouldn't have much to talk about, but for Xia Jinyuan, he could talk about anything. He smiled and said, I saw Ambassador Qin's speech a few days ago. It was very interesting and admirable. Major Xia, you flatter me. This is what I should do. As soon as Qin Xiu finished speaking, he heard Li Jinyan say to Du Jiai in a deep voice, I need to send my colleague back to the base. Goodbye. Yi Qian had become Li Jinyan's colleague. Qin Xiu was a little surprised, but then he felt that something was amiss. Yi Qian was a military school student. How could he be a colleague of Li Jinyan, who was in the Navy? They weren't colleagues, but they called each other colleagues. Could it be? This was the reason why Xia Jinyuan stopped him from greeting Yi Qian. Qin Xiu suddenly remembered that Yi Qian had been entrusted with an important task by the military to accompany him to a neighboring country for negotiations. He immediately changed his mind about greeting Yi Qian and said to Xia Jinyuan, I'm sorry, Major Xia. I have something to discuss with Lieutenant Colonel Li. Please excuse me. Chapter 2794. This is interesting. No wonder J5 warned me not to be careless. The powerful Ambassador Qin is a terrifying love rival. At this moment, he changed his mind and said that he was here for Yi Qian. It was obvious that he already knew that it was not convenient for Yi Qian to greet him. As for how he thought of this, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, with a playful smile on his lips, looked deeply at the other party and smiled faintly. Ambassador Qin, please. He was indeed a terrifying man, but he could not be considered a love rival. He liked Yi Qian, but Yi Qian did not even know about it. How could he be considered a love rival? Du Jiai did not care about Li Jinyan's attitude towards her. Everyone was the same, so there was no need to be angry. It must be a very important colleague for Big Brother to send her off personally. I shall not disturb Big Brother's work. I wonder how long Cousin will stay this time. Grandpa really hopes that Cousin can come home and stay. So does little Grandma. They both miss Cousin very much. When she looked again, she still could not see what the female soldier in the car looked like. It was obvious that she was hiding from her. Li Jinyan. Oh, Li Jinyan, did you think that your girlfriend would not know who it was just because you asked her to hide? Ha! It was easy for Du Jiai to find out who was in the car. She could just look at the surveillance footage. However, Xia Jinyuan pressed the button and sent a message to Commander-in-Chief Xia. Old man Xia, your son and daughter-in-law are being watched. Please inform the control room to delete the surveillance footage for the past few hours. Remember to clean up the mother shell too. Xia Jinyuan, as a Special Forces soldier, could think of the things that she could think of even more. Li Jinyan, who did not want to talk to Du Jiai, nodded calmly. I'll leave first. Goodbye. Jinyan. Qin Xiu called out to Li Jinyan, who was about to turn around. I have something to say to you. Can you spare a minute? It's about the old man. He was telling Du Jiai that the friend he was waiting for was Li Jinyan. Yi Qian was still in the car, and Du Jiai, who loved to stir up trouble, was still outside the car. Li Jinyan did not plan to talk in private. If it's not something urgent, let's talk here. It wasn't anything important. He just needed to cooperate. Seeing this, Qin Xiu smiled and said, It's nothing important. Lieutenant Colonel Li will take our leave first. See you next time. Xia Jinyuan waved his hand again. Just as his hand was about to fall, he made a gesture. Li Jinyan nodded, indicating that he understood. Li Jinyan, Xia Jinyuan, and Qin Xiu were all outstanding men with high IQ and meticulous thoughts. They could understand the meaning behind a simple glance, a gesture, or a casual sentence. Seeing that Qin Xiu understood what he meant, Xia Jinyuan left with his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade. Du Jiai, who did not dare to look around, heard the sound of the car starting up behind her. Her back, which was slightly tense, suddenly relaxed. Xia Jinyuan was a scary and annoying guy. As long as he was around, she would be in trouble. Fortunately, he left. Du Jiai, who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, felt a burning pain in her arm. Seeing that Qin Xiu was still talking to Li Jinyan, Du Jiai's eyes moved slightly. She wanted to get into the car and take a look, but before he could do anything, a cold voice suddenly shot over like an arrow. "What are you trying to do?" Chapter 2795. Du Jiai panicked. She hurriedly turned around and combed her hair. She frowned and complained, "It's too hot. Cousin, I want to blow on the air conditioner in your car." Even Qin Xiu's expression turned cold. He said to Li Jinyan, "If you have something to do, go ahead. We'll meet up again when we get back to Dangui Garden." Okay. Li Jinyan looked at him deeply. He could feel that Qin Xiu was helping him get rid of Du Jiai. "I'll be at Dangui Garden when I'm free. Contact me when you're free." Qin Xiu's smile deepened. "Contact me when you're free." Without giving Du Jiai a chance to open the car door, Li Jinyan stepped on the accelerator. He didn't even look at Du Jiai as he left with Yi Qian. His indifference made Du Jiai smile coldly. She stared at the car, without blinking until it disappeared from her sight. It seemed like she had to make a trip to Grandpa's house today to bring him good news. Eldest cousin might have found a female soldier as his girlfriend. Otherwise, why would he let an insignificant person sit in his car? Qin Xiu watched the car leave. He glanced at Du Jiai, who was still standing in the same spot. He raised his hand to look at the time. It was 10:15 in the morning. He still had to return to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Miss Du, I still have work to do. I'll leave first." She was the daughter of Deputy Chief of Staff. The trip to the Snow Mountain had taught him a lot. She didn't recognize him as the reporter who went to Tibet with the art troupe, but he had already recognized him. A woman who liked to bully her comrades and wanted to show off her generosity. It was already good that he didn't leave in a huff. Unfortunately, Mrs. Qin was interested in this pair of mother and daughter. He had to talk to Mrs. Qin when he got back. He didn't want her to be bewitched by the scheming wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff. Du Jiai didn't know that Qin Xiu didn't have a good impression of her. She hadn't met Qin Xiu a few times, nor did she have contact with Qin Xiu's friends. She thought that she had behaved well during the few times they met. How could Qin Xiu hate her? Qin Xiu really didn't hate her. He just saw through her other side and didn't want to be with her. Du Jiai, who had always been good at reading people's faces, didn't notice anything strange. She smiled reservedly and replied, "I should get going. Goodbye, Brother Qin Xiu." Qin Xiu, who didn't show any displeasure, nodded at her politely and then turned to leave. Qin Xiu's car couldn't enter and leave the military headquarters as he pleased. Instead, a staff member had parked it outside. He turned around and called the driver, indicating that he could drive over. Watching his slender figure slowly walk out of her line of sight, the smile on Du Jiai's face gradually turned cold. She couldn't tell what he was unhappy about, but as a woman, she could feel Qin Xiu's indifference towards her. Just now, he could smile and talk to Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan, but he was only cold towards her. Even if he smiled, it was a distant smile. Why was it like this? She couldn't remember when she had angered him, and she was sure that they had never interacted before. She suddenly had a crush on him because of his elegance on TV. Why was he so cold towards her? Until now. Du Jiayi still hadn't recognized Qin Xiu as the reporter who had entered Tibet with their art troupe. Naturally, she didn't know why Qin Xiu was so cold towards her. Chapter 2796. Du Jiayi, who was a little annoyed, saw that her father had not come out yet, so she took out her cell phone and called Mrs. Li. After calling Mrs. Li twice in a row, Du Jiayi did not pick up. She was so annoyed that even the sound of cicadas was annoying. After a while, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated. Du Jiayi, who looked gloomy, saw that it was Mrs. Li and immediately answered the phone. The caller ID showed that it was Mrs. Li, but the voice was not Mrs. Li's. Jia, I'm Aunt Chow. Sorry, your mother was trying on the gown just now and didn't receive your call in time. What can I do for you? Madame Zhao's gentle and benevolent voice drifted over, and Du Jiayi's face instantly broke into a smile. Annie Xiao, you're with my mother? It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask about her preparations. Aunt Xiao, will you come with us tonight? That's great. Then I will have 2 mothers to accompany me. A series of questions made Mrs. Xiao laugh. Mrs. Li, who had come out of the fitting room and was standing in front of the mirror, said to the waiter at the counter, Chengwan, Jia is clinging to me, and you again tonight. No, we have to drive her away. If she stays with us all the time, those outstanding young men will definitely not dare to talk to her. We will delay Jiayi from finding a boyfriend again. Mrs. Li was in the shopping mall choosing the gown to attend Mrs. Qin's birthday party tonight. Her cell phone was in her bag, and the bag was held by Mrs. Xiao, so she did not receive Du Jiayi's call. When she came out of the fitting room, she heard her friend say that her cell phone rang twice, so she asked her friend to see who it was. After knowing that it was her daughter, she asked her friend to call back. Hearing this, they couldn't help but laugh. It's not like you don't know that this child is a tyrant. She won't show her cowardice if she walks with us. If you really leave her alone, you won't be able to recover in 10 minutes. She hates these things the most. If it weren't for the fact that you and I are present, it would be a problem. After that, she said to the waiter who was half squatting to tidy her up, My waist is a little uncomfortable. Did you make a mistake? This was a famous custom-made qipao in the capital. Madame Li and Madame Xiao were regular customers here. The waiter quickly opened the invisible zipper, folded it inside, and pulled the zipper up again. Only then did Mrs. Li feel that her waist was not tight. When it was Ms. Zhao's turn to try it on, she picked up the phone. This time, she didn't turn on the speaker. When she heard her daughter's voice, she waited for Madame Xiao to enter the fitting room before saying gently, Your father called me just now. He said that Qin Xiu went to the military with you this morning. Jiayi, did you tell him about what happened tonight? Du Jiayi, who was not in a good mood, said in a low voice, I didn't ask. Dad asked for me. He said he would try to go back as soon as possible. Mom, although Aunt Qin said it, Qin Xiu didn't agree, so I can't force him. I don't want him to have a bad impression of me. Furthermore, she paused for a moment before continuing, also, I feel that he's very cold to me. He doesn't treat me differently just because Aunt Qin likes me. Everything has a process, and this process is a progress. Didn't your Auntie Qin say that Qin Xiu is someone who doesn't know how to please a girl? That's right. If he treats you well one day, it means that there's progress between the two of you. Chapter 2797. Mrs. Li could hear the sadness in her daughter's voice, so she couldn't help but comfort her. Qin Xiu, this son-in-law, needless to say, was a 1 in a million choice. As long as her daughter married into the Qin family, all her wishes in this lifetime would be fulfilled. In the future, the Du family would be a cut above everyone else no matter where they went, and they would be held in high regard wherever they went. How many of the people who laughed at her for marrying a military officer could be as good as her now? She would be the real winner after her daughter married into the Qin family. Du Jiai walked to the shade and stood there, but her mood didn't lighten up. A few years ago, he and a senior official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs welcomed an important guest to China for an interview. Because of his good looks and outstanding aura, the camera that usually only focused on the leader gave him a close-up. Although it was only for 4 seconds, it made her remember him. She couldn't stop her crush. It wasn't until 3 years later that she confessed to her mother that she liked a diplomat. At that time, her mother thought she liked a normal diplomat. It wasn't until she saw the photo that she realized she liked Qin Xiu. At that time, the Du family and the Qin family had just met, and her mother and Mrs. Qin had just met. It wasn't until this year that the relationship between the Du family and the Qin family improved, and her mother finally brought her to meet Mrs. Qin. Everything had happened so naturally that she had finally arrived in front of him. She spent so much effort to meet him. No, she couldn't be discouraged by Qin Xiu's indifference to her. She had a crush on him for so long, and she had to have a satisfying ending. Jiai, seeing that her daughter didn't speak for a long time, Mrs. Li didn't even have the mood to pick out a dress. She picked up her phone and wanted to persuade her again. Du Jiai's voice came from the phone. "It's so hot outside. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. I've persisted for so long. How can I be defeated by his indifference? Since he's like this to any woman, then I don't have to be discouraged. The more he's like this, the more I won't let go. Mom, wait for my good news. I'll definitely make Qin Xiu your son-in-law. You and Auntie Xiao, I'll go home after I send Dad back to the General Staff Department." She waited patiently for Qin Xiu until he became her boyfriend. If it were any other matter, she would have used her methods long ago. But Qin Xiu couldn't do it. She didn't dare to use too many tricks, fearing that this man who smiled like a clear breeze and bright moon would go further and further away, and in the end become a stranger to her. For Qin Xiu, she had to be very careful. She couldn't afford to make any mistakes. The deputy chief of staff Du walked out and looked around when he didn't see his daughter outside. He saw his daughter waving at him while talking to someone. "Mom, Dad is out. I won't talk to you anymore. See you later. Bye-bye." Hearing her daughter's energetic voice, Mrs. Li nodded in satisfaction and hung up the phone. Of the 2 sons and 2 daughters, her youngest daughter was the one who resembled her the most. When they got into the car, the deputy chief of staff Du was tickled by his daughter's request and burst into laughter. "My dear Jiai, do you really think I can access the military surveillance system just because I want to? You're a soldier. How can you be so naive? Even if it's the General Staff Department's surveillance system, I can't access it just because I want to. The military. Ha ha. You really dare to dream." Chapter 2798. After getting into the car, Qin Xiu was on the phone with Mrs. Qin. When he found out that Du Jiai was arranged to be his female companion, Qin Xiu, who was usually gentle and elegant, had a terrifyingly gloomy expression on his face. "I won't go to Deputy Chief of Staff Du's house to pick Miss Du up, nor will I let her be my female companion. After I finish my work, I'll go to Dangui Garden to pick up Grandpa and Grandma. Tonight, I'll be with them the entire time. Mom, although Grandpa and Grandma aren't in charge now, if you go too far and ask Grandpa and Grandma to step in, how will you face them?" She was a little impolite, which made Mrs. Qin, who was at home, so angry that her heart ached. The older her good son grew, the more daring he was to talk back to her. Now, he even brought up Grandpa and Grandma Qin. "If you brought home a girlfriend with a clean family background, I wouldn't have to worry about you." Mrs. Qin, who was rubbing her chest, was also furious. She sat in front of the dressing table and smashed the comb in half. This won't do. Which one won't do? Do you really want to stay single for the rest of your life? Your grandpa and grandma aren't in charge now because they've completed their responsibilities. Their children have already started their own families. As for you, I had the responsibility to arrange everything for you since I gave birth to you. When you get married and have children, my responsibilities will also be completed. Every time this topic was brought up, Qin Xiu felt helpless. He could easily deal with the difficulties of other countries, but he felt powerless every time he faced his mother's questions. You can remove this unnecessary responsibility and let me make my own choice. Mom, you say you're tired, but how can I not be tired too? Today is your birthday. I don't want to make you angry. I'll hang up first. See you tonight. After putting away his phone, Qin Xiu couldn't help but pinch between his eyebrows. Every time he called Mrs. Qin, he was so tired that he felt like he had been working for days and nights. Ambassador, there's a car following us, the driver suddenly said. It just caught up not long ago. Qin Xiu immediately restrained his expression and turned his head to look back. When he saw the car and the license plate, his tiredness disappeared, and he smiled at the driver. My friend, pull over. The two cars stopped. Li Jinyan and Qin Xiu got out of the car, one after another. Thank you for just now. Li Jinyan got out of the car and walked over. You came over because you saw Yiqian, right? I'm sorry, but it's not convenient for Yiqian to get out of the car now. Please forgive me. Sure enough, it was inconvenient for others to see. Qin Xiu smiled and said, Why don't you get out of the car? I'll go over and say hello. How about that? Must I go and greet him? Li Jinyan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Why did he feel that something was amiss? Li Jinyan, who was confused, nodded and took Qin Xiu back to his car. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the car, was a little surprised when he saw the two of them walking over. Why did they bring Qin Xiu over? After the two of them walked past, Yi Qian rolled down the car window. Qin Xiu walked over and saw the girl who had fallen into his heart wearing a military uniform. She sat in the car and looked at him with her bright eyes. Long time no see, Yi Qian. He stood outside the car and had no intention of getting in. He smiled and said to her, When I saw you just now, I was a little surprised. I didn't expect to see you in the military. Yi Qian smiled and said, Indeed, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to see you in the military either. I almost got into trouble just now, didn't I? They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Qin Xiu wanted to chat with her for a while more, but he knew that he had to walk over and say hello. He had already surprised the two of them. It wouldn't be good to waste time chatting. I'm sorry. I was reckless just now. I have to apologize to you. Chapter 2799. Li Jinyan saw that he didn't even intend to get in the car, and his tone was very polite, so the strange feeling in his heart disappeared. He was so modest and polite that Yi Qian, who didn't get out of the car, felt a little embarrassed. No, you don't have to apologize. It's my problem. It has nothing to do with you. You see, I haven't gotten out of the car yet. It's already very rude of me. You should apologize to me again, Qin Xiu. Based on our friendship, I really wasn't being polite. I should be the one apologizing. With the friendship between the two of us, I really won't be polite. This sentence made Qin Xiu's eyes full of smiles. Under the sunlight, the elegant man with a smile on his face was like a noble young master who had walked out of a painting. He had a scholarly aura and a noble aura. His black eyes, which looked like they were carved from black jade, gently looked at Yi Qian, looking at the girl in front of him, who could make him feel happy. With just one sentence, Qin Xiu said softly, I was too polite. Based on our friendship, You really didn't have to be so polite." As if he felt that he had revealed too much of his inner feelings, Qin Xiu immediately adjusted his tone and said, "I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Don't worry." She could see him, but she said that she couldn't see him because of personal problems. Then there was only one person she couldn't see. Qin Xiu, who was standing in the same place as he watched the car leave, couldn't help but purse his lips. There was only one person who didn't see Yi Qian, and that person was Li Jinyan's cousin. The person Yi Qian couldn't see was Du Jiai. In the car, Li Jinyan asked Yi Qian, "What kind of friendship do you two have?" "We've been through life and death together," Yi Qian replied with a smile. Li Jinyan knew that it wasn't convenient for him to ask any more questions. Been through life and death together. What was a life and death friendship? It was a life and death friendship that could only be described as a life and death friendship. His sister had been on a mission with the excellent diplomat who had stood watching them go. Li Jinyan glanced at the rearview mirror outside the car. The young diplomat, who was dressed elegantly and had a gentle temperament unique to the Qin family, stood there motionlessly. Even when Li Jinyan drove the car 100 meters away, he still stood there and watched. The strange feeling that had disappeared in an instant suddenly surged into her heart. Qin Xiu seemed to treat her younger sister a little differently. He clearly didn't have to come over to say hello, but he still came in the end. He obviously didn't have to stand there, but he just stood there without moving. Could it be that they were different because they had gone through life and death together? This was also a possibility. Li Jinyan did not think too much about it. Instead, he asked how Yi Qian had offended Du Jiai. Although he had participated in the rescue mission that year, he didn't know that Du Jiai was part of the rescue team. In addition, he wasn't familiar with Yi Qian at the time, so she didn't mention what had happened with Du Jiai during the rescue mission. Now that Yi Qian mentioned the Snow Mountain rescue mission, Li Jinyan was stunned for a few seconds. "You said that Du Jiai was one of the people we lost contact with when we went to Tibet for training?" "Yes, and the enmity between us started from that night." Thinking about the conflict between herself and Du Jiai, Yi Qian's eyes were cold. Even now, she didn't regret going against Du Jiai, whose words were like needles. Yi Jianjian recounted the verbal conflict that night. Although it had been a long time, her memory had always been good. She could recount every word that Du Jiai had said, as well as what she herself had said, one by one. Chapter 2800. Every word that comes out of your mouth sounds very polite, but what about the truth? She hinted to all her comrades that I was forcing myself to save people for the sake of my reputation. She said that I saved people and made my comrades busy around me. In the end, I got angry and didn't treat her well. Because of this, she bore a grudge against me. Later, I heard from Captain Xia that she tried to investigate me again, but to no avail. When school started this year, I went to the capital to visit Captain Xia, who was injured, and I met her again because of Yi Jifan's daughter. Li Jinyan's eyes turned cold. His sister had been tripped up by Du Jiai twice, and he had been there both times. When Avalanche rescued her, he had been at the scene. When Xia Jinyuan was injured, he had also been there. However, at that time, he hadn't reunited with his sister and missed the chance to help her again. Du Jiai has been the same since she was young. In the past, Li Jinyan pursed his lips and continued. In the past, because of my grandfather's second wife, our relationship with the Li family was ordinary. Later, when my father's second wife tried to drive me out of the Li family, Du Jiai even tipped me off twice. At that time, I thought that she was different. He thought that she was different, but in the end, he found out that she wasn't different. She was just better at hiding it. At that time, How old was Du Jiai? She was only 8 or 9 years old. Du Jiai was terrifyingly scheming when she was 8 or 9 years old. Little grandmother, Jiai doesn't like big cousin. She doesn't like big uncle either. Mom said that big uncle always makes you angry. Grandpa even left all the good things in the house to big cousin, causing Jiai to lose everything. Jiai doesn't like big cousin at all. He still remembered that Du Jiai's tender voice came from the room where the door wasn't completely closed. He heard every word clearly. Mom told me everything. Little grandmother, don't worry about Jiai. Jiai knows what she's doing. Grandpa gave her so many good things, and Jiai wants to take them back for you. So that was the truth. Since then, Li Jinyan had no more contact with Du Jiai. He didn't even want to say a word to her. Later, when he went to school and joined the army, he almost forgot about Du Jiai. He also found it funny that his grandfather's second wife had asked him to represent the Li family at her birthday party last time. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. She knew that Du Jiai was a scheming person, but she didn't know that she knew how to scheme at the age of 8 or 9. No wonder Captain Xia said that she was able to secretly harm her best friend when she was in junior high. In the end, she even pretended to be anxious for her best friend. At that time, she was already in junior high. Naturally, her skills were much better than when she was in elementary school. It was inconceivable that an 8 or 9-year-old child could be so scheming. She's been like this since she was a child. She's very good at lying and scheming. There aren't many people who are really close to her. Li Jinyan didn't have any bad intentions toward Du Jiai. As a man, he wasn't so petty as to be calculative with her. After finding out what kind of person she was, he immediately distanced himself from her without giving her a reason. As a result, Du Jiai still didn't know that Li Jinyan had heard what she said when she was young. Even if she knew now, she probably wouldn't remember what she said when she was young. She had said too many bad things about others. How could she remember them all? Yi Qian rubbed her brows and sighed softly. I didn't think that you and Du Jiai were cousins. When Captain Xia said that just now, I was a little dumbfounded. We don't have any relationship to begin with. Don't feel burdened. Chapter 2801. His indifferent answer made Yi Qian chuckle again. She asked mischievously, So Big Brother only admits that I'm your only sister? You're my only sister. You didn't come home in the past, so I didn't have a sister either. The two siblings talked back and forth, and the atmosphere was cheerful and harmonious. They drove back to Dangui Garden. When the old man saw the two siblings, he was so happy that he refilled half a bowl of rice for lunch, looking at his slender and elegant granddaughter, and then looking at his handsome grandson. The more the old man looked at them, the happier he was. He asked his granddaughter, and then asked his grandson. His old and energetic laughter came from time to time, making Butler Fu, who was still cleaning up in the kitchen, chuckle. I don't need the two of you to accompany me every few days. Young people have their own careers. Don't waste your time on me. Understand? The times are good now. There are opportunities for young people like you to show your talents. As long as you're willing to do it, the country will give you the opportunity to work hard. Don't complain about this, and that all day long. You can say that you're unrecognized for your talent. You need to reflect on yourself. You have to do it once a week, not 3 times a day. If you say that you're unrecognized for your talent, you have to reflect on whether your talent is lazy talent or real talent. Things are different now. In the past, there was no way out. But now, you have to walk your own path. If you're talented, you're a pearl that will shine. Li Jinyan had been educated by the old man since he was a child. Therefore, he was not as ruthless as the Li family, who would use unscrupulous means to get everything. The old man taught him tolerance, and also taught him to be open and above board. But the old man had never taught Yi Qian. Although he knew that his granddaughter was very good, the old man, who had never taught his granddaughter, could not help but educate Yi Qian the way he had taught Li Jinyan when he was a child. Yi Qian listened very carefully to the old man's personal education. He had been able to deal with all the difficulties in his life, and he had never given up even in such a harsh era. Li Jinyan's cold eyes were filled with warmth when he saw how obedient she was. "We can only be at ease if all of you are well. Jinyan, when are you going to find a good wife and bring her back for Grandpa to see? Look at your sister. She has a boyfriend now. You are her brother and 7 years older than her. You have to hurry up." First, he was preaching, then he was urging them to get married. The topic changed so quickly that Li Jinyan was stunned for 3 seconds. He didn't immediately respond to the old man's words. When Yi Qian saw this, he immediately sided with the old man and said with a smile, "That's right, brother. When will you bring back a sister-in-law for me? Grandpa is waiting, and so am I." However, she never imagined that, because of her quick mouth, Li Jinyan would end up driving her and the old master. With the air conditioner in the car, they headed all the way to the old Xia residence to visit old Master Xia and old Madam Xia. Even the cold-tempered Li Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle along the way. His chuckle was so intense that it seemed as if the spring breeze had melted his cold features. Yi Qian didn't even know how to get into the car. She was confused. She should be chatting with Grandpa at home, not in the car. How did she get into the car? She had no idea why she agreed to accompany Grandpa to visit Master Xia and old Madame Lu. Chapter 2802. When I was young, I would play the game of deduction with Grandpa, but I never won. It wasn't until I entered high school that I was able to win once or twice in Grandpa's deduction games. If you were to compete with Grandpa in IQ, it would be very difficult for you to win. Li Jinyan's answer made Yi Qian understand what it meant to be crushed by IQ. Back then, Big Brother suddenly stopped supporting our country. At that time, we didn't have computers. All we had was the abacus passed down by our ancestors. Grandpa and countless respected old scientists took the abacus at home to the laboratory. They filled the laboratory with bundles of pencils and sheepskin papers. The old scientists sat in the laboratory without the help of any computing equipment. They took the remaining papers that were half burned by the fire and calculated with the abacus day and night. They wrote formulas on the sheepskin papers and drew pictures on the sheepskin papers. Look at you. If Grandpa were to use his brain a little, he would definitely make you finish everything. You wouldn't even know why you agreed to it. After he finished speaking, Li Jinyan, who was driving in front, couldn't help but laugh out loud again. The old man was as happy as an old urchin. When he heard this, he said to Yi Qian with interest, "Do you want to play a round of deduction tonight? This was your brother's favorite game. Every time he came home and saw that I was free, he would come over to make a fuss." Yi Qian was really interested in this. She got into the car and began to play the game of deduction with the old man. Seeing this, Li Jinyan shook his head. See, he used to be led by the nose by Grandpa like this. Now, it was his sister's turn. Xia Jinyuan drove back to Family Xia's old residence in Beihai in time for lunch. Before he could rest, he was dragged to his vegetable garden by Master Xia to help water it. At this time, he didn't know that his girlfriend had come with the old man. Under the hot sun, he tested the temperature of the water in the water tank with his hand. It was already warm. Wasn't he afraid that it would drown his daughter's vegetables? Where are your eyes? Don't you see the freshly dug soil? Pour water in here. The old man did not stand on ceremony and patted his grandson. He was wearing a short coat and holding an old cattail leaf fan in his hand. He stood in the shade and waved the fan, directing Xia Jinyuan to work. Xia Jinyuan resigned himself to his fate. Not only did he water the vegetable garden, but he also went to the greenhouse to catch insects and pull out weeds for the old madam. He was so busy that he ran around in circles. Old madam's heart ached when she saw her grandson busying himself. She poked the old man's arm with the handle of the fan in her hand. "How long are you going to keep this up? If you don't see the sun, why don't you let old Sixth have a good rest? What's there to rest for? If you rest, you'll have to run. Hurry his mother up and see if she's here yet. Tell her to quickly come and take a look at Sixth brother, and then leave. Don't disturb you all day long." When the silver-haired old madam heard this, she poked the old man with the handle of her fan. "What do you mean?" "I'm just here to ask about the situation. Don't spout nonsense, or else Sixth brother will feel uncomfortable. He doesn't like Shu Man to begin with. If you continue to say this, won't the mother and son become enemies?" Although old madam did not like her former daughter-in-law, she had never made things difficult for her. Now that she saw Madame Xiao all alone, she could not help but feel pity for her. There was a sigh in her kind voice. "Sigh, it's not our wish to come to this, but old Sixth is stubborn. Persuade him, persuade him." Chapter 2803. The old man waved his hand and said sternly, "There's no need to persuade her. Where there's a cause, there's an effect. She left in a carefree manner back then, so why can't she do the same now? Family Xia has been kind to her and doesn't owe her anything. You should feel sorry for her. Back then, in order to leave family Xia, she brought Sixth's son to the airport and left him in the cafe. She didn't call us until she boarded the plane. The old man had killed countless enemies, and his hands were stained with more blood than Xia Jinyuan's. When he was young, he was so fierce that even Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't dare to have a meal with him. Now that he was old, his fierceness was gone, but his sternness was still there. At the mention of the past, the old man, who had already calmed down, still looked angry. The sternness on his face grew stronger. Xia Jinyuan, who was watering the plants with a hose in both hands, seemed to notice it. He looked in the direction of the two elders and said with a smile, "You two aren't quarreling again, are you? Why do you look so pale?" Children are not allowed to interrupt when adults are talking. Water the plants carefully. Front, front. Can't you see the front? The front is about to be watered. When you get home, work hard and don't slack off. The old man knew that his grandson had sharp ears and eyes. He was afraid that his grandson would leave after finding out that his irresponsible mother had returned and continue to find trouble for him to stay. Colonel Xia, who was happily watering the plants with a hose in his hand, heard the old man say harshly, "When your uncle came back a few days ago, he obediently plucked the grass for me the whole morning. If you slack off, you'll be punished according to the family rules." Family Xia's family rules were an old rattan soaked in tung oil. When it was whipped on the body, TSK, 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 the pain was unforgettable. Xia Jinyuan saw this and whistled to the tune of, "I'm a soldier." "Old woman, look at Sixth's son. He's standing in front of us now. Back then, she was so bold. She casually found a place to put her own son like he was an unwanted piece of old clothing. Then she went to flirt with a gigolo. If it weren't for Sixth's son's luck, he might have been abducted back then. So what if she's turned back now? Who said that everyone had to forgive her if she turned around? So Sixth brother had to call her mom? There are no such rules and regulations. You have to taste the bitter fruit of your own sins. Even if you break your teeth, you have to swallow that mouthful of blood and broken teeth. My family, Xia, no longer has anything to do with her. My family, Xia, and her or even when she threw old Six to the airport, like old clothes. Old woman, don't be too soft-hearted. You can't be soft-hearted to some people. Being soft-hearted will cause problems. Master Xia was old, and his heart had softened a lot. If it were his old temper, he would have asked the servants to pick up a stick and chase her out. Old Madame Xiao, who pitied Madame Xiao, hardened her heart when she thought about what had happened in the past. She thought about how her grandson had been abandoned at the airport by his mother and had almost not been found. You're right, you're right. Our family Xia doesn't owe her anything. We really don't owe her. She doesn't owe our family Xia anything, nor does she owe Xinhui anything. She only owes Sixth Brother. Old Master Xia nodded. She gave birth to him, but didn't raise him. She even abandoned Sixth Brother. Old woman. She said that she had suffered a lot, but did she know the pain in Sixth Brother's heart? How could she have known? If she had known, she wouldn't have ignored Sixth Brother. Now that she's back, it's only natural that Sixth Brother ignored her. Chapter 2804. Madame Dowager took out her handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She gazed lovingly at her grandson, who was now successful, and said with relief, "Fortunately, our Sixth Brother is a capable child. Even when he was young, he knew how to behave appropriately. If he didn't get into trouble, he wouldn't have been able to get out of it. Now he's even more successful. A child without a mother has come this far. That's enough. Yes, yes, we'll naturally stand on our grandson's side. When she comes later, if our grandson doesn't want to see her, then he won't see her," the old man said with a smile. He looked at Xia Jinyuan with his wise eyes and was satisfied with his grandson, who said that the elderly have to be magnanimous and can't take advantage of their seniority. Old children, ha ha, we're old children now. Occasionally we'll be unreasonable. The old man's teasing made Madame Dowager laugh as well. Old man, Sixth Brother isn't like his father. He's just like you. He's been a hooligan since he was young. Hooligan. As long as he knows what he's doing and knows how to follow the rules, he's smart. Ha ha ha. Sixth Brother is like me. He's smart. Hearing the old man flattering himself, Madame Dowager fanned herself even faster. Sixth Brother was indeed like his grandfather. Her children didn't dare to say it, but she did. Even when they were hooligans, they were equally hooligans. Hooligans had their benefits. They wouldn't let themselves be taken advantage of and wouldn't let themselves be wronged. Madame Dowager sighed, softly. She had thought it through and decided not to interfere in the matter between her grandson and her ex-daughter-in-law. She was old. She would let them live a comfortable life for a few days. There was no need to let her grandson suffer and help others. Madame Dowager didn't accompany her anymore. Aunt Fong, who had been serving her at home for decades, helped her back to her room. "You're still too soft-hearted. Madame Xiao didn't beg the old man and only begged you. Didn't she think that you would pity her because you're soft-hearted? Old madam, if I may say something against the rules, Madame Xiao is neither your relative nor your friend. Back then, before she divorced the commander-in-chief, she only had superficial feelings for you. You've remembered that little bit of friendship for too long. It's time to exhaust it. Sixth Brother is all grown up now. In a few years, he will be 30 years old. His heart will be clear. Why would he need you to worry about him? You should just relax and have a grandchild. After Sixth Brother's wife marries you, you should take good care of your granddaughter-in-law. That's the right thing to do." Aunt Fong had served old Madam all her life. She was loyal and devoted, and she had never been disloyal. Seeing old Madam's heart soften again and again, she felt anxious. Now that old Madam seemed to be wavering, and old Master Fong was hinting at her with his eyes, Aunt Fong would naturally do her best to persuade her. She didn't want her young miss to be wronged. Even now, Aunt Fong would sometimes call old madam, young miss. Old madam walked slowly, fanning herself with every step she took. She entered the room and lay down on the old rattan rocking chair. She rocked back and forth and sighed again. Everything will prosper if the family is harmonious. Our old family Xia is just new. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Go to the front of the hall and keep an eye on her for me. When she comes, come and inform me. Take a nap. I'll keep an eye on her. Aunt Fong took out a small cloth that was just enough to cover the waist and stomach. There were only 2 thin layers of cotton cloth. She covered old madam with it and then turned the fan down. When she saw old madam fall asleep, she quietly left the room. Chapter 2805. Family Xia's old home used to be a big house surrounded by trees to shade them from the sun. Although it was scorching outside, it was extremely cool inside the house. The old lady's body was not very good, and she could not stand the cold. She had to cover the fan to prevent herself from catching a cold. Xia Jinyuan did not know that Mrs. Xiao, who he did not want to see the most, was rushing to Beihai. She was very anxious in the car and urged the driver to go faster for fear that she would miss seeing her son. You, wipe your sweat. You're so anxious that you're sweating. Mrs. Li, who was sitting in the back, took a tissue and handed it to her. Yuan is with old master and old madam at the old house now. He won't be in a hurry to leave. Don't worry, you'll see him when you get there. What's more, old madam called you in person, which means that she will keep Yuan and won't let you go empty-handed. Mrs. Li persuaded her softly. She had just had a facial treatment half a month ago, and now she did not look like an old lady in her early 60s. People would believe her if she said that she was in her mid-40s. Wearing the most elegant cheongsam, she had the calm temperament of a strong woman. Even Mrs. Xiao, who was a few years younger than her, could not compare to her. Mrs. Li was proud of her success now. And Mrs. Xiao, who had abandoned her husband and son and returned to China alone, could not compare with Mrs. Li, who had a son and a daughter and a grandson. Madame Xiao wiped the sweat off her forehead and looked at her friend, who insisted on accompanying her. Just drop me off at the entrance of the alley. I'll go there by myself. I'm sorry to have troubled you so much when I came back. You don't have to accompany me. I'll go there alone. Madame Li gently patted the back of her old friend's hand. I'm worried about you going there alone. Yuan has a temper and has a grudge against you. You suddenly came to the old house to look for him. I don't know if he will be angry. I don't know what old Xia has taught Yuan, that he doesn't want to see you, his mother. I'll go with you. I want to ask Yuan if he still has any rules. Rules? Madame Xiao chuckled softly. I didn't have any rules here decades ago, so why should I restrict him? The Xia family. Madame Xiao looked out of the car window, not letting Madame Li see the flickering light in her eyes. The Xia family is the most law-abiding family. They have been standing strong for hundreds of years. Yuan is the son of the old master and old madam. If he doesn't know the rules, no one will. These words made Madame Li's expression a little stiff. Why did it sound like she was accusing her of saying something wrong? Madame Li glanced darkly at Madame Xiao, who had turned her head to look outside. Madame Li followed her words with a smile and said, That's true. Family Xia is one of the top aristocratic families in the imperial city. Yuan is also considered the 3rd generation of the Red family. He is a soldier, and soldiers abide by the rules the most. So, you don't have to worry that he won't meet you. I hope so. Madame Xiao replied absent-mindedly and didn't want to say anything more. Madame Li, who was accompanying her, couldn't figure out what her old friend was thinking. She had always been reliable, so she didn't say anything more. She would take one step at a time. After all, she would be able to see a good show today. An old aristocratic family stood tall for 100 years. Ha ha ha. How could there be a family that stood tall for 100 years? It was just that they hadn't encountered any major events. Chapter 28:06. Mrs. Lee patted the back of Mrs. Zhao's hand gently. She seemed to be comforting her good friend, but a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Xia Jinyuan knew that Mrs. Zhao was coming, so he was removing the insects in the old lady's greenhouse. When he heard that Mrs. Zhao was here, his expression became much colder, and even his eyes became cold. Does she often come to disturb you? And Grandma? He put down the tweezers he used to catch the insects, and his handsome eyes were cold. How many times has she come? Mostly to disturb Grandma, right? I don't remember how many times she has come. I only know that she is too close to the Du family now. Every time she comes back, she is accompanied by the Leaf family's aunt, who is married off. Every time she comes back, your grandma will sigh for several days. Sixth brother, we are on your side when it comes to your relationship with your mother. Go, make it clear to her, and make her give up on being close to you. It's been decades. She finally remembers that she has a son. If she wants to acknowledge you as her son, she has to ask for my permission first. I don't agree. This is my opinion. Go and tell her that the old family Xia's attitude is one word: no. The old man was a very principled person. He had been a soldier all his life, and his methods were even better. Ordinary people did not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Therefore, every time Mrs. Zhao came, she only dared to disturb the old lady and did not dare to act rashly in front of the old man. Xia Jinyuan, who grew up in his grandparents' house, was taught by the old man. Ordinary people did not dare to provoke him. At that time, in the villa complex, even children 4 or 5 years older than him could easily bully other children, but they did not dare to bully Xia Jinyuan. Everyone knew that Xia Jinyuan was not to be trifled with. If they provoked him, they would not have a good life. Miss Zhao had indeed crossed Xia Jinyuan's bottom line this time. He had told her not to disturb the elderly couple, but she didn't listen to him. With a cold look in his eyes, he turned off the faucet and walked to the wash basin. He washed the sweat off his face with both hands. Even his eyelashes were wet. He said to the old man, "I've made you worry about me. Leave this matter to me. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You should go back to your room and rest for a while. I'll go and receive her. You and Grandma can rest. Okay, I'll go with your grandmother. She's the most soft-hearted. I have to let her stay in the house. I can't let your mother beg her." With his grandson's words, the old man fanned himself and slowly got up. Xia Jinyuan handed him the crutches and helped him back into the house. Before Xia Jinyuan could walk out of the garden, the servant who had been guarding outside trotted over and brought him a surprise. "Quick, quick, please sit in the main hall." The old man was the happiest. Originally, he had wanted to go back to his room to rest, but now he was a little worried. This old man came over on such a hot day. Could something have happened to him? What happened? Little Fox had returned to Dangui Garden with the devil siblings. Old Master should be happy. How could something have happened to him? Xia Jinyuan tried hard to suppress his surprise, but he still asked uncertainly, "Who came over with Old Master?" Old Master's granddaughter and grandson came with him. The servant's answer made Xia Jinyuan's cold and sharp eyes soften. He raised his eyebrows and said to the old man, "Your future granddaughter-in-law is here. You can meet her today." His future granddaughter-in-law was here. The old man was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "Hurry and ask your grandmother to come out." I'll go and accompany your Grandpa Fu first. Hurry up. She's already come to visit in person. She can't be rude. Chapter 2807. Yes, yes, yes. I'll go right away. Take care. Yi Jian's arrival made Xia Jinyuan so happy that his heart felt like it was flying. He really did not expect that Little Fox would accompany the old master to the Xia family's old house. Master Xia saw that his grandson had suddenly become a lackey. He did not feel annoyed and felt that his grandson was being genuine. It was a good thing that his grandson liked the granddaughter of the Fu family. He valued her, doted on her, and kept her in his heart. Only then would they be able to love each other. He did not even try to hide his feelings for the young lady in front of him. Not bad, at least in terms of relationships. His grandson was a responsible man. He was a real man. Your Grandpa Fu only has one granddaughter. It was not easy to get her back, but before he could dote on her for a few years, she was taken advantage of by you. You brought her into the family Xia and made her the daughter-in-law of the family Xia. In the future, even the family Xia will be considered the Fu family. The Fu family can only be considered her maiden family. Old 6, she was coaxed into your hands before she even graduated from high school. Now, she only has you in her heart. You can't treat her badly. You have to treat her well so that she can treat you well. Only then can the two of you be together for a long time and not become husband and wife halfway. When you see your Grandpa Fu later, greet him respectfully. Be steady and control your temper. When it's appropriate, bend down in front of the young lady and give in to her. Make your Grandpa Fu feel better and more at ease. You understand? Master Xia was a reasonable person. He knew that his old friend's family did not have many descendants. His only granddaughter only knew of her existence after 20 years. Fortunately, she was back. Otherwise, the Fu family would have no successor. He was worried that Xia Jinyuan was young and would sometimes act arrogantly and make Yi Qian sad. Therefore, he lectured him in advance to prevent them from fighting in the future. You're right. I'm the one who pulled her down the same path as me. I held her hand and didn't intend to let go halfway. I'll only hold her hand for the rest of my life. I won't let go of anyone else. We will love each other for a long time. We will not let you and Grandpa Fu be sad. We will definitely make you happy. Xia Jinyuan's answer was very honest and came from the bottom of his heart. It couldn't be any more true. Some families were afraid that their sons would forget their mothers after marrying a wife. However, family Xia was not afraid. Men with family Xia were all sentimental. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, they would only hold their wives in their hands. They would be in love for a lifetime and hold hands for a lifetime. There was no conflict between marrying a wife and being filial to the elders. Those men who forgot their mothers after marrying a wife had a problem with their character. If the in-laws couldn't give the daughter-in-law a sense of belonging to the family, and the daughter-in-law couldn't be filial to her mother-in-law, the family would be scattered. How could there be prosperity if the people's hearts were not united? Therefore, the elders of family Xia were never worried that their descendants would forget their mothers after marrying a wife. They believed in the judgment of their descendants and believed that such a day would not come. After walking out of the vegetable garden, the main hall was on the left and the backyard was on the right. Xia Jinyuan wanted to go to the backyard to ask old Madam to come out. However, he had only taken 2 steps when Xia Jinyuan caught up with him. Madam Xiao will be here too. Why don't you accompany Grandpa Fu to sit in the backyard? I'll go and say hello to Grandpa Fu before asking Grandma to come out. Old man Xia patted himself on the head with his palm leaf fan and smiled. Look at me. I almost forgot that there are guests coming. Chapter 2808. The back garden of the old mansion was not big. In the past, there was a small pavilion used to admire the flowers. Later, the pavilion was gone and a tea room was built. Sometimes, the old man would play chess and chat with his friends in the tea room. That's good too. Come with me to say hello, then you can ask your grandmother to come out. Move quickly, don't drag your feet. The old man walked quickly with his walking stick. Dong, dong, dong. Sounds came from afar. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the main hall, straightened her back when she heard it. Master Xia was the founding lieutenant general of the country in the 1950s and 1960s. He was also the youngest lieutenant general at that time. As a soldier, she had a natural reverence for the founding lieutenant general. Yi Qian, who had been waiting in the main hall since she entered the family Xia mansion, couldn't help but stand up when she heard the powerful thumping sounds. She was very nervous. Even though she had a good mentality, suddenly meeting her boyfriend's grandfather and grandmother, her mentality was no different from being built with tofu dregs. It would crumble with a light touch. Don't be nervous. The old general is very kind. He's not that scary. Li Jinyan saw that she was so nervous that she stood up and couldn't help but accompany her. Just call him Grandpa Xia when you see him. Okay. Yi Qian nodded stiffly. She wanted to force a smile, but she realized that her facial nerves seemed to have stopped working. They didn't listen to the central nervous system in her brain. She was so stiff that she couldn't squeeze out a smile. She had to be calm. She had to be calm. She couldn't embarrass herself. Dong, dong, dong. The thumping sounds came closer and closer. Yi Qian realized that she was so nervous that her hands had been clenched into fists. She opened her palms and saw that they were covered in sweat. She wiped the sides of her pants and took several deep breaths to adjust her state of mind. She didn't ask to be calm, but at least her face wasn't so stiff. When old Master Xia really walked over, even though he was dressed plainly and was even holding an old cattail leaf fan in his hand, the aura he exuded made Yi Jian stand at attention and salute him immediately, even though he was dressed plainly and held an old cattail leaf fan in his hand. Old General. It was Yi Qian's voice, crisp and clear, filled with military might. Zhou Zheng's reserved voice immediately attracted Master Xia's attention when he walked in. He saw a young girl dressed in a military uniform. Her eyes were bright and clear, as if she had the light of the sun and the moon. Her back was straight, and her eyes were fixed on the side of the main hall. Her clear eyes made the old man, who had been in the military all his life, have a good impression of her. This girl is not bad. Xia Jinyuan could tell that his girlfriend, who came to the old mansion for the first time, was nervous. She was so nervous that she subconsciously saluted, and his handsome face was filled with a gentle smile. He had always wanted to bring her back to the old mansion to meet his grandparents, but he had never put it into action. It had been delayed time and time again until today. Instead of him bringing the little fox here, it was old Mr. and the Devil King who brought her here. She was brought here by the old man, not to pay a special visit, but to accompany the old man to visit his friends. She did not come to the old house as his girlfriend, but as the old man's granddaughter. Although the meaning was different, it was the same as his original intention. Letting his grandparents meet the little fox would make the old man feel more at ease. Master Xia was really relieved now. Master Xia, who had come to meet his good friend and his future granddaughter-in-law, laughed heartily. Little Yi, right? Ha ha ha. No need to be so polite. No need to be so polite. I'm not some old general anymore. You can just call me Grandpa, like old Six. Grandpa is so affectionate. Old generals are not affectionate. I prefer you to call me Grandpa. Chapter 2809. Yi Qian, who had subconsciously saluted, blushed and hurriedly said, "Hello, Grandpa Xia." Hey, that's right. That's right. Master Xia was overjoyed. The young lady in front of him, ha ha, old Six had better taste than his father. She stood there with her back straight and her eyes clear and bright. She exuded the aura of a soldier. To be able to cultivate such a solemn aura at such a young age, one could see how upright she was. Not bad, not bad. She was a good child. Old Six had good taste. With just one look, Master Xia knew that Yi Qian was a good person. He was happy that his grandson had found such a good granddaughter-in-law. Li Jinyan said respectfully, "Hello, Grandpa Xia." Good. You're all good. Little Jinyan, I haven't seen you in a few years. You seem to have grown taller again. She seemed to have grown taller again. Old Master Xia's teasing made Yi Jian's nervousness dissipate instantly. At the same time, she finally understood Lieutenant Colonel Xia's gaze, which made the corners of his eyes cramp. Lieutenant Colonel Xia then greeted the old man respectfully and modestly. Old Master Fu was quite satisfied with his future grandson-in-law. He smiled kindly and said, "Looks like you've been training under the sun recently. You look much more tanned than the last time you were at home." He was indeed tanned. Not only Xia Jinyuan, but so was Li Jinyan. Yi Qian was also slightly tanned, but still slightly better than the other two. Xia Jinyuan was never timid. He kindly answered all of Old Master Fu's questions one by one. Old Master Fu saw that he was calm and collected and answered his questions well. He smiled and said to his old friend, "You're quite lucky to have raised a good grandson." "Ha ha, your granddaughter is even more considerate. Your luck is here. I can only envy you." Master Xia laughed brightly and said, "Come, let's go to the tea room and have a seat. Since I'm here today, I must play 2 rounds with you. Also, you have to eat dinner first. Don't treat me like an outsider when it's time for dinner and rush home. I came here today to nag you. I'm definitely going to eat tonight. Then it's settled. That's how it should be." The 2 elders chatted and laughed as they walked towards the tea room in the back garden. Xia Jinyuan gave Yi Qian countless looks, but he did not receive any response from Yi Qian. Instead, it was Li Jinyan who gave him a few looks. Seeing that the corners of Yi Qian's eyes were about to cramp, she decided to be merciful for once and reminded him, "He's already looked at you a few times. If you don't look back at him, his eyes will pop out." Yi Qian did not dare to exchange glances with Xia Jinyuan. When he heard this, he did not even look at him out of the corner of his eye. He walked beside Li Jinyan in an orderly manner. He said, "Let him look. Brother, don't pay attention to him." The old man did not let his children and grandchildren support him. He walked very slowly, but his steps were steady. He was talking and laughing. Just by listening to his voice, one could tell that he was very happy. When Li Jinyan heard this, he replied to Xia Jinyuan, "Don't look. Be careful of your eyes cramping. I can't help you even if I want to." Switch seats. Xia Jinyuan refused and asked Li Jinyan, who was walking in the middle, to switch seats with him. This way, he would be in the middle and could talk to both Yi Qian and Li Jinyan. This time, it was Li Jinyan who refused. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan coldly and said, "I'm not switching. Bear with it." He was in her own home, only one person away from her, but he could still talk to her. Chapter 28:10. Xia Jinyuan felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. "Yi Qian, what kind of tea would you like to drink? I'll brew it for you later." All she wanted now was to drink plain water and walk her own path without looking sideways. She only knew that her footsteps were still stiff, and with every step she took, there seemed to be a grinding sound coming from her joints. She didn't dare to speak to Captain Xia, not even a word more. His girlfriend didn't respond to him at all. She was right beside him, but he still needed his brother-in-law to convey his message. Captain Xia rubbed his temples in frustration. Don't be nervous. Grandpa and Grandma are very kind. They've been wanting to see you for a long time. Grandpa was very happy when he heard that you came with Old Master. If she didn't speak to him, then he would speak to her, even if there was a brother-in-law between them. He didn't believe that his brother-in-law wouldn't step aside when he saw this. As it turned out, Li Jinyan wasn't an ordinary person either. He really didn't step aside and walked in the middle, leaving Xia Jinyuan to fret alone. Yi Qian, who didn't look sideways, only saw Old Master's back. As for what family Xia's old mansion looked like, she later said to Xia Jinyuan, "My mind is completely blank. I only know that the back garden is so far away." Xia Jinyuan laughed for a long time. Don't feel burdened. Look at how calm Old Master is. He's not nervous at all. With him and me accompanying you, relax. When you see my grandma later, I'll take you around to familiarize you with the old mansion. You'll be familiar with it when you come back later. Old Master Xia kept walking in the middle. Captain Xia had no choice but to chat with his girlfriend and try to make her relax. When you see my grandma later, Yi Qian, who hadn't looked at him all this time, finally reacted. She raised her eyes and quickly glanced at him. She felt her palms begin to sweat again. She was so nervous that she forgot that Captain Xia still had a grandma. She hadn't met Grandma Xia yet. I'm going to invite my grandmother over now. You accompany the old man to the tea room. I'll be back soon. Finally, Yi Jian took a look at Xia Jinyuan. His eyes were so gentle that they almost overflowed with tears. He looked at Yi Jian like this. When he saw Yi Jian, he couldn't help but look at her again. Their gazes met at the back of Li Jinyan's head. Xia Jinyuan saw the nervousness in Yi Qian's eyes, while Yi Qian saw the gentleness in his eyes. He deliberately stayed half a step behind Li Jinyan and quickly pointed to himself. I'm here. There was a smile in Yi Qian's dark eyes. He told her that he was here, so there was nothing to be nervous about. Yes, she had Captain Xia. Why would she need to be nervous? With him by her side, everything would be fine and smooth. Because of him, she did not need to be too nervous. She smiled at him. Her eyes curved like the crescent moon above the treetops, bright and elegant. Even Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes lit up, couldn't help but smile. When they went to the tea room in the back garden, Xia Jinyuan went to invite Old Madam over. Old Madam had already received the news. Now, with Auntie Fong supporting her, her steps were much bigger than usual. Auntie Fong anxiously reminded her, "Slow down. Be careful not to fall." I can't slow down. When I think of my granddaughter-in-law coming over, my heart has already flown over. I know that I haven't seen her in a long time. Now that she's here, how can I slow down? Old Madam didn't want to slow down at all. She was afraid that her granddaughter-in-law would leave if she slowed down. She smiled and said, "This child has an affinity with our family Xia. I used to know that she was an orphan, but she's down to earth and motivated. Those who have met her all say that she's a good child. I'm happy to hear that." Chapter 28:11. She was not just a little happy, but very happy. She even tidied herself up before coming out. Auntie Fong pursed her lips and smiled as she listened to Old Madam. Old Madam, who was walking very quickly, was still smiling as she said, but Sixth Brother said that she was the lost granddaughter of the Fu family. He even tested her DNA, and there was no mistake. Isn't she fated to be with our family, Xia? Sixth Brother has been waiting for her for a long time. Grandma, I like what you said. Your granddaughter-in-law is fated to be with our family, Xia. That's why I was lucky enough to find her. Xia Jinyuan's light voice came from the corridor, and he walked to old Madam in a short while. My mother will be here later. Yi Qian can't reveal her identity for the time being. She can only go to the tea room in the back garden. Sai, look at how I handled this matter. The old madam frowned. Why did she call her ex-daughter-in-law out of the blue? Otherwise, the old man would be right. She would have helped someone else and wronged her own family. It's okay. There are things that need to be solved. Since she's here today, I can make it clear to her. Xia Jinyuan's voice was even fainter. The old mansion is not a place where she can come and go as she pleases. I have to make her understand. As he spoke, Madame Xiao had already walked into the old mansion. She stepped over the high threshold and walked into the mansion that she had lived in for a few years. She was no stranger to it. In fact, she was already unfamiliar with it. In the past, when she carried a Yuan, who could not walk, she could enter any place here at will, including the master's bedroom in the back. She had even carried a Yuan into old Madam's and old master's bedroom. Behind it was a bedroom that had belonged to her. Family Xia's old mansion was very, very big. Before she left, her eldest brother, second sister-in-law, her and Xia Xinhui, and her youngest uncle's family all lived in the old mansion. Her youngest aunt only left the old mansion after she got married. At that time, the family summer festival was really lively because she and Xia Xian would have children very late. When a Yuan was born, the children of big brother and second brother were already very old. Every time they came back from school, they would run to her side of the courtyard to compete to hold a Yuan. After carrying a Yuan, she immediately went to find old master and old madam. Actually, she couldn't carry a Yuan for long all day long. It was either the servants or old master and old madam. It was probably because her son was not close to her. She guessed that they had been together since he was still an infant. As a mother, she had only hugged her son a few times. How could she be considered a biological mother? Please take a seat here. The servant who welcomed her politely led the way and followed behind her step by step. Occasionally, she would remind her as if she was afraid that she would go the wrong way. This way, please. Madame Xiao only felt bitterness in her heart. In the past, she was considered the owner of this place. Now, she was a guest, and an unwelcome guest. 20 or 30 years have passed in a flash. This place is still the same. Zhu Liang and Hua Dong, simple and magnificent. Shuman, look, the rockery over there is the same. It's still the same as before. Madame Li, who came in with her, looked around and said with emotion, the scenery hasn't changed, but the people have changed. The pomegranate tree. I still remember when you held Yuan and asked a few servants to pick the top pomegranates on the tree and let me taste them. Madame Li was no stranger to family Xia's old mansion. She had come back and forth countless times, especially not long after Xiao Shuman got married. Xia Xinhui went to the army. She also lived here for a while. Now she came here as a guest, but Shuman, who had entertained her in the past, also became a guest. Chapter 28:12. Shuman's life was originally more comfortable than hers, but in the end, she couldn't resist a heart that wanted to pursue romance and freedom. She didn't expect that she would accidentally fly too far away, so far that she couldn't come back at all. Miss Xiao also looked at the pomegranate tree, but what flashed in her mind was the scene of Xia Jinyuan being hit on the shoulder by a ripe pomegranate while he was playing under the pomegranate tree when he was more than 1 year old. That year, she wanted to leave the child to the servants, but Xia Xinhui didn't agree. She entered a period of Cold War with him. She even thought that it was because of Yuan's birth that she couldn't pursue the life she yearned for. She also didn't like her own son. Xiao Shuman, if you really think that my house is a cage for you, you can leave at any time. But I want to tell you, as long as you step out of this house, you won't be able to come back. Because Yuan was injured by the pomegranate, she went out with a few friends to collect scenery. Xia Xinhui, who came back from the army, said harsh words to her for the first time. The more she felt unbalanced, the more she didn't want to stay in the family. Later, she made mistakes again and again until she couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't blame others. She could only blame herself for being too self-centered and making outrageous mistakes. Ms. Xiao was a talented woman, and talented women were more or less proud. Ms. Xiao was the only daughter in the family. When the Xiao family was rich, she lived abroad for many years and was very doted on. After returning to the country, because she studied abroad, she was proficient in several languages and often participated in academic conferences with Mr. Xiao. Her pride was not just a little bit. She was proud and arrogant, thinking that she could fly farther and higher. The world was big, and she could soar as she wished. In fact, Ms. Xiao stood under the sun in a daze, looking at the pomegranate that had borne fruit again. Suddenly, she said very softly, "I regret it once in my life, and I regret it for half of my life. Regret it once, and I regret it for the rest of my life. Make a mistake once, and I regret it for the rest of my life." Her voice was very soft, but it made Mrs. Li, who was already a grandmother, twitch a few times. This was the first time she heard Xiao Shuman say that she regretted it. Such an arrogant person actually said that she regretted it. She said that she regretted it. Madame Li pursed her lips, and the darkness in her eyes disappeared. She was about to say something when Madame Xiao, who was standing there in a daze, turned around gracefully and smiled at her. "Let's go. The sun is too hot. I don't want you to get heat stroke." "How can it be so easy to get a heat stroke? Let's go in first." There was a slight smile in Madame Li's eyes, as if she did not hear Madame Zhao's soft murmur just now. For the first time in his life, he regretted it for half of his life. So what if he regretted it? It was a fact that could not be changed, and there was no point in regretting it. That was why it was said that one should not be too greedy. If one was too greedy, they would be too greedy. If they were too greedy, they would only have themselves to blame. Don't even think about blaming others. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being young and ignorant. He was too blindly confident and thought that he was great. With a smile in her eyes, Madame Li raised her chin slightly and walked elegantly into the main hall with Madame Xiao, who looked like she was in her early 30s. Xia Jinyuan did not let Madame Xiao wait for too long. He walked over and glanced at her coldly. When he saw that Madame Li was accompanying Madame Xiao, his cold eyes darkened. Yuan." Madame Xiao was very emotional. She was the polar opposite of the calm Xia Jinyuan. When she saw her son come in, she immediately stood up from her chair and looked at her tall and strong son with tears in her eyes. "Madame Li, please take a seat. I need to talk to Madame Xiao alone." Chapter 28:13. Since Madame Li was here, Xia Jinyuan would not drive her out, lest Madame Li would have something to gossip about family Xia again. He would not quarrel with Madame Xiao. There was no need for that. They could just talk it out. Besides, Madame Li, who had always been concerned about family Xia, was here. He would not let her laugh at him. Madame Li did not expect that she would be sent away, and her face turned cold. She said with a faint smile, "Yuan, I am your mother's good friend, and her only good friend in the capital. I know everything about your mother. Do you still need to send me away? You know it's your business, but I don't want you to know it's my business." Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly. His calm expression had the natural elegance of family Xia. "Please sit back. Shuman, your son is really good. Go ahead. I'll wait here. Call me if you need anything. If you have time, you should teach him well. It's not a good thing to be too arrogant. The meaning in her words was not ordinary. Call me if you need anything? Did she think that Family Xia was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? Xia Jinyuan did not want to argue with her. He just glanced at her and left the hall. Chenglan, sit down. I'll talk to Yuan for a while. Madame Xiao did not answer her. She said gently and followed her son. Although her son was not close to her, she was still on his side. Behind her, Madame Li was so angry that she clenched the small bag in her hands. Her eyes were cold. She accompanied him in spite of the hot weather, but she was no match for a son who did not even recognize her. At this moment, Madame Xiao, who only had her son in her eyes, did not care about her friend's feelings. From the hall to the living room, she stopped Xia Jinyuan from pouring water for her and said softly, Yuan, sit down. I'm not thirsty. She was not thirsty, but etiquette dictated that she still had to serve tea to a guest. Xia Jinyuan poured a cup of the lemonade that old Madame Gu drank every day and placed it on the coffee table. When he sat down, his tall and broad figure suddenly seemed a little colder. Xia Jinyuan looked at Madame Xiao, who had maintained herself so well that not a single strand of her hair had turned white. He looked at her as if she was a stranger and said without a trace of warmth, Madame Xiao, I reminded you a long time ago not to disturb the peace of the two elders. You've worked hard all your life, and now you can finally do your own things in peace. We don't even dare to make you worry, so why do you like it? No, Yuan, I didn't want to disturb the peace of the two elders. Faced with her son's accusation, Mrs. Xiao smiled bitterly. Your father reminded me last time, and I remember it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, I wouldn't come to the old house to disturb the two of you. Unless absolutely necessary, what was it that she couldn't do? Xia Jinyuan chuckled softly and leaned lazily on the sofa. He smiled and said, You always need others to fulfill your wishes. It was like this in the past, and it is still like this now. You always need our family, Xia, to fulfill your wishes. But when will you fulfill our family, Xia? You didn't want to disturb them, but you didn't do it. That's true. My grandparents are not related to you at all. Given your personality of wanting to be happy, you naturally wouldn't feel at ease and would only want to feel comfortable. You were like this in the past. I really didn't expect that you would still be like this when you're almost 56 or 57. Chapter 28:14. He did not speak in a harsh tone, and there was even a faint smile in his voice. However, his words made Mrs. Xiao's eyes turn red. It was said that mother and son were united, but she was drifting further and further away from her son. She regretted it for the first time in her life. She regretted it for half of her life because of her willfulness. She said that she wanted to pursue freedom, pursue her dreams, and live a carefree life. She also thought that she would follow her heart for the rest of her life without any restrictions or burdens. Wherever she went, home would be her home. She really thought so. Mrs. Xiao turned her body sideways and quietly raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Her figure was slender and fragile, revealing the loneliness of an old woman, but Xia Jinyuan was unmoved. Mrs. Xiao, you've lived for yourself for decades. You can continue to live for yourself, but please don't treat our family Xia as a part of your willful and reckless behavior. Family Xia has nothing to do with you, and you have nothing to do with our family Xia. Xia Jinyuan's tone was cold throughout the entire conversation, and there was no hint of anger in his voice. The more he spoke, the more upset Mrs. Xiao, who was crying, felt as if her heart was about to explode. She listened to her son's emotionless criticism in a daze. Even though she had mentally prepared herself before coming, when faced with it, she still felt sad. Retribution? This was retribution. Wiping away the tears in her eyes, Madame Xiao faced her son again. Looking at his maturing face, Madame Xiao's heart ached. Her son had grown up and matured. Why would he still need her concern? She did not care about him in the past, and he did not need her concern in the future. She originally thought that she was free, but in the end, she realized that she was actually trapped in a trap of her own making. I didn't want to disturb you, but I can't see your father, and I can't see you either, so I can only come and disturb you. I'm sorry to have troubled you again. Mrs. Xiao, who was not thirsty, clenched her teacup tightly, as if searching for the courage to continue speaking. You're right. I've always wanted others to fulfill my wishes, but I've never thought of fulfilling others' wishes. It was like this in the past, and it's still the same even at this age. I regret it too, but it's useless. Back then, I planted the bitter fruit, and I had to swallow it no matter how painful it was. Yuan, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry. If time could go back 12 years, Xia Jinyuan might have been affected when he heard the apology. But now, there was no reaction. There was no reaction at all. June, Yen smiled faintly at him. You don't have to apologize. I don't think you're wrong. You've chosen the path you like. On the other hand, we chose to let go and allow you to pursue yourself in peace. There are no grievances between us, so why do you need to apologize to me? There's no enmity between us, and we don't owe each other anything. You don't have to apologize. Our family Xia didn't take what you did to heart. You don't have to feel guilty. And I implore you not to come to the old mansion in the future. Old master and old madam are already old, and they're living one day at a time. As the younger generation, we just want the elderly to be able to live peacefully in their old age. We don't want the elderly to worry about us anymore, and we don't want them to worry about irrelevant people. So, I implore you not to come again. Just live like before. You can continue to live a free life, and we can continue to live as a family. We won't disturb each other. Chapter 28:15. An irrelevant person. In her son's eyes, she was an irrelevant person. Mrs. Xiao could no longer hold back her tears. She covered her face with both hands and cried. Yuan, I was wrong. Look, I don't even dare to call myself mother in front of you now. I know I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was wrong for not taking good care of you when you were young. I shouldn't have left you alone at the airport. I was wrong for treating you coldly when you came to look for me more than 10 years ago. Yuan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Outside, Mrs. Li heard her crying. She sat down and drank tea to hide the faint smile in her eyes. Shu Man, they hurt you so much. Why do you still want to go back to them? What's lost is lost. It's not something you can get back just because you want to cry. Now you're crying with real grief. It's not the pitiful crying I used to see. She wanted to break free from the so-called shackles as much as she wanted to come back now. Yuan, your mother's health is not very good. Although you don't acknowledge her, please don't make her angry. If anything happens to your mother, I won't let you off. Mrs. Li wanted to go in, but she was guarded by someone. She slammed the teacup on the coffee table and said coldly, Don't bully your mother. I'm here to protect her. You'd better correct your attitude. Xia Jinyuan did not reply to her, nor did he coax Mrs. Xiao. He calmly took out a tissue and handed it to her. He said coldly, Wipe your tears. If you go out with red eyes later, your good friend will really rush over and make trouble for me. He had just reached out to hand her the tissue when Mrs. Xiao moved so quickly that she grabbed his hand. Suddenly, Xia Jinyuan's expression turned cold. He rudely shook her hand off as if he had touched something disgusting. He could not bear it at all. You're too impulsive. I don't like your actions." He looked at her coldly, no longer as polite as before. Mrs. Xiao was shocked by the disgust in his eyes. Her son hated her so much. He hated her so much that it was as if she was dirty. Why was it like this?" she asked softly. Her voice was broken. Xia Jinyuan pressed his lips together and wiped his wrist with a tissue. Seeing this, he shook his head and looked at her coldly. "I was trying to save you some face, but you insisted on tearing it apart. If you want to know the reason, I can tell you. You have to bear with it. Don't faint in front of my family. You, who haven't divorced my father yet, used me as an excuse to go on a date with your lover at a hotel." Xia Jinyuan started the conversation and saw Madame Xiao, who had been crying her heart out, suddenly turn pale. Xia Jinyuan didn't plan to end it so easily. His cold voice sounded a little cruel. "I woke up, but you still slept with your lover until the quilt fell to the ground. This is your first time. The second time I was in the wardrobe and you and your lover were on the bed that my father occasionally came home to sleep on. Then the blanket fell off. The third time? No. Don't say any more. Don't say any more." Madame Xiao, who was trembling all over, tried to stop him. She was extremely flustered, and her heart kept falling into a bottomless abyss. She didn't dare to listen anymore. She didn't dare to listen anymore. Chapter 28:16. How could her son witness such an embarrassing scene? How could she let her son witness such a shameful scene? No wonder he found her disgusting. Even she found herself disgusting. I know. It's only right for you to find me disgusting. I feel disgusted and dirty for myself." Mrs. Xiao could no longer sit down and beg for her son's forgiveness. She couldn't open her mouth and was too ashamed to face him. "You're right. I shouldn't have come. I don't have the face to see you. I won't come again." What face did she have left? What face did she have left? Mrs. Xiao couldn't stay for a second longer. She was so flustered that she staggered as she stood up. Her body swayed as if she would faint at any moment. "Be careful. I'll get the servants to send you out." Xia Jinyuan didn't sit back and watch. He knew that his medicine was strong enough to expose Mrs. Zhao's most embarrassing side. Since she wanted to know the answer, he would tell her. "No, I'll leave on my own." Mrs. Xiao, who was too ashamed to stay any longer, just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Recalling her willful behavior when she was young, she felt deeply humiliated. Even if the lover she cheated on later became her second husband, she didn't have the face to explain herself. The coldness in Xia Jinyuan's eyes had dissipated. He was really afraid that she would fall. Seeing that she hadn't finished the water on the coffee table, he reminded her, "Have some water." Mrs. Xiao got up too quickly and knocked her calf on the coffee table. She didn't react this time because she was afraid of pain. Hearing this, she grabbed the glass and drank the remaining half of the lemonade in one gulp. She drank it too quickly and too quickly. The water spilled out of her mouth, and she put down the glass, coughing violently. It was too embarrassing. Such an ugly side was exposed by her own son. It was too embarrassing. Too embarrassing. In a panic, Mrs. Xiao put the glass back on the coffee table. She was too anxious and didn't notice that the glass in her hand wasn't placed on the coffee table. She loosened her grip, and the glass fell on the wooden floor with a bang. It didn't break, but it made a terrifying rolling sound. The cup that had spun on the floor rolled off the coffee table and onto the floor. Xia Jinyuan looked coldly at the lady in front of him, who was no longer elegant and was in a sorry state. He took in her panic, shock, and discomfort, all of it. He did not pity Madame Xiao at all. He looked at her calmly and did not even reach out to touch her. He did despise her for being dirty. Madame Li, who was outside, heard the commotion and leaned towards the living room. It sounded like something had fallen to the ground. There wasn't any big movement inside. It didn't seem like someone had intentionally thrown something. Instead, it seemed like someone had accidentally knocked something over and made the sound. If it was an accident, then there was nothing nice about it. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Mrs. Shao bent down to pick up the glass of lemonade and put it back with trembling hands. When she got up, even her neatly combed hair was messed up. There was no nobility, no elegance, and the ugliest side of her had been dug out. No matter how noble and elegant she was, she could not hide her filthy ugliness. Xia Jinyuan looked at her calmly and replied, "It's okay." He was very polite and tolerant because he didn't care. He didn't make a fuss about it. Chapter 28:17. Madame Zhao's heart sank when she heard him say, "It's okay." Her cold heart felt like it was being pricked by thousands of steel needles. She finally understood that no matter what she did, she would never hear her son call her mother. She had already walked to the door. She held the door frame with one hand and turned back again. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked deeply at Xia Jinyuan again, with her weather-beaten eyes. Seeing the calm indifference on his face, she closed her eyes gently. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." My child, she never thought that he would see such a dirty and ugly side of her. She never thought that the absurdity of her youth would become her only way out. Why did she come to the mansion? Why did she come? If she didn't come, she could at least continue to deceive herself and stay in the capital. She might even be able to see her son from afar occasionally. Now that the last fig leaf was gone, she was so ugly and dirty in her son's heart. How could she still have the face to see him? But she came, she just had to come. Madame Zhao's heart ached. She suddenly remembered why she came to the mansion. She almost forgot. She almost forgot her business. Xia Jinyuan walked to the door and was about to open it to leave when she slowly turned around. He frowned slightly. Did she have something to say? "Yuan, tell your father. Li Chuhai is back. You may not know Li Chuhai, but your father knows him, and so does old Master Li. Yuan, tell your father and old Master Li. They should know." Madame Zhao's face was pale. She opened the door and walked out of the living room. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. She deliberately came over to tell him an unfamiliar name, Li Chuhai. His surname was also Li? He seemed to know more people with the surname Li recently. His brother-in-law's surname was also Li. Madame Li suddenly shouted from outside, "Schumann, Schumann!" Madame Shao walked out and said, "Chengluan, let's go." Then, under Madame Li's gaze, her knees went weak. She fell to the ground, weakly. If the servant who was about to send the guests out didn't catch her, she would have fallen to the ground. When Madame Li saw this, how could she sit still? He hurriedly came over to support Madame Shao, who had gone limp all over, and shouted at the servant, "Hurry up and help her sit down on the chair." "Is this how you treat your family, Xia? You'll scare the visitors until their legs go soft." Her voice was very loud. If it had been a commercial residence upstairs or downstairs, everyone would have heard her voice. Fortunately, the family Xia mansion had high walls and there were no neighbors around. Even the scenic spots in the North Sea avoided the family Xia mansion, making the old mansion the quietest mansion in the busy city. Mrs. Li wanted to make it known to everyone, but only the family Xia's servants and Xia Jinyuan could hear her. "I'm fine, Chengluan. I'm fine." Madame Shao, who had no strength in her body, spoke so softly that it seemed like she would die at any moment. In addition, her complexion was very bad. It was really hard to believe that she was fine. You're already in this state, and you still say you're fine. If I had accompanied you just now to give you courage, you wouldn't have been so scared. Sit down and don't move. I want to ask Yuan what he wants to do. Chapter 28:18. Mrs. Li, who was helping Mrs. Xiao sit down, did not see Xia Jinyuan coming out. After she finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "I don't want to do anything. Mrs. Li, you don't have to worry. Since Mrs. Xiao is unwell, you should go to the hospital." "Of course I have to go to the hospital. Hurry up and call 120. Xia Jinyuan, you're really something. You scared your mother to this extent. Do you really want her to die? I've really learned something new. So this is how old Xia teaches you. Where's old master and old madam? I want the two elders to see how rude you are. How can you be so disrespectful to your elders?" Mrs. Li was so angry that she clutched her purse tightly. She almost pointed at Xia Jinyuan's nose and scolded him. Xia Jinyuan turned a deaf ear to her words. He knew that Mrs. Deputy Chief of Staff Du had her own thoughts. When family Xia caused trouble, she would be happy. How could an outsider get what he wanted? This was family Xia, not her Du family. Xia Jinyuan dialed 120 and told the operator Mrs. Zhao's current situation. He also told the operator the address. After the operator confirmed that it was correct, he hung up the phone. He then ordered the servant, "Go and get me a glass of water." "Yes, sir." The servant retreated politely without saying anything else. The rules of family Xia were not something that outsiders could criticize. Even Mrs. Li, whose ancestors were warlords, did not have the right to do so. His indifference made Mrs. Li tremble with anger. Seeing Xia Jinyuan suddenly walk away, Mrs. Li, who had never been treated like this by a junior, was completely furious. "Xia Jinyuan, stop right there." She rushed over as if she was going to teach Xia Jinyuan a lesson. Madame Xiao, who was weak all over, saw that Madame Li was about to rush over. She was as soft as noodles and wanted to raise her hand to stop her. However, Madame Li had already rushed a few steps away. She scolded sternly, "Xia Jinyuan, take a good look at what your mother has become. Do you still have a heart? Do old master and old madam just let you do whatever you want? Chenglan, stop it, stop it. Let's go, let's go." Mrs. Xiao, who was struggling to get up, was shocked and anxious when she saw that Mrs. Li insisted on letting old master and old madam come out to judge, but she could not muster the strength. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely, and her face was pale. She just wanted to leave quickly, and did not want to stay any longer. How could she still have the face to ask the two elders to come out? Xia Jinyuan looked at Madame Li coldly. Her anger made him curl his lips slightly. He said with a faint smile, "Rules? Manners? Madame Li, look at how well educated you are now. Do you have any manners? I don't respect my elders. Are there any elders here that I need to respect?" Just because he didn't care about it didn't mean that he would be scolded by others. He was not a coward, nor was he a pushover. Mrs. Li thought that she was very important when she came to the family home to behave atrociously. Mrs. Li snorted coldly. "No elders that you need to respect. Xia Jinyuan, you better watch it carefully. Regardless of seniority, I am older than your mother and in the same generation as your father. You have to be polite to us." "I am polite, but you're not polite at all. You came to the family home to criticize us. If I continue to be polite, I will be a coward. I'm sorry, Mrs. Li, but I, Xia Jinyuan, am not someone you can casually scold. Go back and scold your second son and second daughter." Chapter 28:19. Xia Jinyuan's words had always been infuriating. Now that Mrs. Li was being so aggressive and arrogant, as if she was going to trample on family Xia, he was not going to be polite to her. He had already tolerated her and treated her politely. If Mrs. Li continued to push her luck, she could not blame him for not teaching her a lesson. He swept his cold gaze over the man. His tall stature gave him a condescending arrogance. He calmly and slowly said, "Respect you? Don't flatter yourself. You are indeed older and of the same generation as my father, but I really can't respect you for what you have done. Mrs. Li, do you really think we don't know how Mrs. Xiao left family Xia and how she cheated on him? Do you really think we don't know about it? Do you know why I don't hold it against you? Because I really can't respect a madam like you, who is a madam but works as a pimp. I'm afraid I'll lose my dignity and lower my standards." The main hall was completely silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Mrs. Li, who was usually polite and unforgiving, seemed to have been strangled. Her high-pitched voice came to an abrupt halt. What did she just hear? What did she just hear? She was a madam but worked as a pimp. He actually, Mrs. Li, who felt humiliated, could not take it anymore. She was so angry that her teeth were chattering. Her eyes flashed with anger, and she raised her hand to slap Xia Jinyuan's face. Mrs. Xiao, who had just regained some strength, gritted her teeth and stood up. When she saw that her good friend was about to hit her son, she suddenly rushed over. Xia Jinyuan did not let her protect him. He directly reached out and blocked Mrs. Li's arm. "Mrs. Li, look at who I am. I'm Xia Jinyuan. You, a pimp who pimped out his good friend when he was young. Are you worthy of hitting me? Mrs. Li, are you worthy? You. Mrs. Li was dizzy from the series of identities and was so angry that she almost fainted. Brothel keeper, pimp, what was this brat saying? Madame Li, whose vision was turning black, was furious. She was so angry that the wrinkles on her face showed even more of her pride as a noble lady. She gritted her teeth and said, "Nothing good can come out of a dog's mouth. No wonder you have achieved nothing. You are just a little major today. For Xia Xian to have such a scoundrel as a son, for Master Xia and the old madam to have such an unambitious grandson, who only knows how to muddle along in the army, it's really a disgrace. The face of the family Xia's several generations has been ruined. When it comes to you, I will keep my eyes open and watch how you squander away all the glory, splendor, wealth and splendor that the family Xia has accumulated for generations. Madame Li, your words have really broadened my horizons." The old madam's calm and dignified voice came from outside. Mrs. Li's body immediately stiffened, and the expression on her face changed again and again. Suddenly, it was colorful and very beautiful. Mrs. Xiao, who had fallen to the ground at some point, did not even have the courage to raise her head. She only had the courage to respectfully say, "Hello, old madam." After that, she did not dare to speak again. The old madam had already asked people to keep an eye on the situation outside, and told them to inform her immediately if anything happened. When she heard that the front was in a mess, she could not sit still, so Annie Fong accompanied her. Chapter 28:20. When Madame Dowager arrived, she happened to hear Madame Li scolding her favorite grandson like an elder. Even though Madame Dowager was kind-hearted, she was still displeased. An outsider had no right to scold the child of the old family Xia. Xia Jinyuan saw that Madame Dowager was alarmed, and his handsome face darkened. He hurried over to greet her. "Grandma, why are you here? I've already told you that I'll deal with it. You're done with your mother, and now there's another matter. If I don't step in, you'll be slapped in the face in your own home. I won't let anyone hit me. You'd better." Xia Jinyuan still wanted to persuade her, but Madame Dowager looked at him with a smile. Xia Jinyuan knew that he couldn't persuade her. Madame Dowager walked in without looking sideways. When she reached Madame Xiao, who was still sitting on the floor, she ordered Annie Fong, "It's cold on the floor. Help her up." Annie Fong nodded gently and helped Madame Dowager sit down before bending over to help Madame Xiao up. Madame Li was proud and arrogant, although she was afraid of Madame Dowager. She was so angry that her chest hurt. that she couldn't care less. She glared at Madame Dowager and said, "Madame Dowager, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make a scene and let everyone know what the family Xia rules are." Wantonly insulting guests and showing no respect to elders. Are these the rules of the Xia family? Pimp? Procuress? Preposterous. Li Chunlan had lived for more than 60 years, and this was the first time she had suffered such humiliation. Madame Dowager sat in the armchair in the main hall while Annie Fong stood beside her and gently fanned herself with an old cattail leaf fan. Madame Dowager, who was born in a prestigious family, had the elegance of the older generation, so no one dared to act rashly. Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want me to give you? The old madam laughed. Her weathered eyes were gentle and calm as she stared at Madame Li, who was glaring angrily at her. Her aged voice was neither slow nor slow as she said, "Madam, you've come to the Xia family to cause a ruckus, and you still want us to give you an explanation? How about this? Why don't you first tell us why we need to give you an explanation? Listen to it first, and then I'll see if I really have to give you an explanation." Madame Li looked at the old madam, who was sitting high up in the main hall with her eyes slightly lowered. The anger in her heart could not be extinguished. "Old madam, do you mean that I'm being unreasonable? There is a cause before there is a consequence. Who is being unreasonable and who is being reasonable? You have to look at what the cause is first. You tell me, I'll listen. Tell me in detail. Don't just pick the light ones and leave out the most important ones." Madame Dowager's voice suddenly turned cold when she finished speaking. Her awe-inspiring majesty hit Madame Li in the face. Madame Li was so shocked that her heart trembled, and even her full confidence dissipated. Why did she feel that the old madam's words had a hidden meaning? Don't just pick the light ones and miss out on the most important ones. What is light? What is weight? Thinking of this, the anger in Madame Li's heart dissipated a lot. She calmly pondered what the old madam's words meant. After calming down, Madame Li realized that she had made a big mistake in the beginning. No matter how strong she was outside, in front of the older generation, she had to lower her chin. However, she had been angered by Xia Jinyuan and directly glared at the old madam. Wrong. She was wrong. Chapter 28-21. But at this moment, she realized that it was useless for her to humble herself. Old Madame Li had seen how angry she was just now. Old Madame Li would not argue with the younger generation, but since the other party had glared at her and demanded an explanation, they had to have a good chat. How many years had it been since someone had been so arrogant in front of an old woman like her? Since they were so arrogant that they had come to family Xia's old residence. Old Madame Li glanced at Madame Li, who was standing in front of her. She happened to see Madame Li, who had been arrogant just now, shrink back a little because of her glance. Old Madame Li smiled, faintly. Old Madame Li, who was wearing a modified Tang suit, looked up slightly and said gently, "Since you don't want to talk, let me start." Madame Li, who was still thinking, had a bad feeling when she heard this. She could not help but look up. That pair of kind eyes had a sharpness that made Madame Li's heart skip a beat. The majesty that she released made Madame Li's fingers tremble slightly. The person sitting in front of her was old Madame Li from family Xia. She was a legendary heroine who had carried a gun, killed enemies, and saved several founding generals. She had indeed gone overboard just now. She was still thinking about how to make up for it when old Madame Li said, "My sixth son didn't say anything wrong. Back then, when I found out that my ex-daughter-in-law couldn't wait to go abroad after divorcing my son, I sent someone to investigate what exactly happened. I didn't expect that the eldest daughter of the Li family, who married out of the family, was so generous that she could marry an artist and a married woman at a party. She was so generous that she even vacated her own home to let a married woman and an artist be intimate with each other. Madam Li, although I'm old, my heart is not blind. What's more, it happened more than 20 years ago. I'm not old yet. I'm even younger than you are now. You say that our family Xia has no rules, but your rules are really worthless in my family. They're so bad that they're at the root. If I remember correctly, you should be the illegitimate daughter of old man Li's second wife. When it came to exposing someone's past, old Jiang had to be the one to do it. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. She didn't argue or argue. She just said the truth, which made Madame Li feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. The cool wind penetrated into her heart and turned into cold air, which made her heart feel cold. She still wanted to make up for her mistake, just now, but who would have thought that this old lady would take a knife and stab her fiercely? She even specially picked the sharpest knife. Good. If that was the case, then don't blame her for being rude. Madame Li, who was the most unwilling to talk about her identity, clenched her fists tightly and said with a fake smile, "Old madam, I respect you as an elder. You have to be more polite and don't lose your identity as an elder. Otherwise, people outside might gossip about you." Was this a threat? Old madam, who had never been afraid of threats, said to Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, "Go outside and see if the ambulance has arrived. I'll guard the old madam. Yuan, you go outside and watch." Aunt Fong stood up. She understood what old madam meant. She smiled and said, "Leave this to old madam. You go do your own thing." Since old madam had stepped forward, how could she let the men in the family Xia stand up? The men of old Madam family Xia were unyielding. How could they care about such trivial matters? Chapter 28-22. In Madame Li's eyes, Madame Li was nothing. "Hurry up and do your own things," Madame Li urged. Xia Jinyuan couldn't stay even if he wanted to. He pursed his lips and said softly, "Don't be angry. Take care of yourself. I know you're filial. Hurry up and do your own things. I'll have a good chat with your mother." And Madame Li, the kind-looking old madam, looked at her tall grandson with a smile. She couldn't even hide the smile in her eyes. "After you're done with your work, go to the back and accompany the distinguished guest." Madame Li looked on coldly and mocked. "Madame Li, your good grandson was ordering me around just now. You've already stepped in, but you still won't let him apologize to me? Everyone says you're strict with rules. I've really seen it today. Other than his father, no one else in the family has dared to hit my grandson." Madame Li rushed up and slapped my grandson's face. "You've really opened my eyes." After watching Xia Jinyuan leave the main hall, Madame Li's smile faded. She ordered calmly, "Ningfang, call old man Li's second wife and ask her to come over. Also, ask old man Li to come over if it's convenient for him. My granddaughter is so arrogant that she dared to come to my family and hit my grandson. Even I, Su Rong, can't bear to hit him. She even asked my family to apologize. I want to personally ask how the Li family raised their daughter. When Madame Li said she would call, she really did. She wasn't joking at all." Madame Li, who thought she was joking, didn't believe her. When Annie Fong called, she realized that the graceful Madame Li sitting on the high chair with a head of silver hair was serious. Madame Zhao's heart was already dead. It was as if the matter in front of her had nothing to do with her at all. What else could she do? She wanted to leave, but Cheng Lan wanted to stay. She didn't want to embarrass herself and drag Cheng Lan down with her. What else could she do? Although Madame Li was also an extraordinary woman in the capital, in front of this heroine, the old madam, Her skills were not just a little bit inferior. Auntie Fong said respectfully to Madame Li, the head of the Li family picked up the phone and knew that you were the one who invited him. He immediately called his second wife over. He didn't ask what happened. He only apologized over the phone and asked me to express his apologies to you. Then I'll have to wait. The old madam nodded slightly and sat in the armchair, waiting for the Li family to come. Madame Li understood that this matter was not a joke. Her face was extremely ugly. Seeing that the old madam did not want to talk to her, and that talking to her would be degrading her status, Madame Li almost gritted her teeth. She was already in her 60s and had become a grandmother. She was respected by the younger generation in the family, but she did not have any face in front of the old madam. She couldn't take this lying down. Old madam, I respect you as an elder, so I didn't dare to disturb you. You, on the other hand, have troubled my elderly mother to come over. Old madam, you are too. Before she could say the word arrogant, Madame Xiao, who was sitting in a daze like a wooden sculpture, spoke up. Chenglan, old madam is not someone you can talk about. You have no right to talk about old madam. If you don't want to go, then I have to go. I know that you want to watch a show. Take your time. I'll go first. Li Chenglan was shocked by her words. I know that you want to watch a show. Shuman, she knew? What did she know? What did she know? Madame Li, whose eyes suddenly became sharp, looked at Madame Xiao, whose voice was dull. Madame Xiao stood up from the chair and walked to the old madam. She suddenly knelt down in front of the old madam without warning. Chapter 28-23. The old lady looked at her calmly. If you have something to say, get up. You don't have to kneel to me. I can't afford your kneeling. She then said to Auntie Fong, help her up. She's getting on in years. Don't torture yourself. This time, Mrs. Zhao's kneeling did not soften the old lady's heart. She did not want her grandson to be the one being wronged. Shuman, I don't blame you. You choose the path you want to take. Our family Xia will let you go. But I have to tell you that someone wants to make a fool of our family Xia. I can't tolerate such a person. Mrs. Li knew that she was talking about her. She wanted to interrupt, but the old lady said calmly, it's your business to make friends and choose the path you want to take. It has nothing to do with our family Xia. You don't have to come here in the future, and don't bring back people who have nothing to do with our family Xia. The ambulance should be outside. I'm worried. You should go to the hospital. After all, you are sixth brother's mother. Although you and sixth brother are not fated to be mother and son, you have at least given birth to a child for the Xia family. We can still accept it. When we meet on the street, we can just smile and nod. Xia Jinyuan had already brought the doctor and nurse in. Auntie Fong happened to help Mrs. Xiao up and did not let the doctor see her kneeling. During the whole process, no one spoke to Mrs. Li. They all treated her as if she was invisible. Mrs. Xiao also ignored her. The doctor did a simple examination and asked her if there was anything wrong with her body. Soon, she was given an oxygen mask. The patient has a history of heart palpitations. Her breathing is rapid and short. We can't rule out the possibility of heart problems. She needs to be sent to the hospital for a detailed examination. Who will accompany her? Mrs. Li sneered when she heard that. Without a family member, her son won't acknowledge her. She has to go home and sixth brother follow her. The old lady ordered calmly. As for what Mrs. Li said, she simply ignored her. She was already in her 60s and should save some face for herself. She should not think that she could be a tyrant just because she was doing well now. In front of these old people, she really did not have that right. Madame Li, whose words were blocked, turned pale. Now she was pretending to be a good person. When Mrs. Xiao heard that her son was going to accompany her, She was happy at first, but then her face turned sad. No, I'll ask the nanny to come over. It's not a big problem. I'll go with you. Madam Li didn't dare to stay in the family xia alone. She had a hard time dealing with the old madam alone. If Master Xia came out, she would be whipped. She stood up immediately, afraid that the old madam would stop her. She took a few steps forward and grabbed Madame Zhao's hand tightly. She said in a low voice, "I'll go with you. I'll be worried if he goes with you." Old Madame Zhao understood the meaning in her friend's eyes. She begged the old madam to be merciful. The air was a little quiet. The medical staff stood there and did not dare to move for a while. The old madam, who looked like an old neighbor, walked over and stopped in front of her former daughter-in-law. She slowly bent down with the help of Annie Fong. "Schumann, I remember that you are 57 or 58 years old. At 50, you know your destiny. At 60, you are obedient. Sound enters the heart, and there is no disobedience. You know the best, and you get it without thinking. You remember what I said today. Don't be so willful in the future. You don't have the capital to be willful anymore, Schumann. Since you've lived the life you want, just keep living like this. Do you still remember what I asked you that year?" Chapter 28-24. Mrs. Xiao, who was crying again, nodded. She remembered. How could she forget the resolute words she had said that day? "Schumann, are you sure you don't regret your choice today?" "No, I won't regret it for the rest of my life." "Okay, then as your ex-mother-in-law, I wish you a happy ending. From now on, you have nothing to do with our family xia. If you regret it, please regret it alone." "I don't regret it. I, Xiao Schumann, never regret my choice. It's good that you remember. Go." The old lady waved her hand and signaled the medical staff to leave with the stretcher. Mrs. Li followed closely, afraid that she would be forced to stay. Just as she stepped out of the door, she heard the old lady say to the person beside her, "Go and tell old man Li that his daughter is gone. If he is sincere, he has to come. Wuxin, forget it." "Yes, old lady." Auntie Fong answered softly, just enough for Mrs. Li to hear. Mrs. Li, who was wearing high heels, slipped and leaned her body. She left the family xia with a haze in her eyes. She didn't believe that her old father would really come. Old man Li really came with his second wife. When he received Li Chunlan's call, he glanced at his second wife, who didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and sneered, "The granddaughter of the Li family is really impressive. She has a 4 or 5-year-old grandson. She has been a grandmother for 4 or 5 years, but she still doesn't use her brain. Li Chunlan, you've lost face outside, yet you still have to make an old thing like me, who has one foot in a yellow pit, apologize. You're really capable." Mrs. Li was not the least bit surprised. She turned on the phone and put on earplugs. Her eyes were gloomy as she said, "Dad, you know that I'm already a grandmother. Your words are too harsh. You still know that you are a grandmother. I thought you were going back to your old age. Is the family xia a place where you can show off? Do you think you can stand straight now that your man is the deputy chief of staff of the General Staff Department? Do you think you can speak tough now that you are on good terms with the Qin family? The Qin family is the same as the family xia. Do you think you can play with them? Are you really that capable to be able to make these two old aristocratic families give you orders and obey you? Li Chunlan, you're 62 this year, right? You're not 26. You can flaunt your power in front of others. If you can hold on, that's your ability. I don't care. But you've made a fool of yourself in front of the other old aristocratic families here. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Not to mention that you're 62 this year. Even if you're 82, as long as I'm still alive, you'd better lay low." Mrs. Li, who was no longer elegant, was furious. She pulled out the earphone cable and threw it to the passenger seat. She stared at the red light with gloomy eyes. As the red light changed, a contemptuous smile appeared on her face. If his father wanted to embarrass himself at the family Xia, then so be it. The Li family was just her mother's family, and her own family was the Du family. As long as her husband was promoted, her son was outstanding, and her daughter married into a prestigious family, Li Chenglan's wish in this life would be fulfilled. The car drove into the downtown area, and the red lacquered door of the family Xia slowly closed. Xia Jinyuan helped the old lady back to her seat. She sighed and patted Xia Jinyuan's arm with a tired face. She said kindly, "Sixth brother, I'm too soft-hearted. I made you suffer today. She won't come again in the future. You don't have to worry about your family. But you have to be careful of Li Chenglan. She's ruthless. In the past, she was ruthless outside, but now that she's old, she hides her ruthlessness inside. You have to be careful, especially that man and her family." Chapter 28-25. Old Madam had a very bad impression of her. From the day Mrs. Xiao brought her back to family Xia, Old Madam could tell that the newly married Mrs. Li was a ruthless woman. She said earnestly, "Because of your father, the Du family, and our family Xia are at loggerheads. You have to be careful. Don't worry about what's going on outside. We're here. Nothing will happen. You're tired. I'll accompany you back to your room to rest." No, I'm going to chat with my granddaughter-in-law. You have good taste. Grandma likes girls like Xiao Yi who are determined and have their own opinions. They're not pushy. Let her chat with me. I'll be happy for a few days. Unfortunately, she has to leave tonight. Otherwise, I really want her to stay and sleep with me. When old Madam thought of her future granddaughter-in-law sitting in the back garden, the tiredness on her face seemed to disappear. She joked, "You should work harder. Hurry up and marry Xiao Yi." What happened just now didn't seem to affect old Madam at all. It was like a small stone thrown into the sea. It didn't even make a small splash. Yi Qian had already looked outside several times. She was a little worried. "Do you want me to go with you?" Li Jinyan saw her worry and said softly, "The two elders won't finish playing chess right away. Let's go and take a look before we come back." Yi Qian really wanted to go and take a look. However, it was her first time visiting the Du family. It would be rude to rush over. Yi Qian pursed her lips and said softly, "No, let's wait." She heard family Xia's servant come over to tell old Madam. She didn't listen much. She only heard the servant mention Mrs. Xiao and saw the smile in old Madam's eyes disappear. Now that old Madam had been gone for nearly half an hour and hadn't returned, Yi Qian was a little uneasy. Old Madam and Captain Xia didn't come back. It was most likely related to Mrs. Xiao. Yi Qian looked at the two old men who were focused on the game of Go, unaffected by the outside world. He took a few deep breaths in an attempt to calm himself down. The tea house was very simple, similar to the old man's tea house. A frosted glass sliding door separated the tea house into two separate spaces, one for playing chess and the other for drinking tea. Through the sliding door, one could only see the figures inside and outside. Even though he could only see her silhouette, Yi Qian did not dare to move. He sat there obediently and waited for Xia Jinyuan to return. 5 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan returned with old Madame Dowager. The tea room immediately became lively. Old Madame Dowager tugged on Yi Qian's hand. When she touched the calluses on Yi Qian's hand, old Madame Dowager couldn't help but tighten her grip. The calluses on her granddaughter-in-law's hands were in the same position as the calluses on old Six's hands. She didn't know which unit Sixth brother was serving in, nor did she know what kind of hard work he was doing. She only knew that he was serving in the border area, and there was a certain amount of danger. For a girl like her granddaughter-in-law to have such thick calluses, her life in the military academy must not have been easy. Come visit us often in the future. Grandma will make some nourishing food for you to nourish your body. Today, the kitchen made some nourishing soup for you. Drink a bowl at night to nourish your body. Don't be so polite with Grandma when you're home. We're all family. If you're too polite, it'll hurt our relationship. Whatever you want to eat, just tell me. Grandma will prepare it for you. It's said that the body is the capital of revolution. Only by taking care of your body can you be more loyal to the country. Chapter 28-26. The Xia family had always been dominated by males and females. Now that Yi Jian was here, she looked tough and gentle when she smiled. The more old Madam looked at her, the more she liked her. Yi Jian, who had calmed down a lot, answered old Madam Fang's questions one by one. He wasn't in a hurry and answered them calmly. He didn't have stage fright. His natural and unrestrained manner made old Madam Fang and Aunt Fang secretly exchange happy glances. When the sun set, old Madam Fang didn't keep Yi Qian to chat with her. She said to Xia Jinyuan, "Accompany Xiao Yi for a walk around our house. Jinyan is playing chess with two old men, so I won't ask him to go with you." She was creating an opportunity for her grandson. How could Xia Jinyuan not understand? He wanted to hold Yi Qian's hand and leave together. Yi Qian, who got up, pretended not to see, and left the tea house under old Madam Fang's smiling gaze. Yuan really knows how to find a wife. Ning Fang, look at Xiao Yi. Ayo, this child is really beautiful. Her dark eyes are like stars. She's really beautiful. I like her the moment I see her. You only think that your granddaughter-in-law is beautiful. Didn't you notice anything else? Aunt Fang laughed along with old Madam Fang. Old Madam Fang wasn't wrong. Xiao Yi was indeed beautiful. She's good. She has a good temper. She doesn't talk much, but every word she says is precise. You can see that she's intelligent and reasonable. The more I look at her, the happier I am. I'm so happy. I'll probably laugh out loud in my dreams these few nights. Aunt Fang's smile deepened. When your granddaughter-in-law marries into our family, you'll be even happier. Yes. I've been waiting for this day. Ning Fang, quickly go to the kitchen and boil the soup carefully. I see that Xiao Ye's eyes are white. I'm afraid that she just came over and didn't notice that she got cold. When she gets home, I have to take care of her. Tell the kitchen to make another black chicken soup. I'll have her bring it home and drink it tomorrow. She's still young. Her body can handle it now, but when she gets older, she'll be at a disadvantage. I have to worry about her. The old madam instructed her meticulously, not forgetting to make the soup for the next day. It was obvious that she really liked Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan had always thought that his grandpa and grandma would definitely like his little fox. When they saw her today, the smiles in their eyes never stopped. Grandpa had the intention to drag the Devil King into the game of chess, so Grandma immediately ordered him to bring the little fox around the house, trying to create opportunities for him and the little fox to be alone together. Yi Qian also understood the intentions of the two elders. Because she understood, she pretended not to see Xia Jinyuan reaching out to hold her hand. I'm really surprised today. I didn't expect you to come to the old mansion with old master. I've been thinking about it, but I didn't bring you here. Today, old master finally fulfilled my wish. Little fox, does this mean that the old man has already acknowledged me as his grandson-in-law? He's very reassured to hand you over to me? Walking out of the back garden, Lieutenant Colonel Xia couldn't help but hold Yi Qian's hand. He was overjoyed. His deep eyes were as gentle as water, surrounding Yi Qian tightly. He didn't want to let her out of his sight for even a second. However, Yi Qian felt that he was thinking too much. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. My grandpa only said that he's here to visit Grandpa Xia. As for me, I'm here with him. Grandpa didn't say that he's very reassured about you. He was too proud, so proud that she couldn't help but want to give him a blow. Chapter 28-27. Xia Jinyuan was not discouraged. Even if the old man was here to visit his grandfather, it did not matter. The girl he had always wanted to bring home to show his grandparents was also here. But it was still a pity. Actually, I would have preferred if I brought you home myself. It would have been more formal. Xia Jinyuan walked through the shade of the willow trees and held Yi Qian's hand as they strolled through the home he had grown up in. It's a pity that I wasn't the one who brought you to the old mansion. Yi Qian did not care about this. She raised their interlocked hands and smiled. That's not a big deal. I wasn't nervous when I came here with my grandfather, but if I came back with you, I would definitely be so nervous that I would run away. This is pretty good. When we arrive at the door, I will carry you in. How could I let you run away? Xia Jinyuan laughed deeply. He tightened his grip on her hand and whispered to her, "After Grandpa and Grandma saw you, they pointed at me and said that I found a good granddaughter-in-law for them. In order to avoid any more trouble, they asked me to marry you as soon as possible. What do you think? I really want to fulfill their wishes. The sooner I marry you, the sooner I can let my wife and children warm my bed. Just thinking about those days makes me feel comfortable." Yi Qian, who was sensitive by nature, could feel that the two elders really liked her. Old Madame Fu was unwilling to let go of her hand. It was only after Captain Xia kept winking at her that old Madame Fu finally let go. Yi Qian blushed and could not help but laugh at the thought of his little actions in the tea room and how the two elders cooperated with each other. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she pursed her lips and smiled. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting for her answer, mistakenly thought that she really wanted to get married early. His deep and dark eyes suddenly sparkled. He stopped walking forward and stopped holding her hand. "When you arrive at the base and everything settles down, we will immediately submit a marriage application. What do you think? By the time everything settles down, it would be at least a year after graduation at the earliest." Yi Qian didn't have any objections to marriage now. After thinking for a while, she threw a very big problem to the man who was eager to get married soon. "My dad said that it won't be too late for me to get married when I'm 26 or 27. He can't bear to get married too early. I'll be 23 years old after graduation. That means I'll be 26 or 27 years old. How are you going to convince my father to agree to our marriage earlier?" Furthermore, she deliberately paused, waiting for him to ask if there was any other reason behind the word. And what? Even though Xia Jinyuan knew that she was doing this on purpose, he was happy to accompany her. His deep voice was like sunshine, clear and full of love. The smile on Yi Qian's delicate face became even more radiant and enchanting, like lotus flowers blooming in the early morning, so beautiful that one could not help but want to take it for himself. "Also, I feel that my father doesn't seem to want me to get married. He wants to find a son-in-law who marries into the family. Captain Xia, what would you do if my dad really asked for it?" "Son-in-law who married into the family. My future father-in-law might really have such thoughts." There were many outstanding people at the missile base, and all of them were capable. If my future father-in-law really had such thoughts, I wouldn't have to worry about not having a son-in-law. When Lieutenant Colonel Xia found out that Qin Xiu was his love rival, he did not even take it to heart. He really did. He had no choice. That was his future father-in-law. If he really had such thoughts, ha ha, that would be even better. Chapter 28:28. He laughed. His voice was clear and melodious, like the notes jumping on the strings of a piano, full of joy. Yi Qian, who had wanted to scare him, was confused. Why is he laughing? Does my future father-in-law really want to find a live-in son-in-law? He showed great interest, and his expression was full of eagerness. Do you really have such an idea? Yi Jian, who sensed that something was wrong, reacted in an instant. She could not help but widen her eyes. If that's the case, I think I have a good chance of winning. Seeing her shocked expression, Xia Jinyuan laughed even louder. He raised his hand and rubbed the top of her head. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Why? I'm not good enough." "Very good." Yi Qian nodded and said, "I think my dad will definitely prioritize you." The reason was simple. Her dad still seriously believed that she had a crush on her captain, a crush on Captain Xia. Why would she need to have a crush on him? It was an open and above-board love. Prioritize me? That means my father-in-law has a very good impression of me. I'm not sure how good his impression of you is, but I can tell you a piece of good news that I forgot to tell you last time. Yi Qian sighed and said, "I don't know where my dad found out that I have a crush on our captain. He thinks I have a crush on our captain." Our captain was equivalent to Xia Jinyuan and himself. Lieutenant Colonel Xia's brain, which was good at leading troops in battle, worked quickly. In less than a second, he knew that his future father-in-law already knew who Yi Qian had a crush on her captain. It was him, Xia Jinyuan. When the good news came, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was laughing with his head raised, could no longer hold back the joy in his heart. He lifted Yi Jian up, hugged her waist, and spun her around on the spot. "A crush on me? Ha ha ha. I want to tell my future father-in-law that it wasn't your daughter who had a crush on me. It was me who had a crush on your daughter. It took me more than 1,000 days to get her." At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was much happier than when he found out that he was going to be promoted. He was full of joy and excitement. He had walked from one shore to the other and finally reached the other shore. His hopes had finally been reaped. Standing on the other shore of his life, he had reaped the most beautiful fruit. What could be happier than this? This was the moment when Xia Jinyuan's emotions were most exposed. He restrained himself and endured silently. He had the strongest soul and the strongest willpower of a soldier. He wrapped himself up in layers and used the hardest shell to carefully hide all his feelings and feelings. But today, he wanted to indulge himself for a short while and let the joy in his heart fly without restraint. He didn't know why, but he was so happy. Just like him, Yi Qian had also undergone anti-dizziness training. After a few laps, he didn't feel dizzy and could even stand steadily. Of course, Yi Qian was still in his arms, and the one standing steadily was Xia Jinyuan. His joy deeply infected her. Yi Qian, who was being carried high up, put her hands on his shoulders. Under the faint sunset, her picturesque eyebrows were smiling deeply, and her clear eyes were incomparably bright as she looked at him. Happy because of his joy, Yi Qian asked, "Why are you so happy?" "I don't know. I suddenly felt very happy. I couldn't control myself and wanted to laugh out loud." Xia Jinyuan was carrying her so high up that he had to look up to meet her eyes. The joy on his handsome and elegant face let Yi Qian know that he was really happy. She heard him laugh again and say, "As long as my future father-in-law agrees, why can't I be a live-in son-in-law?" Chapter 28:29. Yi Qian, who was infected by his joy, was overjoyed. You can't be the only one who's happy. Everyone in your family has to be happy too. Marriage isn't just between the two of us. Our families have to be taken into consideration. Captain Xia, are you sure you can become a live-in son-in-law? Xia Jinyuan, who had been hugging her waist tightly, looked into her eyes, which seemed to be filled with thousands of stars. His thin lips slowly curved upwards, revealing a hint of arrogance, and he said slowly, "Of course I'm sure. If I say it'll happen, it'll happen." What? Do you think I'm joking? She really thought he was joking, but now she knew that he wasn't. Every word he said was serious, and there was not a single joking word in it. Her eyes moved slightly, and the stars in her eyes were so bright that he could see the vast galaxy. Xia Jinyuan saw his own reflection in the middle of the galaxy, becoming her world. I believe every word you say, and I believe that you can do it. But Yi Qian, who was smiling, gently traced his eyebrows with her fingers. She blinked slightly, and there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. But I'm joking. My dad never said that he wanted Captain Xia to become a live-in son-in-law. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan immediately said, "That won't do. How can you joke about something you said? I'm definitely going to be a live-in son-in-law." You want to be a live-in son-in-law so badly? Of course. We're both getting married. So what if I'm a live-in son-in-law? If my dad doesn't agree, what will you do? I'll wait until your father agrees. Are you trying to cling to my family? Little fox, did you only realize that I'm clinging to your family now? It's too late. I've already clung to your family. You and my future father-in-law can't get rid of me. Xia Jinyuan, who was still smiling, put Yi Qian down and held her hand tightly. His wanton laughter gradually subsided, and he said in a low voice, "Grandpa Fu is too lonely. We have to spend more time with him. Father-in-law had a rough life in the first half of his life. Now that you're back, and I'm by your side, both of us should accompany father-in-law." So what if he became a live-in son-in-law? He did not say what was on his mind, but Yi Qian understood. Because he understood, he was moved. Yi Qian looked at the man in front of her, who could always move her. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him gently on the cheek. "Thank you, Captain Xia," she said softly, full of tenderness. "In the future, my son-in-law can visit more often. My father and grandfather will be happy." The setting sun, like a thin layer of golden powder, shrouded the two people kissing under the willow branches. The two joined figures were stretched straight by the setting sun, like two lofty pine trees. No matter how much wind and rain they experienced, their deep roots were tightly entwined, and they would accompany each other until the end of time. After ending the deep kiss, Xia Jinyuan gently touched her moist lips and said softly, "The Fu family is too quiet. Grandpa Fu lives alone in Dangui Garden. He's too lonely. Family Xia is different. We have many brothers in our family, and Old Master has Old Madam Fu by his side. There are grandchildren and grandnephews in the family. Our relatives who live in the capital come over from time to time. The house is always lively. So in the future, I'll accompany Old Master Fu with you." Yes, the Fu family was too quiet. It was so quiet that when she returned home for the first time, she saw the empty house and then looked at her grandfather, who was staggering back. She couldn't help but panic. Chapter 28:30. At that time, Grandpa felt like he was sitting at home waiting for death to come. He had already lost the will to live. Fortunately, she came back, and she was still held by Captain Xia, who encouraged her to bravely take the first step to go home. Fortunately, her return gave Grandpa a new lease of life. He was no longer waiting for death to come, but for new hope to come. In the future, Grandpa would definitely be happier if this man, who always held her hand and gave her unlimited courage, accompanied her. Captain Xia had a fatal attraction to people who were trapped in the dark and hopeless abyss. Just like her, she had once come here with revenge in her heart. In the end, she was slowly pulled out of the abyss by him, walked out of the darkness, and bathed in sunlight again. He often said that it was his fortune to meet her. In fact, she wanted to say that it was her fortune to meet him. Let's go and take a look in front. My grandmother has a greenhouse, and Grandpa has a vegetable garden next to it. The two of us love to plant vegetables together at home and cultivate some famous flowers. When we're old, we'll do the same. That's what we call enjoying our old age. His low voice gently knocked on her heart. Yi Qian let him hold her hand and let him lead her forward. This was the man she loved with all her heart. No matter where he held her hand, she would definitely stay close to him and never be separated from him in this lifetime. Yi Qian, who originally wanted to ask Madame Xiao, didn't ask anymore. The two of them were so happy now, so there was no need to mention someone who would affect their mood. Moreover, Captain Xia didn't take the initiative to mention it, so she didn't ask. Xia Jinyuan didn't take the initiative to mention it because he didn't want to affect their mood. Another reason was that he still didn't know how to explain to Yi Qian why he had to distance himself from Madame Xiao. He saw with his own eyes that his mother had an affair, and even saw her sleeping on the same bed with her lover. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he didn't have the face to say it out loud. Until Yi Qian left the old mansion, Xia Jinyuan didn't mention Madame Xiao. He wasn't in the mood to talk about it. He felt tired just by saying one more word. With Li Jinyan driving, he did not send Yi Qian back to Dangui Garden. He only sent him to the door and watched as Li Jinyan started the car. He saw Yi Qian waving goodbye to him, Old Master and Old Madam. Then the car left his sight. When the old madam saw the car leave, she sighed and said, "My good granddaughter-in-law has just left, and I've been thinking about her. Old man, why do you think our granddaughter-in-law is so likable? Whether it's her words or her actions, even if she's just standing there obediently, I still like her no matter how I look at her." You love the crow and its crow. Xia Jinyuan laughed and praised himself. Besides, Xiao Yi is the girl I like. How can you not like her? Even if you don't like Xiao Yi, your grandma, and I will still like her. It has nothing to do with you. Old Master smiled and glanced at his thick-skinned grandson. Today, there were more wrinkles on his face. He said to Old Madam Xiao, "I made an appointment with Old Fu to go to Dangui Garden tomorrow. If we go tomorrow, we'll be able to see our granddaughter-in-law again." Xia Jinyuan helped the two elders back to the house and said calmly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your granddaughter-in-law won't be at Dangui Garden tomorrow." At the mention of this, Old Madam and Old Master looked disappointed. Old Master reminded Xia Jinyuan, "Next time when our granddaughter-in-law comes back, let me know in advance. Your father and I will go and see her." Chapter 28:31. You can't say that you are going to see her. You have to say that you are going to see Old Fu. Otherwise, she will feel guilty. Old Madame Fu reminded him and turned to look at her grandson, who had been taking care of them since he arrived home. She sighed and said, "Sixth brother, you should go to the hospital to see her. I won't force you if you don't acknowledge her as your mother, but she was sent to the hospital from our house today. You should go and see her." The smile in Old Master Xia's eyes tightened when he heard this. How did she end up in the hospital? Old Master Xia had always been with Old Master Xia, so Old Madame Fu didn't tell her ex-daughter-in-law that Old Master Xia had sent her to the hospital. Old Master Xia frowned when he heard this. First of all, we didn't hit her. Second of all, we didn't scold her. Why was she sent to the hospital? She ran over on such a hot day. Maybe she had a heat stroke. I'll let sixth brother take a look. Sigh, since she gave birth to sixth brother. Old Madame Fu's sigh didn't soften Xia Jinyuan's heart. He supported the two elders all the way to the stone pavilion in the front yard and sat down to enjoy the cool air. Then he smiled and said, "You don't have to go. If you go, you will be involved with her again. I made it very clear. She knows that our family Xia has done everything we can for her. If she continues to be unforgiving, she will be the one who suffers in the end, not us. Sixth brother is right. Old Madam, you are too soft-hearted. You were an iron lady when you were young. Why are you becoming more soft-hearted and unprincipled as you get older? This is not good. If you don't even have your principles, you will be in trouble." Old Master Xia agreed with his grandson. Since they were going to break up, they had to do it cleanly. They didn't want to be like a tangled thread in the end. Mrs. Xiao hoped that her son would come to the hospital to visit her. Even when Mrs. Li brought Du Jiai back to the hospital, she didn't see her son. Mrs. Qin's birthday party ended at 10 o'clock in the evening. The young people continued to play in groups while Mrs. Li, who looked a little cold, brought Du Jiai to the hospital. Du Jiai, who had come along reluctantly, arrived at the entrance of the hospital. Her face was still a little twisted. Mrs. Qin hinted at Qin Xiu to take her out to have fun, but before she could even open her mouth, her mother rejected on her behalf and said, "It's not convenient tonight. One of my good friends isn't feeling well and is in the hospital alone. My good friend has always doted on Jiai. Now that she's sick, I have to take her to see her." Du Jiai immediately understood why he refused and why he said those words. She understood, but then she remembered that she had missed her date with Qin Xiu. She was a little depressed all the way, and when she arrived at the entrance of the hospital, she couldn't help but throw a tantrum. "Mom, if you want to go in alone. I won't go." After saying that, he really turned around to leave. She really wanted to leave. She wanted to go back to see Qin Xiu. She wanted to walk with him and take the opportunity to deepen their understanding of each other. Du Jiai. Mrs. Li, who had already entered the hospital, immediately turned her head when she heard Du Jiai's words. Seeing that her daughter was really leaving, her face darkened. "Try taking another step." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely cold. Du Jiai, who was about to leave, was frightened. She gritted her teeth and had to turn around. I'll go, okay? Aunt Xiao isn't feeling well, and I'm also worried. But Qin Xiu." Chapter 28:32. Du Jiai, your brother is still in the Guangnan military region. He hasn't come back yet. What kind of brother is Qin Xiu to you? Madame Li, who had a cold face, heard that Du Jiai even lost the restraint that a girl should have for Qin Xiu, and her eyes became gloomy. She looked coldly at Du Jiai, who was throwing a tantrum. "Don't do anything that will make others look down on you, and don't do anything that will make me lose face." After saying this coldly and softly, Madame Li turned and walked towards the inpatient building. She didn't glare or scold Madame Li, but Du Jiai was very scared. She hurried to catch up with Madame Li, took her arm, and acted like a spoiled child. "Mom, I was wrong. I deeply realized that I was wrong. Please calm down and forgive me. Since you have told Madame Qin, I naturally have to accompany you to see Aunt Xiao. How can I go back to see Qin Xiu? I must accompany you to visit Auntie Xiao." Speaking of Qin Xiu, she almost shouted, "Brother Qin Xiu," again. Before Madame Li glanced at her, she quickly stopped and narrowly avoided being criticized. Madame Li knew her daughter's thoughts very well, so she strongly supported her. However, her support didn't mean that Du Jiai would shamelessly throw herself at him. Nor did it mean that she would lose all of a girl's modesty in exchange for a man's charitable gaze. Tonight, She finally saw how far her daughter, who she had always been proud of, could go for a man. She didn't even have the mood to socialize anymore. It was not easy for her to endure until the end. Even if she heard Madame Chin's hint, she knew that she had to take her daughter out. If she didn't, the whole capital would know that her daughter, Li Changlan, had lost the restraint of a girl for Qinxiu. Now was not the time to settle accounts with her daughter. She had to see Shu Man first. Seeing that her daughter admitted her mistake, the anger in Madame Li's heart dissipated a little, and her eyes were no longer so gloomy. Spend more time with your Auntie Xiao. She loves you so much, and now she is alone in the hospital. You have to talk to her more, so that her love won't be in vain. Seeing this, Du Jiai couldn't hold back the question in her heart. She asked softly, "Mom, your feelings for Annie Xiao? Why don't I understand?" He said that he was good to Annie Xiao and would smile when Annie Xiao was in trouble. However, when Auntie Xiao was really in trouble, he couldn't help but stand up to help her. The more she watched over the past few years, the more confused she became. Mrs. Li entered the elevator and waited until the elevator reached the 3rd floor before she replied calmly, "You don't need to understand. You only need to know that I really care about your Annie Xiao and that I don't like her." Oh, Du Jiai knew that she wouldn't get an answer, so she shut her mouth and didn't ask again. However, he was even more confused. It was true that he liked her, but it was also true that he didn't like her. Did he like her or didn't like her? Did he like her or didn't like her? Sometimes Mrs. Li couldn't tell the difference. However, she knew that every time she saw her best friend who was better than her in all aspects when she was young, she felt very satisfied in her heart. She didn't tell that kind of satisfaction to others, even her own husband. She just secretly rejoiced in her heart. However, when she really saw Xiao Schumann in trouble, she couldn't help but stand up for her. Every time she stood up for her, she couldn't help but ask herself, what's the point of doing this over and over again? Wouldn't it be better to just not see her again? She couldn't do it. She couldn't do it. This was the only thing she was interested in now. Since she couldn't do it, she would continue. Chapter 28:33. There were 2 sides to life. One was real, and the other was fake. Mrs. Li was both real and fake to Ms. Xiao. After so many years, Ms. Xiao might have known Mrs. Li's hypocrisy, and Mrs. Li might have known Ms. Zhao's pretense. The 2 women, whose ages added up to more than 100 years old, were open-minded and indifferent to some things. They didn't have the time to care about it. This was why Du Jiai said that she couldn't understand the relationship between Mrs. Li and Ms. Xiao. It was because the young Du Jiai was far less determined than the 2 women. At night, the hospital was terribly cold. The long corridor was lit up by the white lights, making the surroundings empty and spacious. It was still very depressing to walk in. Hearing the footsteps outside, Miss Xiao sighed while she was on the phone. "Well, I heard Chenglan's footsteps. Let's hang up." She didn't know who was on the other side of the phone, nor did she know what he said. Miss Xiao's face was gloomy. What if I say that I know all about it? Commander-in-Chief Xia, on the other side of the phone, was really shocked by her words. He frowned and said, "Since you know all about it, why did you let yourself be with her?" "It's been decades. I've already gone through most of my life with her. I didn't know it when I was young. What's the use of knowing it now that I'm old? The past is the past. Even if it was a trap set by her, I wouldn't have been fooled if it weren't for my own problem. Old Xia, not all the fault is Chenglan's. It's my fault. It has nothing to do with others. If I hadn't been so arrogant and conceited, those things wouldn't have happened. I've known Chenglan for many years. I know how good she is to me and how bad she is to me. I still have the same words. My life is almost over. I don't have so much energy to care about those things. What's more, Madame Li was already standing at the door, but she saw that Madame Xiao was talking on the phone inside. She stopped and asked Du Jiayi to wait outside until Madame Xiao finished the call. Madame Xiao, who was waving her hand outside, did not avoid it. She maintained the same posture as when she was on the phone just now, but lowered her voice a little. What's more, I know that old Du is secretly investigating Yuan, and I also know that Li Chuhai has returned. It's even more impossible for me to alienate Cheng Lan. Xia Jinyuan, who was also standing next to the phone and listening to the hands-free call, had his eyes darkened slightly. He quickly wrote 2 words on the paper. Why did old Du investigate Yuan? Who else did he investigate? There were only 2 words on the paper, Yi Qian and a question mark. Xia Jinyuan was not afraid that the Du family would investigate him, but he was worried that Yi Qian would be implicated because of his relationship with him. I didn't hear that he was investigating anyone else. I accidentally heard that he was investigating Yuan. Okay, it's not convenient for me to talk about it now. Tonight, Madame Xiao sighed softly again. There was a faint smile on her pale face. Thank you for calling me tonight. Don't worry, I won't go to the old mansion again. Yuan, I won't see him again. If there's anything important in the future, I'll contact you directly. She ended the call without saying goodbye and deleted the call record. Chapter 2834. Du Jiayi was the only one outside the ward. Mrs. Li was nowhere to be seen. The door was pushed open, and Du Jiayi walked into the room with a gust of fragrant wind. Mrs. Xiao looked at the young girl, who was as bright as the rising sun and full of vitality. She couldn't help but smile. What energetic young people! Only when she was with these young people would she feel youthful and feel that she hadn't aged. Annie Xiao, are you okay? Du Jiayi, who was sitting by the bed, looked at Mrs. Xiao worriedly. She held Mrs. Zhao's right hand tightly and said softly, "Have a good rest. Don't think too much. You still have me and my mother. With us by your side, you'll definitely get better soon." Jiayi is so considerate. Hearing your words, Annie Zhao's worries are mostly gone. Where's your mother? Wasn't she outside just now? My mother said that you must not have had a good dinner. She was afraid that you would be hungry, so she hurried out to buy you a bowl of porridge. Auntie Xiao, you must finish it later, so that you can recover faster. Du Jiayi really liked to get along with Mrs. Xiao, and was not being perfunctory. Mrs. Xiao was indeed very good to Du Jiayi. On Du Jiayi's birthday, she would receive a birthday gift from Mrs. Xiao from abroad. It was exquisite, luxurious, and dreamy. Mrs. Xiao always gave her a big surprise. However, Xia Jinyuan never received it. It was as if Mrs. Xiao had forgotten about it. This was probably one of the reasons why Du Jiayi was afraid of Xia Jinyuan. Mrs. Xiao listened quietly, and the smile in her eyes deepened. Whether it was good or bad, decades had passed. It was too difficult for her to become good friends with someone of the same age, who she could chat with peacefully, and who also knew many secrets about each other. Therefore, whether it was good or bad, he would just let it pass. Mrs. Li, who came late, was originally empty-handed. When she appeared in front of the ward, she was holding a bowl of barley porridge. When she saw her daughter talking to Mrs. Xiao softly, she was no longer as impetuous as before. After walking out of the banquet, a faint smile finally appeared on her face. Mrs. Qin asked me why you didn't come over. I told her that you had an old illness and had to be hospitalized. She said that she would come to the hospital to see you tomorrow. Mrs. Li was very busy. She opened the table beside the bed and put the porridge on it. She washed the spoon and put it in the bowl. Eat your favorite barley porridge. Mrs. Qin, you're too polite. I'll contact her tomorrow morning. Madame Xiao tasted the porridge. It tasted good. Not bad. Although it's not as good as yours, it's not bad. I know you're picky, so I didn't buy it. Let Mrs. Qin come tomorrow. You can talk to her about, Yuan. He went too far today. He made you so angry that you didn't come to the hospital. How can you let him go so easily? Mrs. Li's eyes were a little fierce. After she finished speaking coldly, she turned to her daughter. I was so angry today that I almost had to go to the hospital. I really did not want to lose my composure at Mrs. Qin's birthday party. Jai, tell Aunt Xiao, how did you make your mother angry today? Jai bit her lower lip and didn't dare to speak. Madame Li, who glanced over, sneered and said, Today, I've lost all my face because of her. For the young diplomat of the Qin family. Ha! She can really lower herself. She doesn't have any girl's modesty. Chapter 28:35. At the mention of tonight, Madame Li still didn't have a good expression. She was so gloomy that it seemed like she would be struck by lightning in the next second. One has no filial piety, and the other has no restraint. Tell me, how did we give birth to two troublesome children? When Madame Qin comes tomorrow, it's appropriate to talk about Yuan. With Madame Qin's influence in the capital, if she wants to help you, Yuan will definitely come over and apologize. This brat from the Xia family was too arrogant. She had to take him down a notch. She really couldn't swallow her anger. Chengwan, Yuan isn't close to me. You heard what old Madame said today. If I dare to say anything bad about Yuan, my past will be exposed. Calm down. I've already thought it through. Why are you still so stubborn? Madame Zhao's words made Madame Li's heart hurt even more. So, you're saying that I can't do anything about your son? How dare you? No. Although Yuan and I are mother and son, we don't have any contact. Although he doesn't acknowledge me, I have to acknowledge him. Chengwan, for my sake, don't be so calculative with my son, okay? There was a hint of unwillingness in Madame Zhao's eyes as she looked at Madame Li. After a while, Madame Li nodded. Madame Xiao immediately restrained the unyielding look in her eyes and was as gentle as before. As for Jai's matter, you don't have to be angry. The young master of the Qin family is currently the most promising young master in the capital. Jai has good taste to fall in love with such a promising diplomat. You have to know that there are countless young ladies in and out of the capital who want to marry the young master of the Qin family. If our Jai doesn't perform well, how can she compete? However, Jai, Aunt Xiao wants to remind you that you're very outstanding and have a unique advantage. So you don't have to lower yourself and cater to the young master of the Qin family. You have to have your own personality and use your unique side to attract Qinxiu. If you reduce yourself to be no different from ordinary women, then in the eyes of the young diplomat of the Qin family, you're just an ordinary girl. You're not attractive at all, and there's nothing about you that can move his heart. Don't turn yourself into an ordinary girl. It's difficult for an ordinary girl to attract the attention of an outstanding man. You have to have your own unique point of light. Then you'll be more likely to get the happiness you want. Du Jai, on the other hand, immediately understood where she had gone wrong. It was as if she was teaching her own daughter. Seeing this, Madame Li knew that her daughter had understood. She said to Madame Xiao and Madame Qin, and I was afraid that she would do something unrestrained. That. You must remember what your Aunt Xiao said. Du Jai nodded obediently. She agreed with Madame Zhao's words. I know what to do now. Thank you. News. 2. How can you be sure that you can get married with Qinxiu? Madame Li glared at her. She was both amused and angry. It's not too late to say this to your Aunt Xiao after you get married. Madame Xiao also laughed. For a moment, the ward was full of joy and harmony, sweeping away the previous depression. Chapter 28:36. In the dead of the night, Mrs. Xiao looked at Mrs. Li, who was staying at the hospital to accompany Mrs. Li. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. No one could understand the relationship between her and Cheng Lan. They were on guard against each other and helped each other. She would sincerely help Cheng Lan solve some of her life problems, and Cheng Lan would also sincerely help her. Others might not understand this relationship, but how could she understand it? After returning to the family Xia mansion, Commander-in-Chief Xia hung up the phone and chatted with Xia Jinyuan in the front yard. They didn't care about the relationship between Mrs. Xiao and Mrs. Li. What they cared about was, why did the Deputy Chief of Staff do want to investigate Xia Jinyuan? Since he is investigating in secret, let him. Your information is the highest military secret in our army. If a mere Deputy Chief of Staff like him can easily find out about it, our confidential work will no longer be confidential. We can put aside the issue of him for the time being. As for Li Chuhai, we need to keep an eye on him. Xia Jinyuan didn't know this person, so he naturally didn't know his name, but now he knew. If he didn't have a guilty conscience back then, even if he knew that you were investigating him, he wouldn't have immediately retired from the army. When he found out that you were investigating him, he used his relationship with old man Li to retire from the army due to health reasons. In less than 3 months, he was arranged to go abroad. The fact that he left in such a hurry proves that there is indeed something wrong with him. In that case, your investigation is completely in line with the rules. Even if he has a grudge, he can only blame himself for his dirty hands. Commander-in-Chief Xia found out that Yi Qian came to the mansion with old man Li, so he took some time out of his busy schedule to go back to the mansion at night. After hearing what happened during the day, Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression changed slightly when Xia Jinyuan mentioned the name Li Chuhai. Commander-in-Chief Xia quietly listened to Xia Jinyuan's words and remained silent. He thought about some things that had happened a long time ago, but he could still remember the past. He really didn't expect Li Chuhai to have the guts to come back. Back then, old man Li had spent a lot of effort to get him out of the country. He didn't expect him to come back after more than 20 years. Xia Jinyuan could tell that Commander-in-Chief Xia's silence contained some hidden sharpness, and this sharpness came from the name Li Chuhai. Dad, what are you thinking about? Could it be that Li Chuhai has something else to do besides what you said? Xia Jinyuan had already sensed something unusual. His eyes moved slightly, and he smiled faintly. Or is it inconvenient for you to say it, and it's also inconvenient for me to know? Trying to trick me? Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced at him and said, "You have nothing to do with him, so don't try to get information out of me." So, there really was a big problem. Xia Jinyuan refilled the empty teacup and said with a smile, "Since you've said so, I naturally won't interfere. I can tell that you have scruples about Li Chuhai, so I know what to do." The tea was poured into the cup, and the sound of the water was slightly shallow. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked at the empty teacup and refilled it. His expression was slightly cold. Li Chuhai was the youngest senior colonel in the army back then, and because of old man Li, it could be said that his future was absolutely smooth. However, because of a major incident that alarmed the Great Hall that year, it involved so many people that even the normal operations of the military at that time had problems. Chapter 28:37. That year, countless people were removed from their positions and investigated. In the end, they were sent to prison, and several high-ranking personnel were directly executed in secret. Even the international community did not know about the major incident that happened in the domestic army that year. Today, All the paper information about the major case was destroyed, and the most important information was stored in electronic files. Since then, it had become a piece of history that no one knew about. It was something that happened more than 20 years ago. If it weren't for the fact that Li Chuhai was the only name that had escaped from the case, Commander-in-Chief Xia would have already forgotten about it. Now that he's back, your mother will know that old Du is secretly investigating you. This is what I'm most worried about. Commander-in-Chief Xia looked forward with a cold gaze. His fingers tapped lightly on the stone table, and the corners of his mouth were pressed tightly together. He did not tell Xia Jinyuan that Li Chuhai's return really shocked him was because the Military Disciplinary Commission's investigation of Martyr Sun Xueqing's case involved Li Chuhai. Martyr Sun Xueqing was also involved in a major case back then, and she was an undercover agent. Li Chuhai was even a senior colonel in Martyr Sun Xueqing's army at that time. Now that the Military Disciplinary Commission's investigation had reached another critical point, if Li Chuhai returned to the country and found out about the Military Disciplinary Commission's investigation, it was hard to guarantee that he would not go abroad again. Thinking of this, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had planned to rest in the old mansion tonight, stood up. "You should rest early. I have something to deal with here." He got up quickly and left in a hurry. He did not say anything unnecessary and left the old mansion. He asked the guard to drive him to the Military Disciplinary Commission. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the stone pavilion, seemed to be deep in thought. Then his slender fingers drew on the stone table and wrote the name Li Chuhai. His fingers tapped lightly on the stone table, and there was no rhythm to the low and shallow sound. The intervals were sometimes short and sometimes urgent, and his dark gaze was fixed on the position where his fingers wrote the 3 words Li Chuhai. When he wrote the 3 words Li Chuhai again, Xia Jinyuan's brows revealed a hint of coldness. There was something wrong with this person, and it was not a small problem. However, this was not a question that he could answer. It was a question that even old man Xia had to be careful about. Retiring immediately after entering the investigation department and then leaving the country in a hurry, the water here is very deep. Xia Jinyuan tidied up the tea set on the stone table, stood up, and walked out of the stone pavilion. The water is too deep for him to wade in, so there is no need to think too much about it. It was better to think about the upcoming international tournament. The competition was the next most important task. They couldn't win beautifully, and they couldn't lose too badly. They had to go with the mentality of learning, and they had to grasp the degree of winning and losing well. This wasn't an easy task. Major General Yang believed that there was no problem that could not be solved. Standing in front of the fully equipped special forces, he smiled and said, "When we go out, we'll just learn. Don't fall out with them and make them bleed. That would be ugly. We want friendship first and martial arts competition second. You understand?" Of course, since the competition is a competition, martial arts is still very important. We can't just compete for friendship. That would make us look weak and lose the might of our country's soldiers. All right, I won't say too much, lest you feel pressured. Go ahead and compete. We'll wait for your return in the country. Standing in front, Yi Qian silently summarized the Major General's words into one sentence. Learning is important, but you can't be bullied. You still have to fight if you need to, but don't be found out. Keep a low profile and study hard. Chapter 28:38. The battle zone this time was located in the primeval forest of eastern Estonia, which was known as the world's worst combat environment. On the way to the U.S., Xia Jinyuan led his team of 8 special forces to formulate several sets of targeted tactics, especially the border country that spied on China from the sky and escaped in the end. The 8 of them studied the special forces carefully and then formulated a series of targeted tactics. The plane heading to the U.S. was not a military plane, but a civil one. The difference was that there were no ordinary passengers on the plane, except for the special forces. It was equivalent to a chartered flight to a foreign country. For safety and confidentiality, it was normal to charter a flight to a foreign country. Xia Jinyuan's deep and steady voice could be heard from the cockpit. Everyone's attention was focused on him. His team members listened attentively, fearing that they would miss out on a single word. The SFS Special Border Defense Force is a paramilitary special forces. It was established in 1962 and is engaged in special reconnaissance, direct action, unconventional warfare, and secret operations. The military has analyzed that the Border Army is more likely to send this special force. On the plane, Xia Jinyuan began to talk about which special forces the 12 countries would send this time. There was no other way. Every country was very secretive, and it was difficult for the Chinese military to know. Just like how other countries did not know which troops they would send, they could only guess. Every country could only guess the known special forces of other countries. As for the unknown, for example, China's most mysterious snowfield brigade, even the Chinese military and civilians did not know about it, let alone the other countries. The other countries did not know which special forces China would send to participate in the competition, and China did not know either. It was not until last night that Xia Jinyuan received some information from the military to see which special forces the 12 countries would send to participate in the competition. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Don't take it to heart. Since it's a competition and learning, it has to be something. The pilot who died in the border country happened to be a member of the SFS. If this special forces team comes to participate in the competition, all of us have to be on guard against sneak attacks. The possibility of this is very high, more than 90%. They shot us in the back, so we don't have to rush to win back our face. We'll find a perfect opportunity to win back all the face we've lost. We'll also have to make them suffer in silence, unable to voice out their grievances. As an unconventional combat force, the SFS Special Border Defense Team will definitely play a lot of tricks. However, our ancestors were the best at the art of war. In our generation, we have mastered it to the point of perfection. The 36 stratagems and 72 moves will all be doubled, so at this point, Xia Jinyuan's deep and dark gaze swept across his comrades. His thin lips curved slightly, and in his special combat uniform, he suddenly had a hair-raising sharpness. So, be bold and go all out. Don't let yourself suffer too much. Of course, it doesn't matter if we suffer a little loss on the surface, as long as we earn it back. Don't go out and come back in one breath. Yi Qian couldn't help but smile when he heard this. It was best to describe Captain Xia with a phrase from later generations. At that moment, Captain Xia was really black-bellied and very energetic. The more one looked at him, the more one felt that his personal charm was admirable. At the very least, she was deeply in love with him. Chapter 28:39. Li Jinyan noticed Yi Qian's expression and rubbed his temples helplessly. Last night, Grandpa had said that it wouldn't be too late for Yi Qian to get married at the age of 28. Looking at the situation now, she could even get married at the age of 25. His heart was all on Q-King. SFS is our main target. Now, let's talk about what we should focus on learning. Learn, my comrades. We should focus on learning. We should learn while we fight. Don't just focus on learning and not know how to fight, or only know how to fight and not learn. Before entering the competition, Xia Jinyuan, as the battle commander, didn't put pressure on his comrades. Instead, he joked and chatted casually. When he spoke, he liked to look at each of his comrades' faces. Every time he passed by Yi Qian, His gaze would linger for a moment, just like now. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Qian again. When he looked into her eyes, her beautiful face was reflected in his dark eyes. Even his cold gaze couldn't help but soften. Every time Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian, she would immediately look at him. Separated by the small conference table on the plain, their gazes were exceptionally sweet. Yesterday, Yi Qian went to family Xia's old mansion. The two of them seemed to have become closer and more inseparable. This time, we have two main targets. One is this country's special forces, and the other is this. There were 12 countries, and there were 12 national flags. Xia Jinyuan pointed at two of the flags. We can't miss out on the important targets. These two countries were both military powerhouses. Every special forces soldier was the best of the best. Now, it was up to them to see if they could learn anything. Li Jinyan saw that he kept staring at his sister. He shook the military map in his hand and reminded Q King, who was sitting opposite him, to stop staring at his sister. However, he realized that his reminder was of no use. Thus, his brother-in-law, Li Jinyan, took the next step. His gaze swept over the map on the conference table, and he pointed at a certain spot, which was the flag of a certain country. The special forces of their country are also very strong. They are also people we can learn from. He was talking about a country in Asia which was close to Yunnan. The special forces of this country had once caused the French side to suffer a great loss. They were like chameleons that appeared in the jungle, silently hiding, and silently leaving after they succeeded. When Yi Qian heard this, he immediately turned to look in the direction Li Jinyan was pointing. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was sitting across from him, had no other way to deal with his brother-in-law's move other than knowing what was going on. When Li Jinyan saw that Yi Qian's attention had turned to him, he glanced at Xia Jinyuan and said calmly, "They are good at sneak attacks and ambushes. We have to be careful too. They like to work in groups and won't act alone. Once we discover their tracks, we have to react fast enough to prevent them from dragging us to our deaths. We are good at sneak attacks and ambushes. If they really want to target us, we have to make the first move. But we have to be discreet and not let them know who we are. When it comes to group competitions like shooting competitions, it doesn't matter if we hide our skills or not. We have to show them when it's time to do so. Being overly humble will be seen as weakness." Li Jinyan's words were approved by all his comrades, including Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 2840. Li Jinyan was cold and introverted. Even his words were extremely cold. As soon as he opened his mouth, the invisible coldness that made people's hearts tighten would spontaneously arise. It would make people immediately focus and not dare to be distracted for even half a second, other than themselves. Even Yi Qian didn't notice the little competition between the brother-in-law and brother-in-law. She listened very carefully and stared at Li Jinyan without blinking. Her expression was so serious that even Xia Jinyuan, who intended to compete with Li Jinyan, felt a little guilty. After clearing his throat and completely restraining his emotions, Li Jinyan continued, "The IKA assault competition is famous worldwide for its high difficulty, high intensity, long distance, multi-topic cross-soldier, and real guns and bullets are thrilling and far more tragic than one's psychological endurance. Therefore, it is also called the competition without death by the military of various countries." This was the first time that China sent special forces to participate in the competition, and it was at such a time. The military of various countries were watching closely. If they were too strong, they would be too high profile, and if they were too modest, they would be too weak and appear easy to bully. The effect that the military wanted was to not be too strong and become a target, and not be too weak and become a joke. They firmly followed the policy of following the rules and carried it out to the end. Every time Yi Jian heard words like, "You can't be too strong, but you can't be too low-key either," she couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. This was really difficult for Captain Xia, who was the commander-in-chief of the battle. To do this was really difficult. The military really knew how to make things difficult for people. However, she believed in Captain Xia's ability. With his black-bellied nature, it was really not difficult for him to handle these things. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the discussion about the special forces that the 12 countries might send was finished. They boarded the plane at 10 o'clock and didn't even have lunch. They only knew what time it was when they looked at the time. The flight attendants on the plane knew the special nature of this batch of passengers, so they didn't dare to disturb them. They just waited for the people inside to come out. They had lunch at 3 o'clock. After lunch, they had about 3 hours of discussion. They dissected all the details again and again so that everyone had a rough idea of what to expect. It was their first time participating in the competition. The more they knew, the more confident they would be. With confidence, their morale would be high, and they would be able to face it calmly. After ending the hours-long discussion, Yi Qian looked out the window of the plane. A day had passed in the blink of an eye. When it was time to sleep, Yi Qian had just laid down and covered herself with a thin blanket when she felt someone standing beside her. The familiar scent made her smile involuntarily. Before he could speak, she got up. "Come over here." Xia Jinyuan bent down, so close that his thin lips brushed against her cheek. "There are some things I want to talk to you about in private." Do they still need to talk in private? Was he afraid that she would be in a bad mood? Yi Qian got up and walked out with him. This time, they walked to the outside cabin, which was the business class that passengers usually sat in. The business class cabin was not as spacious as the first class cabin, but Xia Jinyuan preferred it because he could sit very close to Yi Qian. When the flight attendants outside saw the special passengers coming out, they immediately walked over. However, before they could get close, Xia Jinyuan raised his hand slightly to stop them. When they arrived at the airport tomorrow, they would immediately head to the battle zone. Xia Jinyuan had asked Yi Qian to come out alone because he wanted to have a chat with her. He wanted to know if she had any psychological burdens. After all, she was the youngest and the only female soldier in the entire team. He needed to pay close attention to her. Of course, he also had a little selfish motive. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening. He could talk to her alone for an hour before going to bed. Chapter 28:41. But he couldn't let her see through his selfishness. If she did, she probably wouldn't come out with him. The business class seats were quite spacious. When the two of them sat down, Xia Jinyuan habitually leaned towards Yi Qian. Their shoulders naturally touched, and they tilted their heads slightly. They could hear each other's breathing clearly. They turned on the night lights, and the dim light shone on each other's delicate eyebrows. They sat in the quiet business class. The stars were shining brightly outside, but the inside was silent. There was an ambiguous atmosphere in the middle of the night. The atmosphere was there, but the topic of conversation had nothing to do with ambiguity. When the two of them sat down, Xia Jinyuan said with a slightly serious expression, "We arrived in Estonia at 5 o'clock in the morning. Then we immediately took a helicopter to the eastern primeval forest. Yi Qian, are you ready? Do you have any psychological burdens? Since there's still time, you can tell me if you have any doubts or burdens." She didn't say much during the day, so he couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Yi Qian sat down and relaxed. When she heard him ask if she had any psychological burdens, Yi Qian didn't hesitate at all. She smiled and said, "No, I really don't have any psychological burdens. I'm not nervous either. What's going to happen will happen. Since it's going to happen, I'll fight it well and complete the competition well. Other than that, I don't have any other thoughts. If you really want to say something, I've been thinking that the military wants us to be not too strong, but not too weak. It's actually more difficult. Either we're strong or we're weak. How can we be neither strong nor weak? I'm worried about your side. After all, you're the overall commander. Her tone was very calm and relaxed. There was no sense of stagnation. In other words, the male soldiers had been discussing for the entire day, but she was only worried about her side. Xia Jinyuan, who had a deep gaze, suddenly smiled. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her head. He said softly, "There's no problem on my side. We just need to let others see that our overall strength is neither strong nor weak. That's enough." Because this is the first time our army is going out of the country to participate in a competition, the military needs to get a feel of the situation. They also need us to be the vanguard. That's why they sent us out of the country, so that the military can have a feel of the situation. In the future, our army will only go out of the country to participate in more and more competitions. At the same time, we will also become stronger and stronger. This time, winning is not the goal. Learning is the most important. Hearing this, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh again. Because there were no other comrades in front of her, she didn't hide her smile. She smiled until her eyes curved like a crescent moon, bright and clear. I know. On the surface, friendship comes first, and the competition comes first. Studying is important, but you can't just focus on studying and ignore the competition. I know. Xia Jinyuan knew why she was laughing when he heard it. The military has its own concerns. We just need to cooperate. Right now, our country's military strength hasn't reached the point where we can strongly stand out and express our position. So, duplicity is also a strategic policy. It's our tradition to keep a low profile and make a fortune in silence. IKA assault is a competition without death, and this is the first time we're participating. Compared to those countries that have participated before, we're actually very passive. If we suddenly make a strong appearance, we're bound to become the target of public criticism. We'll lose the advantage of secretly observing others. Therefore, we'll do everything in secret in the early stages and slowly reveal our strength in the later stages. Chapter 2842. As a battle commander, Lieutenant Colonel Xia was not an ordinary man. He was brave and resourceful, and was even more adept at psychological warfare. He was the type of person who was extremely meticulous in everything he did, leaving no traces behind. With him leading the team, the military was rather reassured. Neither too strong nor too weak was a problem. But with him leading the team, Yi Qian believed that he had the ability to complete the mission given to him by the military. The entire team also believed in him. This trust was so strong that it was impenetrable. After he finished speaking in a low voice, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked Yi Qian with a smile, "Do you have confidence in me?" He was smiling, but there was also a trace of sharpness in his eyes. When he finished speaking, his ink-like eyes were pitch black and gloomy. He stared at Yi Jian without blinking, as if there was a deep meaning hidden in his eyes. Yi Jian, who was tilting her head, also looked at him without blinking. She answered slowly, "Captain Xia, you are the person I trust the most in this world. I will support and trust you unconditionally in everything you do and every decision you make." "What about our comrades? Do you have confidence?" he asked again with a heavy gaze. "Do you trust them as much as you trust me?" "Yes, they are my comrades. They are comrades that I can give my life to. I trust them. I believe in them. On the battlefield, I trust them as much as I trust you." "There is no distinction," Yi Qian answered without hesitation. His voice was powerful and resonant without a trace of consideration. Loyal to the motherland, loyal to the people, we live and die together. These are my comrades. I trust them as much as they trust me. I am very satisfied with your answer, and I feel more at ease. Her firm voice and fearless gaze made the smile in Xia Jinyuan's eyes deepen. His dark eyes stared deeply at her, and his mellow voice sounded like a cello. You are me, and I am you. Your life belongs to me, and my life belongs to you. Remember what I said, and remember that you must not shoulder all the dangers alone again. He was referring to the last time they had met He Xiazi, and how Yi Qian had acted without consulting him. Yi Qian tensed up at the mention of the past. She had already realized her mistake, so she would never do something like this again. I won't appear again. I swear on my integrity that I won't appear again. When they were outside, they had to fight against the elite special forces from 11 countries. They had to inform each other of their every move so that they could understand each other. If they suddenly acted alone, not only would they not be able to withstand all the dangers, it would also be counterproductive and give others an opportunity to take advantage of them. She would never make such a mistake again. At this point, Yi Qian finally understood Xia Jinyuan's intentions. He wanted to tell her that as long as she was with her comrades, she could solve any problem together and not face it alone. Acting on his own, without any discussion, was actually a sign that he did not trust his comrades. He could tell that she actually trusted him more. Even if she said that she trusted her comrades, he could tell from her small actions that she trusted him more. She would rather do it herself than let her comrades do it. Yi Qian was not afraid when faced with his gaze that could dissect a person's heart and see directly into the depths of her thoughts. Instead, she faced it calmly. I was like that in the past, but now, after nearly a month of training, I have changed. I believe that Captain Xia also saw the changes in me during the next few days of training. Chapter 2843. She knew where she had gone wrong and knew how to correct it. Therefore, she constantly reminded herself to correct her mistakes in the later stages of her training. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyin saw her hard work. Her clear black eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Xia Jinyuan admired her tenacity. A hint of a smile flashed across his eyes as he said gently, "Little fox, your individual combat ability is already very strong. Next, you need to slow down your pace and get used to our comrades. This time, the competition overseas will be a huge challenge for you. It's all about teamwork and teamwork. Devil and I have seen your changes in the later stages of your training, and we are very happy. Every change you make makes Devil, and I feel gratified." As he spoke, he suddenly blinked his eyes lightly. His posture suddenly became lazy, and he no longer looked as serious as before. Even his voice was full of laughter. Moreover, the military is also looking forward to your performance. Devil and I are also looking forward to your performance in this competition. You are the most important person in our entire team. Therefore, little fox, perform well. Important person? Perform well. Why did she feel that there was a deeper meaning behind his words? All right, it's getting late. You can go rest now. Half of the 19-hour flight has already passed. Rest well for the remaining few hours and prepare yourself for the first competition tomorrow. Xia Jinyuan, who had been keeping track of the time, saw that the two of them had been talking alone for half an hour. He originally wanted to talk for another hour, but then he remembered that his brother-in-law was still in the first-class cabin. If he really talked for an hour, he would probably be targeted by his brother-in-law again. So, he decided to forget about it. After talking alone for half an hour, he even secretly kissed her. He was satisfied. After saying that, he stood up. Yi Jian was thinking about the deeper meaning of his words just now, but she couldn't figure it out after thinking for a while. When she came back to her senses, she saw that he was about to get up and leave. Yi Jian, who wanted to know what he meant, quickly reached out and grabbed his wrist. Xia Jinyuan was about to take a step forward when Yi Qian happened to pull him back. He wanted to leave. She wanted to pull him back. Thus, the female soldier, Yi Qian, valiantly pulled Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was almost 9 meters tall, down. Even though Lieutenant Colonel Xia was very skilled, he was still caught off guard by Yi Qian. He tripped and fell onto Yi Qian's lap. The air was eerily quiet, and there was a strong sense of awkwardness in the silence. Xia Jinyuan felt awkward for his girlfriend. The strength was strong enough to trip him. The whole process happened so fast that he didn't even have time to react before he fell into her arms. Yi Qian was so embarrassed that her vision started to blur. It was usually the man who pulled the woman to sit on his lap, but when it came to her, it was the other way around. Moreover, the guy sitting on her lap didn't get up immediately. Instead, he stretched out his long arm and hooked it around her neck. She was laughing so hard that her chest was shaking. "Don't laugh. Hurry up and get up." Yi Qian, who was blushing from his laughter, tried to pry his hand away from her neck. In the end, not only did she not manage to pry his hand away, he tightened his grip around her neck. "I don't think we ate spinach tonight. Why are you so strong?" Xia Jinyuan was laughing so hard that the corners of his mouth were deeply sunken. His eyes, which were very close to her, shone with an obscure light that seemed to be able to suck her in. Chapter 2844. Even though he was sitting on her lap, in fact, the moment he sat down, he used his other hand to support himself on the armrest of the chair to shift his body weight away from her, so that her legs wouldn't bear too much weight. Yi Qian was so embarrassed by her own strength that she didn't even notice that he wasn't actually sitting on her lap. She also saw his seductive eyes looking at her teasingly. Yi Qian's face was already burning red. "Isn't it normal to be strong? I only pulled lightly just now. You clearly lost your balance." He held her neck. Even though there was a layer of cloth between them, she could still feel his body temperature. It was very hot, and the skin on the back of her neck was burning. "It's not normal. I think you did it on purpose because you didn't want me to leave. Did you deliberately play hooligan with me?" He smiled slightly as he spoke. His handsome face was very close to Yi Qian. They were so close that their breaths were so close that they could smell each other's breath. Yi Qian was enraged by his words. "Why would I play hooligan with you? Don't talk nonsense." It was just a small matter. Why did he have to make it sound so ambiguous? It was as if she really did it on purpose. The sound of footsteps came from behind them. The sudden close distance between them made Yi Qian's heart hang high. She instinctively wanted to distance herself. She wanted to avoid him, but Xia Jinyuan didn't give her a chance. "How is this not playing hooligan? I wanted to leave, but you didn't let me. You even pulled me onto your lap when I wasn't paying attention. If this isn't playing hooligan, then what is?" This was unintentional. It has nothing to do with playing hooligan. It sounded like they were heading straight for business class. However, he was still sitting on her lap and didn't move. Yi Qian's heart was about to jump out of her throat. Her face was red as she pushed his shoulder forcefully. "Someone's coming. It must be the flight attendants. Hurry up and get up. It won't be good if they see you. I didn't play hooligan with you. It was purely unintentional. Also, you're my boyfriend. If I really wanted to do anything to you, would I need to play hooligan?" Playing hooligan means when a stranger acts intimately with another stranger. Do I need to play hooligan in our relationship? I can even hug, and hug you openly. Do I need to play hooligan? Yi Qian's back tensed up. This guy, how long is he going to sit there? Hurry up, they're coming, she urged in a low voice. However, Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was approaching her, was completely indolent. He didn't care about the approaching footsteps at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "That's true. With our relationship, there's really no need to play any hooligan. If there's anything you need, just say it." Now that you've explained it like that, why do I hear a whiff of complaint? Are you trying to say, I haven't hugged you recently? Or have I not hugged you? I clearly remember that a few days ago at the old mansion, I even hugged you and walked in circles a few times. Why do you still think it's not enough? Yi Qian didn't want to talk to him anymore. This man, he could turn black into white. He was so thick-skinned. How could she win an argument against him? The flight attendants outside had already walked to the closed curtain. Yi Qian, who was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out of her chest, gave up on explaining to him. Her legs moved subconsciously. Yi Qian realized something was wrong. Chapter 28:45. When she moved her legs again, she realized that he wasn't sitting on her lap at all. She didn't feel the weight of his body. Ask them if they need anything else. If not, turn off the lights and rest. A flight attendant's voice came from outside the curtain. It was the leader of the flight attendants. Another flight attendant replied softly, "Okay, I'll go ask." When Yi Qian heard this, she couldn't stay calm anymore. "Get up quickly. The flight attendant is really going to enter." Before the words "come in" could be uttered, the entire back of the seat leaned back. With the sound of the curtain being pulled, the back of the seat was completely lowered. From the flight attendant's position, she could only see the male soldier standing up. She couldn't see the female soldier lying down. Yi Qian, who was lying down, wanted to get up, but her legs were firmly clamped between his legs. She didn't dare to move for fear of being seen by the flight attendant. Xia Jinyuan stood up and politely said to the flight attendants, "Thank you for your hard work. We don't need anything else for the time being. We can turn off the lights at the time you set." The flight attendant opened the curtain and saw the male soldier standing in the first row of the business class. After all, she had received professional training, so she did not show a trace of surprise. Instead, she bowed slightly and politely said good night before leaving in her high heels. Yi Qian, who was lying in his seat, heard the sound of the curtain being pulled back. His heart, which was about to jump out of his throat, finally returned to normal. Now that he had nothing to worry about, Yi Qian forcefully pulled her legs out and bent her knees to hit his legs. She was quite agile, but when she sat down earlier, she still hadn't unbuckled her seatbelt. She relied on her legs to move, so she was no match for Xia Jinyuan. Not only did she fail to teach him a lesson, but she was also pressed down by him. It doesn't matter if you're trying to be a hooligan or not. Your actions have successfully aroused my interest, so we can't give up halfway. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body bent down. This time, he didn't use his entire body weight. Instead, he placed all his weight on top of her. What was supposed to be a conversation ended up being a kiss between the two of them. By the time they returned to the first-class cabin, Yi Qian felt that his mouth was a little red and swollen. Was this guy a dog? Nibbling and biting, and even saying that he was already restraining himself. Rest early. Good night. Xia Jinyuan walked past her. His soft voice brushed past her ear. Yi Qian only had time to glare at him before the satisfied Lieutenant Colonel Xia walked past Yi Qian and returned to his seat. Li Jinyan was still awake. He heard the commotion beside him and asked the guy sitting diagonally across the aisle, "You've been chatting alone for 40 minutes. Were you really just chatting with my sister?" Xia Jinyuan, who was lying down in his clothes, had already closed his eyes. He smiled and said, "We chatted for the first 30 minutes. You know that she's used to fighting alone. I need to understand the situation before the battle. As for the last 10 minutes or so, it's not something I can talk about. He couldn't say that he was actually a little nervous. After all, it was his first time participating in such a large-scale competition. Indescribable meant that it was inconvenient to say it out loud. Li Jinyan instantly understood what it meant. The veins on his forehead were bulging as he said coldly, "We're on a plane, and it's before the battle. Do you have to be so beastly?" "I'm not beastly. I just couldn't help myself. Don't worry, brother-in-law. There will be more in the future." Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was both physically and mentally relaxed, accepted his brother-in-law's accusations with a smile and gave him a heads-up. Chapter 2846. After that, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. Bear with it. You'll get used to it. Once you get used to it, you'll accept it. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's hooligan behavior, Li Jinyan's veins popped out several times before he managed to restrain himself from standing up to teach him a lesson. 40 minutes. Anything that could be done could be done. His little sister had already been bullied countless times by him. Knowing when to stop, Lieutenant Colonel Xia didn't provoke his brother-in-law any further. This had to be done step by step. If he was too hasty, his brother-in-law would be disgusted. If he was too slow, his brother-in-law would be dragged down. Therefore, the best way was to let his brother-in-law get used to it. He had to let his little sister have another man by her side. And this man's existence was an important position that even her older brother couldn't replace. One day, the older brother who acted as his little sister's protector would have to let go. He would have to personally hand over his little sister to another man who was about to spend the rest of his life with her. As the older brother, the devil had to get used to it, from getting used to it to accepting it, and then to being natural. When that time came, he would think that any intimate actions between him and Yi Qian were normal. It wouldn't be like now. As long as he made the slightest movement, the older brother would panic. He couldn't wait to keep little Fox under his watch 24/7 so that he wouldn't take advantage of her. The sound of cracking knuckles could be heard in the quiet space. It was crisp and sounded like some kind of warning. It was the sound of the devil rubbing his fists. At this time, at least 3 minutes had passed since Xia Jinyuan finished speaking. The Demon King, who was rubbing his fists, said coldly, "Don't go too far, Q King. I can tell you very seriously that if my uncle finds out about your actions, you won't have an easy time." At this moment, Xia Jinyuan had to admit that he was really intimidated. After the devil was done being silent, it was his turn to be silent. After a while, Xia Jinyuan said helplessly, "I already feel that my life won't be easy. Yi Qian told me that old master said that it wouldn't be too late for her to get married until she was 28 or 29. She's only 20 now, which means that I still have to wait for another 8 to 9 years. Devil, we're comrades, right? Can you bear to see your comrade endure for another 8 to 9 years? You can train harder every day until you have no more distracting thoughts. Train until you have no energy to think about other things." As a man, the Demon King immediately understood the meaning behind Xia Jinyuan's words. His lips were slightly sunken, and there was a faint smile on his exceptionally cold face. It was like a spring breeze, and the fragrance of flowers was pleasant. If I can get through the first 10 years, the next 8 or 9 years will be nothing. Use your tenacious willpower and wait until the two of you get married. My uncle has no intention of having a grandchild so soon. Even if you can't bear it, you have to wait." Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan suddenly figured out another meaning. In the blink of an eye, his handsome face, which had only been a little helpless, suddenly darkened. "I want to know, what do you think Yi Jian and I did in such a short period of 40 minutes? He gritted his teeth as he said the last few words. After he finished asking, Li Jinyan reacted. He had used such a vengeful tone. How could he not know why Li Jinyan's face had darkened? At the same time, he also realized that he was overthinking things. But could he blame him? No. He had also grown up in the capital and had heard a little about Xia Jinyuan, so it was normal for him to misunderstand. Chapter 2847. Now that he was angry, Li Jinyan, who was protective of his sister, instantly felt relieved. He raised his eyebrows and pretended not to hear anything. He said calmly, "Do you need me to point out what you've done? 40 minutes. Another 10 minutes or so, and it'll be an hour. You can finish whatever you want to do." He could finish that kind of thing in just 40 minutes? Xia Jinyan was doubting his ability. It was unbearable. Xia Jinyuan, whose ability as a man had been doubted, took a deep breath. He had to have a good talk with his brother-in-law, who made him so angry. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. When a man's ability was doubted by another man, it hurt his self-esteem even more than being doubted by a woman. As a virgin, Lieutenant Colonel Xia had always been full of confidence in his ability. Finish something in 40 minutes. How was that possible? It had to be at least 5 times faster. Wasn't 5 times a little too much? For times should be about right. At least it was 160 minutes. In the beginning, they were intimate, and in and out in the end, 160 minutes should be enough, right? Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was already calculating his approximate time, smiled and elegantly retorted, "You only need 40 minutes to finish a man's task, but I can't do that. I need at least 2 hours to finish everything I want to do. 40 minutes from beginning to end? Devil, is this the average time you've gotten from your daily practice? Or the highest? It should be the highest, right?" He dragged out the last sentence a little. There was an indescribable sense of pity and euphemism in his tone. "Don't worry, you're my brother-in-law after all. I won't tell anyone about you, but it's better if you don't say anything about this in the future. Stop it with me, and don't tell anyone else in the future. Being intimate in and out. No matter how I calculate, it's still not enough time. Devil, you should practice a little more. You should be able to do it after a few more times." His voice was very soft, but there was only so much space in the room, and the two of them were separated by an aisle. No matter how soft it was, they had to be able to hear each other. Naturally, the comrades who were sleeping in front of him also heard it. The T6 combatant, who had not fallen asleep, was confused when he heard this. In the end, his curiosity got the better of him. He sat up with the thin blanket on him and asked Xia Jinyuan, who was in front of him, "I can understand the kissing in the beginning, but can you explain the in and out in the end? I don't understand." Cough, 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 cough. After he finished asking, he saw his 2 comrades sleeping in front of him start coughing violently. Meanwhile, G3, who was sleeping next to him, was even more agile. From the moment he got up to the moment, he dashed across the aisle and covered T6's mouth. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. His movements were so fast that it was like the great universal shift in wuxia novels. The T6 combatant, whose mouth was suddenly covered, was still trying to struggle. He heard G3 warn him, "Not only did you eavesdrop, but you even dared to ask about it. We're all listening. How can we continue listening if you ask us that?" That way, they wouldn't be able to hear any more inside stories. Yi Qian, who was sleeping at the back, did not hear what his brother was talking about with her boyfriend. But when the T6 combatant asked about getting in and out of the room, Yi Qian realized he had been killed. Understood. Yes, the result was she could vaguely guess what the 2 men who occupied important positions in her life were talking about. They were talking about some topics that were not suitable for children. On the plane with their comrades around them, the 2 of them were actually talking about topics that were not suitable for children. When did their relationship become So good. So good that they could even talk about such personal topics. Chapter 2848. At this moment, Yi Qian, who instantly understood what he meant, did not know she was also part of this conversation, and was even the center of it. The T6 combatant in front of him, whose mouth was covered, did not struggle anymore. He quickly nodded to indicate that he understood and asked his comrade to quickly let go. He was almost suffocating from having his mouth and nose covered. Why are you nodding? You've already alerted the enemy. When he let go, G3 even tried his best to cover his mouth and stop his comrade from listening to the inside story. He was really not afraid of a godlike opponent, but a pig-like comrade. Hurry up and find me a girlfriend. You're always acting like a hothead. Didn't you say you had a college student you liked? After this mission is over, go get her for me. Once he got her, he would know what it meant to be all lovey-dovey in the early stages and going in and out in the later stages. After letting go, G3 knocked the back of T6's head with his hand before returning to his seat. He said to the two kings in the front row who had fallen silent, "He's still a child, so he's making a fuss over nothing. Ignore him. When he grows up, he'll understand what it means." In any case, he understood. He also realized that when two completely unrelated words were combined into one sentence, the meaning behind it was really straightforward. The T6 combatant, who had never even touched a girl's hand before, was blushing from being covered. He took a few deep breaths of air, but before he could lie down, Xia Jinyuan, who had not moved, got up and turned his head to look at him calmly. Then he looked at G3, who was lying down and pretending to be asleep. "It looks like you've all understood. Was it fun eavesdropping?" G3 decided that he did not hear anything and remained still. Meanwhile, the two comrades at the front who were coughing so hard a few seconds ago also quieted down and remained still. They could not help it. They could already feel the cold aura emanating from the two people behind them. Eavesdropping was a very immoral thing to do. They did not eavesdrop. They just accidentally overheard it. The two Storm Commandos comrades in front of them were whispering sweet nothings and going in and out of the room. They immediately understood what it meant. It was good enough that they knew what it meant, but a hothead who did not understand the deeper meaning of it just had to appear behind them and ask about it. They really wanted to give him a good beating. "Let's have a good chat when we get back," Li Jinyan said lightly. The two water demons of the Storm Commandos, who were pretending to be asleep, shuddered violently. They pinched the thin blanket with 2 fingers and slowly pulled it up until it covered their entire heads. They didn't hear anything. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan no longer discussed the matter of 40 minutes. Xia Jinyuan was fine. At least he had fought back. Although he had been eavesdropped, he was still in a good mood. Li Jinyan, on the other hand, was a little unhappy. He said that his maximum was only 40 minutes, whispering sweet nothings to each other, going in and out. He hadn't even tried it before. So where did the maximum 40 minutes come from? It wouldn't be good if he continued with the topic. This group of fellows who were pretending to be asleep would eavesdrop again. But if he didn't say anything, he would feel aggrieved. "I'll tell you when I have a maximum and minimum time. So far, I haven't tried it, so I can't answer your question." This was Li Jinyan's counterattack. The comrades who were pretending to be asleep but had their ears pricked up to eavesdrop instantly understood. TSK, TSK, TSK. They heard another big secret. It turned out that the Demon King was just like Q King, still a child. How pitiful. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting, rubbed his forehead. Same here. Sleep, sleep. They hadn't even tried it, so what was there to discuss? Chapter 2849. If he continued, it would be a bit embarrassing. Colonel Xia refused to continue embarrassing himself, so he didn't say anything else. Demon King Li, on the other hand, didn't think it was anything to be embarrassed about. If he had never had a woman, then so be it. What was there to be embarrassed about? However, there was no need to say anything more. It was already late, and it was time to sleep. The Demon King didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was having a bizarre dream. It was as if a hole had been torn in space and time, and a huge space-time storm had sucked her into the hole. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. She can't stay here any longer. If she does, her identity will be discovered sooner or later. We must find a way to get rid of her as soon as possible. We can't let anyone find out. You're crazy. If we get rid of her now, isn't that the same as telling everyone that I'm very afraid of my cousin? She's already become like that. So, what if she has an identity? Right now, I'm the winner. As long as she exists, you'll never be the winner. The dust hasn't settled yet. Can you, the winner, really sit back and relax? Wake up. You've spent so much effort to obtain a good life, and it's all because of her. As long as she doesn't fall, you, the winner, will have a tiger by your side. If you don't get rid of her, there will be no end to your troubles. You said she's a tiger? She's never been impressive in front of me. Even if she's a tiger, I've broken her limbs, pulled out her teeth, and done whatever I want to her. Right now, I don't want to get rid of her immediately. I want to see her suffer all kinds of torture. I want to see her live at the lowest level and bitterly struggle. The gloomy woman's voice was so familiar. Even though it came out intermittently through the closed door, she could still hear it clearly from outside the door. The woman who spoke was none other than Yi Ying, who had just returned from studying abroad. The man's voice sounded a little older. His voice was very steady, but it was also filled with the cruelty of the world. Every word he said was filled with ruthlessness, letting people know that the middle-aged man speaking inside was a ruthless character. Only you would treat her like a sick cat. Even your father, Yi Jifan, wouldn't dare. How could you be so bold as to think that even if you don't get rid of her, you can still suppress her to death? Don't be so confident. Overconfidence is conceit. Be careful not to get into trouble. Don't worry, I'll never let her stir up trouble. How I made her obedient in the past, I'll do the same in the future. If she dares to go against me, there will be no place for her in this world. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it. The middle-aged man's voice was like a slithering, venomous snake, emitting a cold aura. His slightly raised laughter was like a deadly poison, making it difficult to breathe even after hearing it. When Yi Qian opened her eyes, it was still dark outside. She looked at the time. It was 4 a.m, about an hour before the plane landed. She had a dream the entire night. It wasn't an illusory dream that appeared in her dream. It was less than 3 days after she was taken in by Yi Ying when she woke up in the middle of the night and accidentally heard a conversation coming from her study. It was at that time that she realized that Yi Ying didn't really want to help her. She only wanted to bully her like before, and even worse. It was also at that time that she completely understood Yi Ying's viciousness. She was so scared that she left Yi Ying's apartment like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Not long after, Yi Ying married into a rich family, and her real suffering officially began.